గ్రూప్స్ అనే కంపెనీ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఓకే, సో జస్ట్ స్టేట్ ఇస్తే సరిపోతుందండి, జస్ట్ ఫర్ ప్రాక్టీస్ పర్పస్ కదా. సో జస్ట్ when there is no need to give all the details, just you create the company, select the country name and state name and press enter. Now the company is created. So now what we are going to do, depending upon this tree we are going to create the customer. So already మనకి టాలీలో సన్డే డేటార్స్ గ్రూప్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి మనం క్రియేట్ చేసే అవసరం. సో ఈ సన్డే డేటార్స్లో మనం తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ అన్న గ్రూప్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము. సో హౌ టు సెలెక్ట్ ద గ్రూప్, సేమ్ అకౌంటింగ్ ఇన్ఫో. సో నేను లెడ్జర్స్ దగ్గర లెడ్జర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము. నౌ కమ్ టు ద గ్రూప్స్. ఓకే, నౌ క్రియేట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద గ్రూప్ స్క్రీన్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ద గ్రూప్ అంటే మనం ఏమనుకున్నాము, టీజీ కస్టమర్స్ కమ్స్ అండర్ సన్రీ డేటార్స్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను చేస్తున్నాను, తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ని సన్డే డేటాకి అసైన్ చేశాను. ఓకే, తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ని నేను సన్డే డేటార్స్కి అసైన్ చేశాను. సో గ్రూప్స్ బిహేవ్స్ లైక్ ఏ సబ్ లెడ్జర్ అనే ఆప్షన్ ఉంటుంది. అంటే సబ్ లెడ్జర్ కాబట్టి మనము ఎస్ అంటాము. ఓకే, నెట్ డెబిట్ అండ్ క్రెడిట్ బ్యాలెన్సెస్ ఫర్ రిపోర్టింగ్. నెట్ డెబిట్ అండ్ క్రెడిట్ బ్యాలెన్సెస్ ఫర్ రిపోర్టింగ్ అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుందంటే, ఇప్పుడు ఒక్కొక్కసారి గ్రూపింగ్ చేసినప్పుడు కొన్ని బ్యాలెన్సెస్లో డెబిట్ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని బ్యాలెన్సెస్లో క్రెడిట్ ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్లో నేను తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ని ఒక గ్రూప్ క్రియేట్ చేశాను. అందులో ఒక 4-5 మెంబర్స్ పార్టీస్ నేమ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేశాను. ఆ 4-5 మెంబర్స్లో ఒకసారి కొందరు అడ్వాన్స్ పేమెంట్ చేసినప్పుడు బ్యాలెన్స్ క్రెడిట్లో కనబడుతుంది, రైట్. సో అప్పుడు కొన్ని డెబిట్లో ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని క్రెడిట్లో ఉంటాయి. సో నెట్ బ్యాలెన్స్ కావాలన్నప్పుడు ఎస్ పెడితే ఆ నెట్ బ్యాలెన్స్ చూపించేస్తుంది. సో ఇట్ విల్ డిడక్ట్ డెబిట్ మైనస్ క్రెడిట్ అండ్ షోస్ ద నెట్ బ్యాలెన్స్. బట్ జనరల్గా మనకి ఎవరు డెబిట్ ఉన్నారో ఎవరు క్రెడిట్ ఉన్నారో తెలియాలి కాబట్టి మనము నెట్ బ్యాలెన్స్ని నో పెట్టాలి. ఓకే, రైట్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద మెయిన్ ఆప్షన్స్. సో మెథడ్ టు అలొకేట్ వెన్ యూజ్ ఇన్ పర్చేస్ ఇన్వాయిస్. సో నౌ ఇది ఆప్షన్ ఎందుకంటే మనం కొన్ని గ్రూప్స్ని అది ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ కింద అలొకేట్ చేయాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు ఇది చేస్తాడు. సో నౌ దిస్ ఆప్షన్ ఈజ్ మోర్ బెటర్ యూజ్ ఇన్ జిఎస్టీ. సో ఈ ఆప్షన్ మనం జిఎస్టీలో చూద్దాము. నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ నెసెసరీ. సో సింపుల్, వన్స్ అగైన్ ఐఎమ్ రిపీటింగ్. సో విత్ అనదర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ విల్ సీ నౌ. సో వీ హ్యావ్ క్రియేటెడ్ తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ అండర్ సన్రీ డేటార్స్. నౌ వీ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు క్రియేట్ ఏపీ కస్టమర్స్ అండర్ సన్రీ డేటార్స్. ఏపీ కస్టమర్స్ అండర్ సన్రీ డేటార్స్. బిహేవ్స్ లైక్ సబ్ లెడ్జర్, yes. సో మీరు ఇక్కడ గుర్తు పెట్టాల్సిన 2 points. You have to remember 2 points. That is, one is just you type the name of the group and select under which group it has to be selected and select excuse me, behaves like sub ledger, yes. Okay, ఇది ఒక ఆప్షన్ yes పెట్టుకుని మీరు గుర్తు పెట్టుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. Now what is the next one we have? We have next one is హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ మనకి. ఓకే, నౌ వీ హ్యావ్ టు సెలెక్ట్ హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ అండ్ దట్ విల్ గో అండర్ తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం గ్రూప్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలి, ఒకటి హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్. జస్ట్ టైప్ హియర్ హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ అండర్ సన్రీ డేటార్స్. బిహేవ్స్ లైక్ సబ్ లెడ్జర్, yes. నెట్ డెబిట్ బ్యాలెన్సెస్, నో. ఓకే, సో అలాగే హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ తర్వాత రైట్. సారీ, ఇక్కడ జస్ట్ విల్ చెక్ ఆల్టర్లీ హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ సన్డే డేటార్. సో ఐఎమ్ అసైన్ టు సన్డే డేటార్స్, రైట్. బట్ ఇది సన్డే డేటార్స్ కాదు. సన్డే డేటార్స్ అంటే నేను దీనికి అసైన్ చేస్తున్నాను. బట్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి అసైన్ టు తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్. అంటే తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ కావాలి కాబట్టి తెలంగాణ. అవు తెలంగాణ మళ్ళీ ఎందులో ఉంది, టీజీ కస్టమర్స్, రైట్. సో నా హైదరాబాద్ ఈజ్ తెలంగాణ. మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తుంటే దాని కిందనే మనం ఏ గ్రూప్ అయితే మెయిన్ గ్రూప్ అసైన్ చేస్తామో అక్కడ వచ్చేస్తుంది, రైట్. సో నౌ నెక్స్ట్ ఈజ్ వరంగల్ కస్టమర్స్, రైట్. వరంగల్ కస్టమర్స్. సో అకౌంటింగ్ ఇన్ఫో, గ్రూప్స్, క్రియేట్. సో ఇక్కడ ఒక నోట్ పెట్టుకోవాలి కస్టమర్స్ అందరూ. అది మనకి గ్రూప్ అయినా సబ్ గ్రూప్ అయినా సేమ్ క్రియేషన్ స్క్రీనే, కాకపోతే ఇక్కడ అసైనింగ్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు వరంగల్ అందర్ తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ అన్నాను, దిట్ బికమ్స్ ద సబ్ గ్రూప్. అంటే ఒక గ్రూప్ కింద ఇంకో గ్రూప్ని పెట్టాము అంటే అది మనకి సబ్ గ్రూప్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేసాము, సన్నీ డేటార్స్ ఆల్రెడీ టాలీలో ఉంది. సన్నీ డేటార్స్ కింద మనము తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసాము, తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్ కింద మనము హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసాము. హైదరాబాద్, ఓకేనా, హైదరాబాద్ అండ్ వరంగల్ ఈ రెండింటిని మనము తెలంగాణ కస్టమర్స్తో టీజీ కస్టమర్స్తో క్రియేట్ చేస్తాం. సో అదేవిధంగా ఏపీ అయిపోయింది ఆల్రెడీ. సో ఏపీలో మళ్ళీ విజయవాడ కస్టమర్స్ అండర్ ఏపీ. నాకని ఏపీ అందులో ఉంది, డేటార్స్లో ఉంది. ఓకే, సో నెక్స్ట్ వన్ మళ్ళీ వైజాగ్ కస్టమర్స్. Under AP again. Behavioral subledger, yes. So this is the way how to create your groups. Okay, right. ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి మనము, ఈ హైదరాబాద్ కస్టమర్స్ కింద మనకి ఈ డిఫరెంట్ అకౌంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అమర్ అకౌంట్, కుమార్ అకౌంట్, కిరణ్ అకౌంట్, అరుణ్ అకౌంట్. దెన్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు క్రియేట్ దట్. అదేంటి మనకి, అది గ్రూప్ కాదు, లెడ్జర్ కదా. సో కమ్ బ్యాక్, గో బ్యాక్ టు అకౌంటింగ్ ఇన్ఫో. సో ఇందాక మనం గ్రూప్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసాము, మరి మళ్ళీ ఆల్టర్ చేయాలంటే సేమ్ ఆప్షన్, గో ఫర్ గ్రూప్స్, డిస్ప్లే, యూ క్యాన్ సీ ద గ్రూప్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ క్రియేటెడ్, ఆల్టర్, యూ క్యాన్ ఆల్టర్ ద గ్రూప్. ఓకే, సేమ్ లైక్ లెడ్జర్, alteration, deletion, here also you can do. Okay.
Hi everyone, so welcome back to Google IT Support certification course. So this is Vinay speaking with you. So in the previous session, so we have seen, we talked about DNS. So DNS part 1, where we seen what is DNS, what is the use of DNS, what is the purpose of DNS, how internet works with the help of DNS. Okay, all these things we discussed in the DNS part 1. So this is our DNS second session. So today we will be talking about how to configure DNS service. So we'll see how to create zones, primary zones, secondary zones in our today's session. Even we'll talk about Active Directory integrated zone, which is very important for IT experts if you are working in a Windows sector. So if your network is Windows, so DNS is must. So an Active Directory integrated zone plays very crucial role. So what is the importance, how to troubleshoot that, we will discuss in our today's session. Okay, so first we'll see how to create a DNS primary zones. So let us go, let us check this once the server, you can see here. So this is our 2012 operating system. Now you cannot install, configure DNS service in Windows 10 or Windows 8 because DNS service is available in the server operating systems. Okay, so to save our time, I already installed this service DNS, domain naming service. But how I have installed, let us see. So in server operating system 2012, if I want to install any service, I'll be using a console called as server manager. In server manager, we have a option called as add rules and features. So if I click next, all I need to do is go to this page, server roles. So just leave the options default, click next. Server roles. So server operating system 2012 provides so many services like Active Directory. In the previous sessions we have discussed so many features. So what service you want to install, just check that box. So today our practical is regarding DNS. As I said, to save our time, because installation will take almost 2 to 3 minutes. So to save our time, I already installed this service. All you need to do is check the box, click next and install. So which already I have done. So once installation is done, in the start you will get a console DNS. Okay, this is DNS console. Now what is the purpose of DNS? Naming conversion, converting names to IP addresses to name. Like in the last class session we already we took an example of a website. So how users will access website. So www. So I'll open my browser. So www.yahoo.com, facebook.com, google.com, you'll enter this address. Immediately you will get the web page. But using name you cannot contact Yahoo server. You need IP address of the Yahoo server. But you don't know the IP address of Yahoo server. So who is going to tell you that DNS server? Now here let's assume in our office, maybe let's say you are working in an organization as an IT administrator. Your company has a website. For that website you need to configure DNS server in your office. How to configure that? That is what I am going to show you practically. Now let us say we have a website www.xyz.com. So we hosted a website like that. So in the next sessions I will be showing you practically how to configure website also, how to configure web service. Okay. So let's assume we have a website like www.xyz.com. So I want to host this website. So for this website in my organization I have to configure a DNS server. How to configure that? That is what I am going to show you. Okay. So let's go back to our server operating system now. So user is browsing www.xyz.com. So in your company the employee is browsing your website which is present in your office. Every company has a website, right? Every company, you name it, any organization website will be there. So this is your company website xyz.com. So immediately using name you cannot contact the web server. You need IP. Who is going to tell the IP address? DNS server. So a request came to DNS server. What is that request? User is asking where is this www.xyz.com. So a request came to DNS. DNS is checking its database. User gave the name XYZ. DNS server has to give the IP address. Name to IP conversion. This name to IP conversion details you can find out in forward lookup. But by default xyz.com is not there. So as an IT administrator you should learn how to create a zone for your website. Zone is nothing but database. The database contains your web server details. So in the DNS server I am maintaining my web server details. So new zone. There are different types of zones. So today our first topic is related to primary zone. So I don't want to use this option, only primary zone. Click next. Zone name, my website name xyz.com. Extension should be there, .com, .net, .in, whatever it is. Click next. So with this name a file will be created in the C drive which you can use it as a backup. So if I go to C drive Windows of the DNS server, there is a folder called as system32 DNS folder. So here I can find out some files, you can say Google, Yahoo, like this. A file will be created with this name XYZ. Okay, I can use that file like a backup. So I leave the options default, finish. So I created a zone database for my website. Now employee will browse the website. Request will come to DNS. So name to IP conversion. So DNS server has to give the IP address. It will check its database, forward lookup zone, xyz.com. But inside this xyz.com, the web server details are not there. Zone is there, but zone don't know where is this website is configured. So as an IT administrator now, keep your web server details in this zone. How? Let us see. So I'll right click on this xyz.com new host. Which computer is having this website? Let's say for example my system 1. One of the computer is having this website. That computer name is system 1. And what is the IP address of this computer? 10.0.0.1. Example. So I'll click add host. For time being, I am giving the same computer IP address. In the real time environment, web server, DNS server IP address will be different. System 1. Now, how users are browsing website? Are they browsing system1.yahoo.com, system1.facebook.com? No, www.yahoo.com, www.facebook.com. So for this system 1, we will give a nickname. So I'll right click on this XYZ new alias, a nickname to this computer system 1. Nickname is www, pointing to xyz.com system 1. That's it, done. Successfully you created a database for your website. That means the web server information you created in the DNS. If you really host a website, if you browse this website xyz.com, request will be coming to your DNS server. What is that request? User is asking, where is this web server xyz.com? DNS will check its database xyz.com. Now where is this xyz.com system 1? What is the IP address 10.1? This IP address will be given to the user. User will contact this IP address, he will get the web page. That is how DNS queries will be working. Now let us say for example, now we created, so this is what we have done. So we assumed we have a web server. This is web server. So this system IP address is 10.1, system name is 1. So these are my clients. They are browsing that website www.xyz.com. So this is where we hosted that website xyz.com. Now using name, you cannot contact the server, you need IP. But who is going to tell the IP address between the web server and the local machines? We will have a server called as DNS. So in all the user computers, preferred DNS will be 10.0.0.1. Sorry, 10.0.0.2. 2 is nothing but your DNS server IP address. So when you browse, anyone browses the website in the office, request will come to this server. So this server will give a IP address. But in order to give the IP address, first this server should know web server details. So what we have done, we created a primary zone. Just now we have done that. Zone name, we gave our website name. Inside that we created records. Which server, which IP address. After you create these records, DNS server can tell now where is our website. Successfully we created this. Practically we have configured a DNS zone for our website. Okay, that is how you can work on this DNS service. Okay, now let's verify. So how we can verify it? So zone is created. If you really host a website, you will get the website. So in the in the next sessions, I'll show you how to host a website. So there we will see practically verification of this website, how to browse a website, how to host it. For time being, so for DNS query, what is our verification is, we'll go to command prompt. We'll try to ping the website zone which I created, www.xyz.com. So once I hit enter, you can see successfully name has been converted to IP address. Using name, you are able to communicate with a computer. That is how DNS queries will be working. Now we'll create backup DNS. Now backup DNS means, so if you check this slide here, so DNS server is there, users are browsing, request will go to DNS server will give the IP address of the web server. Let's say this DNS server is down because sometimes hardware failures will happen, maybe power failures will happen, something disaster happen, server will be down. If DNS server is down, no naming resolution, there is no one to convert name to IP, IP to name. If no naming resolution, can you get the IP address of the web server? Not possible. So if you are not able to find the IP address of the web server, if you are not able to get the IP of the web server, you can't access the website. Now this is where secondary DNS comes into the picture. Secondary DNS means, for example, if you check the slide once, I will configure another DNS server. So in the slide if you see, one more DNS server. Okay, this is our DNS server 2. Okay, second DNS server. So the IP address of this server is 10.0.0.3. In the client side, alternate DNS will be 10.0.0.3. Preferred DNS is 2, alternate DNS is 3. Now something happened to 2. The second server is down. Maybe it can be hardware failure, power failure, something happened. System DNS server 1 is suddenly down. So if DNS server 1 is down, you don't need to worry because you have another DNS server. But here also DNS server 2 also should have the same details here. So what we will do, we will create a secondary zone. Secondary zone means it is a backup to primary. This is primary, right? For this primary, this is the backup. So what is backup? Backup also will have same information, same zone, same records, everything is same. So what is the benefit? So fault tolerance, load balancing. Fault tolerance means suddenly system 1 is down, you don't need to worry, still naming resolution is possible with the help of system 2. Okay, maybe let us say for example, so system 1 is down in this example, request will go to which computer? 3. You will contact the 3, you will get the IP address, you will browse the website. But how to configure this? Let us see. So let's go back to our server operating system and we'll see how to configure secondary zones also. So for this we need 2 machines. 2 machines with, in both machines DNS service should be there. So I already have 2 machines where DNS service is already configured. So already we have primary zones in system 1. Okay, already we have a primary zone in system 1. For this we will create a secondary zone. So we will go back to system 2. Okay, I just logged into second computer, system 2. So in this computer system 2, also we have DNS service configured. I am opening DNS service in system 2. But xyz.com is not there. So I am creating a new zone. But what type of zone I want to create? Secondary zone. So I will select the second option, secondary. If you read, secondary is a copy, a backup which is used for fault tolerance and load balancing. So I will click next. Zone name, it has to be exactly the primary name. So xyz.com. Master DNS server, original one. Original is 10.1, system 1. Finish. But if I open, you don't see anything inside. But zones should have records. This is secondary. Secondary will not have records by default. Even you cannot create, secondary is a read-only copy. This one, it is a read-only. So what I have to do, I have to go to first server, the primary. I came to first one. Properties of the first one. Zone transfers. transfer to the following server. Secondary server IP address I have to enter. Secondary server IP address is 2. Any changes should be notified to my secondary server. Click OK. Now verification, let's go back to system 2. This is system 2, secondary DNS server, second server. So if I open, I should be getting the records here. You can see records are there. Same records. Whatever primary is having, secondary also will have the same records. So that is how you can configure a secondary zone, a backup. Now what is the benefit? Even the primary is down, the primary server is down, no need to worry. Still naming resolution is possible with the help of the secondary server. That is how you can configure high availability of DNS services. Now we will see one of the most important thing for a Windows administrator, Windows IT administrator, which is called as Active Directory Integrated Zone. Okay, let's check this slide once. What is this Active Directory Integrated Zone? So Active Directory Integrated Zone. Every company will have a domain controller where Active Directory is installed. By default, in this domain controller, DNS service also will be there. DNS service by default. Now automatically in this DNS service, a zone will be created with the domain name, which is called as Active Directory Zone. Okay, so which will have 6 service records. Service records will help the clients to locate domain controller. Now where is the server? How clients will contact? That is with the help of this DNS. Okay, now for example here, so for example if you check the slide once, so a user want to log in, this is a Windows 10 client, a user want to log in. So he has to contact the DC. Now who is going to tell this user where is your DC? DNS. Because for example, so this is the IP address, DNS IP of the server. In the client side, IP address is to preferred DNS is 1. Why we are giving this 1? Because 1 is your DNS server. When user want to log in, request will first come to DNS. DNS will check the database, service records. Service records will tell where is the DC. So using this information, you are able to contact the server. Now let me show you how you can troubleshoot the service records. For example, in this server operating system, now this is my domain controller. If I type net accounts, okay, this is my primary server, DC. Okay, you can see this is primary DC. In the DC with your domain name, so right now you can see this zoom.com, it is my domain name. Automatically it will be created when you configure a DC. This is Active Directory Integrated Zone. If I open this, you will find out 6 folders. These 6 folders are called as service records. If any one of this folder is missing, users cannot log in. So in the IT sector, there are so many reasons why users not able to log in. But one of the reason will be the DNS. How to troubleshoot? Let us see. It is a simple topic. So let us see. So let's go back to this server operating system right now. So maybe I'll delete one of the record here. Accidentally we lost it. Maybe OS updates happen, server rebooted. At the time of reboot, maybe these records are not created properly. How to get back them? Let us see. I'll go to start. I'll type services. I'll start a new. I'll restart a service called as netlogon. Restart. I'll restart another service called as DNS service. So DNS server, restart. After I restart this netlogon DNS, if I refresh, I'll get back the missing 2 records back. You can see. That's how you can troubleshoot. So any problem happen in the Active Directory, you have to check this DNS Active Directory zone. Okay, so you have to make sure all the 6 service records are available. If they are available, so you can fix your problems easily. So that's how DNS Active Directory zone can be troubleshooted. So this is about your DNS, how to create primary zones, secondary zones, and how to configure Active Directory integrated zones. I hope the session is very informative to you. So this is DNS part 2. So this is Vinay Kumar signing off. Thank you everyone.
Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss how to create different graphics in C programming language. How to make a graphics in C programming language. The last session I discussed how to make a command line arguments. What is mean by command line arguments? How to make a arguments through the main function. Generally every C language main function without arguments. How to pass the arguments through the main function, the discussion called as command line arguments. While working of command line arguments, 2 keywords you have, argv called as argument value, args called as argument of string array. Whatever arguments you passed, how to find the length of the arguments, argv keyword. Whatever arguments you passed, you want to display that argument, args. Using command line arguments I discussed how to make a files. Command line argument is nothing but through main function how to pass the arguments. At MS-DOS prompt to pass the inputs. The first argument is program name, second argument is first input, third argument is second input. The program name treated as args of 0, first argument treated as args of 1, second argument is treated as args of 2. Through the MS-DOS prompt, how to create the command line arguments, that I discussed. Now today I want to discuss with one more important concept in C programming language, how to make a graphics. Previously all programs I executed with command user interface. Every C program command user interface I executed. What is meant by command user interface? Through the black and white editor you can input the data and you can get the answers. What is one more type of interface you have? GUI, graphical user interface. Under GUI, graphical user interface, you can get some drawings or you can get some auto shapes and you can get some different type of pictures or images. That is possible with the help of graphics. Now this graphics is actually advanced C programming concept. Graphics is mostly used for advanced programming of C language. If you want to work with the graphics, special header file, C language author created one special header file. Which header file is created? graphics.h. If you want to work with a different type of graphical functions, which is the library to be opened, graphics.h. It is one library. Now see what is the reason of graphics. Suppose every day I am executed the last sessions many C programs. First I compile the program, then I run the program. While execution of the program, my editor is black and white editor. The screen is background is black and your inputted text color is white. by default every C program I executed on which editor? Command user interface. Command user interface or character user interface, both are same. What is the meaning of that? While execution of program, my screen is black and my inputs and my text will be white. But if I want to make some colors, while execution of program I want to get some colors, the background color I want to change, or the text color I want to change, or I want to get some drawings. If I run the C program, I am expecting some drawings, rectangle shapes, circle, oval, ellipse, arc, polygon, different type of auto shapes. Whenever I execute my C program, I am expecting some drawings. That is possible with the help of C programming graphics. Generally, operating systems are two categories can be open. Operating systems can be open with the two modes. One is for command user interface mode, another one graphical user interface mode. Suppose if I open with the DOS prompt, MS-DOS operating system, it is a command prompt, command user interface. MS Windows, Microsoft Windows, it is called as which type of interface? Graphical user interface. Operating system also two types of mode can be open, command mode, graphics mode. If I want to make a folder under Windows, in Windows you want to make a folder, just you click the folder option, within the folder you can make a file. You click the new folder option, within the new folder you click the new file and store some data. But this is a GUI mode. With the help of options you can make a directories, you can make a files. But the same operations can work under command mode also. Suppose if you want to create the directory in the Windows, folder should be created. Folder is nothing but collection of files. A collection of files are stored at one location, the location is folder. All folders are stored under hard disk or pen drive or any CD. If I want to make a file under Windows, you click the new file option. If you want to make a folder in the Windows, you click the new folder option. But the same operations you can work with MS-DOS also. In MS-DOS, how to make a directory? MD command, you have to use with one command, because it is a command user interface. MD, make a directory and directory name. If you want to make a file, copycon command is there. Copycon, it is one command. Using copycon command to make a file and store some data. But anyway, through Windows also you can make a file, through DOS also you can make a file, both are same. Both are permanently stored in the disk location. Similarly, if I operate the C programs, by default every C program opened with a command user interface. Every C program opened with a command user interface. That means while execution of program, I can get black and white editor. The screen background is black and my text inputted color is white. If you want to change the colors, I mean the background color I want to change and my text color I want to change, font size, the size of the text I want to change, or direction I want to change, and I want to apply some drawings. If I run the C program, I am expecting circle, rectangle, oval, line, arc, polygon. These all types of auto shapes can be developed with the help of C language graphics. Now the graphics, auto shapes and methods, these all are available on one header file, graphics.h. Finally, what is my conclusion? If you want to operate the C language graphic program, # include graphics.h. Within that graphics.h only, built-in functions you have, some built-in methods like line, rectangle, polygon, circle, some methods you have, functions. If I want to operate with any function, then go for graphics. Now you see that what is the discussion about graphics. Now check it. Generally the screen is in the text mode. Every C programming language generally the screen is in on which mode? Text mode you have. What is meant by text mode? It can be opened with a character user interface. It is called as character user interface. Suppose if I want to change if I want to change character user interface to graphical mode interface. If I want to change character user interface to graphical user interface with the help of display adapters. You want to change by the GUI mode, graphical user interface mode. If I want to change that graphical user interface mode, command mode to graphics mode to be changed with the help of some adapters. Display adapters you have. Which are the display adapters are there? Display to graphics. There are many number of adapters, like some example of adapters. VGA. What is meant by VGA? Visualize graphical adapter. CGA called as color graphical adapter. EGA, embedded graphical adapter. That means what? Suppose if I want to convert character user interface to graphical user interface, you want to use with some adapters. Display adapters. Which are some display adapters are there? You want to draw the graphics. VGA, visual graphical adapter. CGA, color graphical adapter. EGA, embedded graphical adapter, like so and so. Generally the C language program text mode it is open. Every text mode, how many rows can be typed? 25 rows can be typed. How many columns can be typed? 80 columns. What is the meaning of that? Listen. Suppose if I open with the Turbo C editor, it's a blue color editor. If I open with a normally Turbo C editor, suppose if I open with any program now, Turbo C editor, I open any program suppose. If I use with if1.c, suppose if I open with any program to be open. Suppose if I open function1.c, this is one program function1.c. If I compile, if I run this program, see that the screen is appeared as black and white. It's a command user interface. The screen appeared as black and white. The background screen is black color. The text color is white color. The background of the screen black. The text font color is white. Now this screen, how many rows can be maintained? 25 rows. 25 rows means line by line. Rows means horizontally. If I want to work with columns, 80 columns can be made. Columns means vertically it will be made. Totally this text mode run screen mode, how many lines of that can be write? 25 lines. How many columns can be used? 80 columns. That can be done. But what is my request? If I run this program, I want to change off this screen. I want to change off this screen text mode to graphics mode. Whenever you want to change text mode to graphics mode, you want to apply some adapters. Why? Because if I want to draw any drawing, compulsory you want to prepare some pixels. Using pixels only you can draw the graphics. Suppose if you open with any paintbrush picture, you see that paintbrush picture. Actually this paintbrush picture, these all are a list of pixels. With the help of pixels only I can draw the shapes. Suppose this is my pixel area, here I draw the shape. At that time you have to mention with the coordinates. That means what? Suppose I want to find out with this coordinate now, this pixel. Now this is for x direction, how many pixel you require, and for this y direction, how many pixel to be required. Now this is for left side, this rectangle from the left side how many pixels to point, and top how many pixels to be point, and the right side how many pixels to be point, and bottom side how many pixels to be points. Finally, this is the pixel area. In this pixel area only you can draw the shapes. If I draw the circle also same. Left side how much pixel area. If I draw the circle also, left side how many pixel area, and from the top how much pixel area, from the bottom how much pixel area, and radius. Circle means you can find out radius also. Radius can be used. Radius point can be used. I mean this radius can be find out here. Finally, what is my conclusion here? If I want to convert the text mode to graphics mode, compulsory adapters required. Which are the C language graphical adapters are there? VGA, visual graphic adapter, CGA, color graphical adapter, EGA, embedded graphical adapter. These are some graphicals. If I want to convert text mode to graphics mode in MS-DOS prompt, using C programs we can design some graphics by changing the screen from which mode? Text mode to graphics mode. That is called as CUI mode to GUI mode. How to convert CUI mode to GUI mode? You have some functions. If I want to convert to the text mode to graphic mode, you require some functions. What is the first graphical function? INIT graph. What is meant by INIT graph? Initialize the graph. INIT graph is the first function to work the graphics. What is the importance of INIT graph? This function changes screen from the text mode to graphics mode. But listen, but here we have to mention display, driver and mode. What is the syntax of INIT graph function now? You have to mention the driver, which driver you are working with the graphics, mode of the driver, which type of mode you for the graphics. Totally two modes are there, two operations. To use this command, compulsory, listen, one file should be required. The file is called as egavga.bgi. This file should be there. This file available on current directory. What does that mean? That wherever your C program runs, graphic C program runs, in the same location this file should be there. egavga.bgi. Now this file actually installed under which location? Turbo C. Under Turbo C, BGI folder you have. In that folder it is available. By default, this egavga.bgi file available under Turbo C under installation folder. Instead of bin, BGI folder is there. In that folder this file is there. If I want to run the INIT graph function, this file should be available in the current directory. By default, every C program stored on TC bin location. Under bin location you are save the program. That is the reason this file should be copy and paste into bin location. This file to be copy and pasted into bin location. This file to be copy, paste into that bin. Now this function is prototype. This is defined. This function is defined under which other file? Graphics.h. Under graphics.h it will be open. Graphics.h. Now see what is the syntax of INIT graph. How to use the INIT graph? INIT graph. Initialization of graph. The first argument is address of driver. Second argument is address of the mode. Third argument is path to the file. Which file path? egavga.bgi file path. Suppose you see the example now. int integer, gdr, it's called as graphic driver, it's variable, any variable, that is our wish, it is not keyword. What is one more? gdr assign with detect keyword. What is meant by detect here? It's a macro. Detect is nothing but macro. In that macro, which will be detected? By default, what is your graphics driver? by default graphics driver automatically detected with the help of this keyword detect, comma GMD called as graphics mode of the graphics. Finally, what is my conclusion? Every INIT graph 3 parameters. First parameter is address of driver, which location the driver, graphics driver, address of the mode, what is the mode of that graphics, path to the file, which is the BGI path. INT GDR, it's a graphic driver variable, detect, it is a keyword as well as macro. What is the meaning of this? Using this detect macro, your graphics by default which driver available, that driver automatically detected. GMD variable called as graphics mode. Now see the example, INIT graph, ampersand GDR, address of graphic driver, ampersand graphics mode, automatically a path to the file. Suppose your BGI path available on TC means TC location, your BGI path available on BGI folder means BGI, or your BGI file available on bin means bin. What is the meaning of this path to the file? EGA VGA.BGA file, which location available, that path should be maintained. Using that path only you can recognize, otherwise you can't recognize the graphics. What is one more function you have? Detect graph function. Detect graph function. This function detect the graphic driver and modes, automatically detecting your driver and mode. It assign the value to the variables. How it is assigning of this? Detect graph, address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode. But here only graphics driver detected, graphics mode only detected. There is no path. Detect graph, address of graphics driver, address of graphics mode. Now you see what is one more function you have? Close graph. What is meant by close graph? Whenever my C monitor text mode to graphics mode I changed, I executed some graphics or some shapes. After execution of that shapes, again I want to convert to the text mode. What is the mean that? I want to close the graphics mode, again I want to come back to the text mode. At that time which function to be used? Close graph. This function close the graphic mode and again change to which mode? Text mode, character mode. It's a by default mode. How to close the graph? Close graph function. How to close the graph function now? Close graph. At that time your graphic mode again convert to the which mode? Text mode. You see that finally here I am discussing with 3 functions. Here I am discussing about 3 functions for graphics. The first function is INIT graph. If I want to work the graphics programs in C language, which is the first function to be operate? INIT graph. What is meant by INIT graph? Initialize of the graphics. For INIT graph, 3 arguments required: address of graphics driver, address of the graphics mode, path of your BGI file, BGI, EGA VGA.BGI file. Whenever you created with INIT graph, what is the meaning of that? Your C language text mode convert to the graphics mode. By default every C program executed with the text mode, but if I want to convert to the graphics mode, INIT graph function. Address of GDR, GDR called as graphics driver. After that, whenever I use the address of GDR, GDR equal to detect. What is meant by detect? It's a macro, it's a keyword and it's a macro. Under detect, your Turbo C editor, which graphic adapter available, I mean which driver available, by default it is selected. Detect is nothing but automatically detected your C program, which driver is there, graphics driver. Next, ampersand graphics mode, which type of mode used for graphics. Third argument is path of the file. Which path of the file? BGI file path. EGA VGI.BGI file path. The path should be recognized. By default, EGA VGA.BGI, this file by default available on which location? C:\turbo C TC folder. Within the TC BGI folder you have. In that BGI folder only it is installed. Suppose if I want to work that BGI file into my current program location, how to get that? Copy EGA VGA.BGI copy. By default your C programs are saved under which location? TC bin location. In that bin location you can paste the BGI file. Then only you can work the graphics. What is one more function you have? Detect graph. While working of graphics only, detect graph. What is meant by detect graph? Graphics driver automatically detected, graphics mode also automatically detected. Two arguments are required. Detect graph for two arguments. Ampersand graphics driver, ampersand graphics mode. Path of the file not required. Why? Because by default it is recognized at TC bin location, your EGA VGA.BGI file. Whenever you have EGA VGA.BGI file in that location, then only you can work off this detect graph. What is one more function you have? Close graph. What is meant by close graph function? Previously you are converted text mode to graphics mode. Your C answer screen will be text mode to graphics mode. Once I run some graphics, again I want to convert to the text mode. Again I want to convert graphics mode to text mode. How to convert graphics mode to text mode? Close graph function. Close graph function means again graphics editor convert to the text mode. These functions are opened under which header file? graphics.h. Under graphics.h only these function to be run. You see that which are some syntaxes and which are some functions. Under graphics.h you have some predefined functions. Which are the predefined function? What are the syntaxes? Based on the syntaxes only to run those functions, based on the syntax. You see that now what is the first function you have, check it. Which are the functions? INIT graph I discussed, detect graph I discussed, close graph. What is my first function? Set color. Set color. What is meant by set color function? By default if I run the screen, you see that actually my design program is blue color. If I compile it, if I run it, what is my background screen color? Black. Which is my text color? White. Text color is white, letter color. Screen background black. But I want to change the colors. This text color I want to change or background color I want to change. That is possible with the help of which function? Set color function. This function change the display color of the screen. I want to change the color of the screen with the help of set color. In VGA BGI, in VGA BGI, we can use 16 colors. You can use 16 colors. You have some list of 16 colors are there. The color can be mentioned as an integer. That means how to run the set color function now. Color value should be integer, code will be there. If I enter the 0, black color getting. If I enter the 1, white color getting. If I enter the 2, another color getting, like this. everything is you have integer as a parameter. Set a color of red. Color name also you can mention, uppercase letter. Either color name can be enter uppercase or color code can be mentioned. What is the meaning of that? If I use set color 4 also red color, if I use set color red also red color, but that is capital letter. Color name should be capital. What is the importance of set color function? This function to change the color. Which color? Text color. Color of the screen. Color of the screen can be changed. This is not text color, sorry. Color of the screen can be changed. One more function is there, text color function. At that time text color change, but this is screen color change. One more is set BK color, background of the screen. This function changes background color of the screen. Set BK color, color integer code, either color name or number. How many color code will be there? 0 to 15. If I want to work with colors 0 to 15, totally 16 colors. Under 0 to 15, 16 colors. 0 to 7 light colors you have. 8 to 15 dark colors you have. 0 to 7 light colors you have, 8 to 15 dark colors. Based on our request you can use. What is one more function you have? PUTPIXEL, put pixel. What is the meaning of this function now? This function highlights pixels, I mean points, picture elements. If I want to draw the painting, this is you have some list of pixels. Whenever you are working with painting, you have some pixels, pixel points. These are some pixel points. If I want to work with the put pixel function, highlights pixel at the given coordinates to the given color. What does that mean? That if I run this program, suppose you see that if I run this program now, one area to another area, I want to apply some color. X coordinate to Y coordinate, I want to apply some color, set the color. Put pixel can be used. The given color applied for coordinates. Put pixel is a function. What is my first argument? X coordinate. What is my second argument? Y coordinate, color. 3 arguments. Put pixel 3 arguments. What is my first argument? Left side x value. At your screen, graphical screen, from the left side consider 320 pixels. From the top consider y axis, from the top consider 240 pixels. 5 is nothing but color. Color can be applied. Finally, what is the advantage of put pixel function? Some specified coordinates to apply the color. How many coordinates? 2 coordinates. First coordinate is left side x axis, top side coordinate indicates top side coordinate y coordinate value, 5 indicates color name, 3 arguments. If I want to work with the line should be drawn. Under graphics only, this function displays a line between the given coordinates. What is my meaning of that? If I run the C program, any C program if I run, I am expecting one line, maybe straight line or maybe arc. I want to draw some lines to be drawn. That is possible with the graphics header file, line function you have. This function display the line between the coordinates. Now here, what is the syntax of that? Line x1, it is left side pixels, y1, it's a top side pixels, x2, it is right side pixels, y2, it's a bottom side pixels. It's a clockwise direction, left top right bottom, left top right bottom coordinates, like a line 200, left side x 200 pixels, top side 300 pixels, right side 240, then 370 is the bottom. Based on that you can draw the line. One more function you have, line to function, line to. Now this function displays the line to the given coordinates. Already some coordinate line will be displayed from the current coordinates. What is meant by line to function? Which line already created, that line to be extending of some coordinates. What is the syntax of line to? Two coordinates, extended coordinates, x2, y2. What is the difference of set line function? Line to. Line function means 4 coordinates, draw the line. 4 coordinates, left side x1, top side y1, right side x2, bottom side y2. What is meant by line to function? Which is already draw the line. You want to extend the line, existing line to be extended, just 2 coordinates. What is one more function you have? Circle. Now this function display the circle with the given coordinates and radius. Coordinates are 2 coordinates, x and y, and radius. Circle x, left side coordinates, y, top side coordinates, and radius, circle inner radius. One more function, graphics, ellipse function. Under graphics only ellipse, elliptical shape, ellipse. Ellipse x, y, after that starting angle, while working of ellipse starting angle to use, while working of ellipse ending angle to be used, x radius, y radius, totally 6 arguments, x, y, starting angle, ending angle, x radius, y radius. Totally how many arguments? 6. One more function you have, arc function is there, arc. Arc is nothing but like a arc type. You want to use for arc x, y, starting angle, ending angle, radius. This is 5 arguments, x coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, radius. Now this 320, 240, 45, 135, 200. What is the meaning of this first argument? X. What is the meaning of this second argument? Y. This is the starting angle, this is my ending angle, and radius. What is one more function you have? Rectangle. It's a square rectangle. Rectangle 4 coordinates. Left side x value how many coordinate, top side x y1 how many coordinates, right side x2 how many coordinates, bottom side x how many coordinates, y2, 4 arguments. One more function you have, set text style function. What is mean by set text style function? This function set the display text style. What is the mean that if I run the C program, the C program font size to be increased, or font direction to be changed, or font type. Font type means Arial, Times New Roman, Comic Sans, any type of that type, direction, horizontal or vertical, size, 3 arguments, text style. One more function, like you see under set text style only, fonts. Different type of fonts can be entered, Times New Roman, Arial block, Comic Sans. Direction can be mentioned, 2 directions. By default horizontal direction. Every set text style by default horizontal direction. You can work with vertical direction if I run the program. Size also you can mention, size of your font, how many points. Suppose set text style 3 indicates it's a some font type, 3 for Arial, font type Arial, 3 for 0 means direction, horizontal. 5 is nothing but size, how much size you require, that size. Out text xy function also that. What is meant by out text function? This function display given text at the given coordinates. You want to apply some text, the given coordinates only to apply the text. That is possible. Out text xy, x is nothing but x coordinate, y is nothing but y coordinate, but the text applied given coordinates. Outer text xy, x comma y comma text, any text, like outer text xy 200 x coordinate, 300 y coordinate, and here I used with some any name to be used. Here if I work with outer text xy, particular coordinates only to apply this text will be applied. Finally, these all function available under which header file, the above whatever functions I discussed, those functions available on which header file, graphics.h. In this header file only all built-in functions available. Library, which are these graphic functions available with the blue color editor, I mean Turbo C editor also you can get the help. While opening of Turbo C editor also you can get the help, F1 button, or you can use Control plus F1 button, help will be getting. If I use Control plus F1 help, I want to go for which help, graphics.h. If I want to work with the graphics program in C language, graphics.h. You can see the help about that library. Which are the functions you have? Arc, circle and ellipse. You have many functions. Flood, fill, and you can use with page down, and you have many functions like line to function, outer text function, many functions like whatever, set color function, set bk color function. Now these all are available. Now see, in this only init graph function available. What is meant by init graph? Initialization of graph. Address of graphics driver, address of graphics mode and path. Set text style, that is also there here. Set text style, outer text xy, put pixels, whatever functions I discussed, those all functions available. Set a line style, what type of lines? Dashed line, dotted line. How to verify this? Go to Control F1 button, help, under help graphics.h, graphics.h, it is one header file. In that only built-in functions available. Arc, circle. Suppose I want to see the coding of circle, how to create circle. I want to open the syntax, just you press enter, it is open the syntax also. Arc draws a circular arc, circle draws a circle, and you can fill the draw and fill the color also. You see the syntax of this, you see this is your direction you have for the circle. Now this is left side, the top one is top side. Now this is left, this is top, right and bottom. Clockwise, left, top, bottom, right. These degrees can be defined, radius also defined. Now this circle function can be working on DOS also, working on Unix also, working on another ANSI also. If I want to work with graphics programs in your machine, observe under Turbo C location, go to my computer, C drive, Turbo C folder. Within the Turbo C folder, which folder also should be there? BGI folder. Every day I am working bin folder, but here BGI folder. Under BGI folder, which file available? EGA_VGA.BGI. It is main advantage, EGA_VGA.BGI. Using this file only you can run the graphics. Actually this file available on which location? C drive, Turbo C++, disk, Turbo C3 location. But this file can be copied and this file can be pasted into which location? Turbo C++, disk, bin folder. Under bin folder can be placed. Why? Because if I want to work with any graphics, compulsory that BGA file available on this location. Under bin folder I want to work off these images. That is the reason BGA file required. Finally, what is the work of this graphics now? You see, when I want to work with C programming graphics, which is the header file to be opened, graphics.h. It is one of the special library defined by C language author. When I use the graphics.h, your C monitor command user interface convert to the graphics mode. By default, every C program I executed, every day I executed black and white editor. Screen color black, text color white. Execution of screen is black and white. But if I want to apply some colors, screen color background to change when I run this, text color to be changed, and I want to draw some shapes also, circle, rectangle, oval, arc, ellipse, line. That is possible with the help of graphics programs. That should be opened with the graphics.h header file. When I convert to the graphics mode, your graphics canvas should be converted to the pixels. With the pixels only you can draw the graphics. It is very useful to draw the shapes. Today I want to stop there. Now this is just a graphics function syntaxes I discussed. In the tomorrow session I can give the program examples for the graphics. Today just I giving graphic function syntaxes. Using this function syntaxes I can write some programs about for graphics. Tomorrow session I can continue. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to start with some graphical programs in C programming language, which are the graphical function programs. Now the last session I discussed with graphics introduction I give. Actually every C program, first it is started with a command user interface. Previously whatever all C programs, if I compile the program, if I run the program, execution time you are getting only command user interface. What is mean by command user interface? You can enter the alphabets, numbers and symbols. And your run screen editor also, background screen is black color, the text color is white color. Command user interface means it's a black and white editor. The background color is black and the text color is white. And command user interface, you can enter only alphabets, numbers and symbols. Suppose you want to convert command user interface into graphical user interface. Your C program editor you want to convert command user interface into graphical user interface with the help of graphics programs. What is the reason of graphics? Your C program editor converted command user to graphics editor. Whenever you create the graphics editor, graphical user interface, if I execute the C program, you are getting some auto shapes, drawings. If I want to get the ellipse, if I want to get the circle or rectangle or line, arc, polygon, different type of auto shapes can be created with the help of graphics. Now the graphics functions already predefined by C language author with the help of which header file graphics.h. C language author created some library, graphical functions execution purpose, one library created. The library called as graphics.h. Hash include graphics.h. Inside of graphics.h you have many built-in functions. Every graphics program which is the first function to be run, init graph. If I want to work with any graphics, first function to be run init graph. What is meant by init graph? Initialize the graph. Graphic mode to be converted. By default your editor is command user mode, but you want to convert to the graphics mode. Graphics mode means you want to draw the shapes based on the pixels. That means x axis, y axis, top side, left side, right side, bottom side. Around the shape you want to apply some pixels. That is possible with the help of graphical user interface. The first function is init graph. What is the syntax of init graph? Address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode, and path of BGI file. How to convert your character user mode to graphics mode? Display adapters are required. Your screen to be converted to the display adapters. Which are the display adapters are there? EGA, embedded graphical adapter, VGA, visualize graphical adapter, CGI, color graphical adapter. Like that you have many adapters. Whenever you install the C software, in that C programming software, along with installation, which folder is automatically getting? BGI folder getting. By default C drive, TC, bin location. Daily I executed C programs under TC location, bin location. But the graphics required a driver available on which location? TC folder, bin folder, sorry, instead of bin folder, BGI folder. In that BGI folder, which file is available? EGA VGA.bgi. EGA VGA.bgi. Whenever that file is available, then only you can run the graphics. The first function syntax, address of graphics driver, address of the graphics mode, path, I mean wherever BGA. What is one more function you have? Detect graph. What is meant by detect graph? That is also address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode. But that BGI file available on the same path. Wherever you compile the program, same location BGI file available. What is one more function you have? One more function you have, close graph. init graph indicates initialize the graph, graphics to be converted. Close graph means whatever graph already created, you want to close the graph. Again, the graphics mode convert to the which mode? Command user interface mode. init graph indicates CUI to GUI. Close graph indicates the graph will be closed. Graphical editor convert to the command user editor. You have some built-in functions are there. You see the syntaxes of that built-in function already I discussed. You see the syntaxes init graph, detect graph, close graph, set color function. What is meant by set color function? If I want to apply the color of the screen. If you want to apply the color of the screen, set color function. How many colors can be run? 16 colors. 0 to 15, 16 colors, totally 16 colors. And the color can be mentioned as integer data type. You can mention as integer code. Set a color of 4. 4 indicates red color. If I indicate 0, black color. If I indicate 1, white color. Like that color code. If you don't know the color code, instead of that color code, color name also enter. Instead of that color code, color name also enter, but the color name should be uppercase letters. Your applied color name should be uppercase. What is one more function you have? Set BK color, background screen color. By default, the background screen color is black. But if I want to apply the color of the background, you can go for this set BK color 15 yellow color code. One more function you have put pixel function, put pixel. What is mean by put pixel function? If I run the C program graphics mode, x coordinate to y coordinate, you want to apply the color. Some x coordinate to y coordinate to apply the color. Put pixel, x coordinate, comma y coordinate, color. What is one more function you have? Line function. What is mean by line function? To display the line between the given coordinates. To display the line between the coordinates x1, y1, x2, y2. When I mention the line 4 coordinates, you see that for the graphics mode actually you have that pixel points are there. You have the pixel points. In that location you have some pixel points. Suppose this is vertically indicates, and one more I have, this is horizontally indicates, and here you can mention with some pixel areas, like suppose I created 100, the next one is 200, and next one is 300, next one is 400, like this. You have some pixel points to be entered. 100, next one is 200, next one is 300, next one is 400, like this. Pixel points. Suppose this is actually pixel area. In that pixel area, if I want to draw the line, suppose here I want to draw the line. This is my line I want to draw. Whenever I want to draw the line in this graphical area, what to be mentioned now? X coordinate. Now this is called as left side. Left side indicates pixel value, x coordinate, and the top side indicate pixel value, y1 coordinates, and right side pixel value, and that is for x2 coordinate, bottom side pixel value, that is y2 coordinates. What does that mean? That here this is x1, now this is y1, now this is x2, this is y2. x1 for left side, y1 for top, and x2 for right, y2 for bottom. Around that you want to draw some line with the help of line function. Similarly, you have one more function, line 2. What is meant by line 2 function? Which function already display the line? You want to extend the coordinates, which is already line is there, you want to extend the coordinates. That is possible line 2 function. The current coordinates will be extended. What is the meaning of line 2 function? I have already one line draw, one line will be draw here, x1, y1, x2, y2, but I want to extend this coordinate, this line to be extend, x2 and y2 to be extend. What is one more function I have? One more function is there. It is called as circle. For the circle function display given center coordinates and radius. You want to mention the coordinates, x coordinate, y coordinate, and the radius. 3 arguments. This is 3 arguments. Ellipse function you have. It is also draw the elliptical shape, x, y, starting angle to be mentioned, ending angle to be mentioned, x radius should be mentioned, y radius should be mentioned. Totally how many arguments? 6 arguments. This is 6 arguments. One more you have arc function is there. Arc function. Arc means half circle. X coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, only one radius. Only one radius. 5 arguments. One more function I have, rectangle function. Rectangle. Now the square rectangle. Rectangle function x1, y1, x2, y2, 4 coordinates. Rectangle, it's a square rectangle, 4 coordinates. One more function I have, set text style. What is meant by set text style? When I run the C program, your output text font to be changed. Your output text font can be changed, and your output text direction can be changed, and your output text size also change. 3 arguments. Text style 3 arguments, font, direction and size. Horizontal underscore direction, vertical underscore direction, font size. 3 for some fonts, Arial, Times New Roman, Comic Sans, 0 for direction, 5 for size. Out text XY. What is meant by out text XY? I want to display the given text in the given coordinates. I want to display the given text within the given coordinates. It's out text Y. Out text Y x comma y coordinates text. Now these are the major functions available under graphics.h. Now I want to see one example program. Actually, how to get the help information? If I want to get the help information about graphics, under Turbo C editor, it's a IDE editor, blue color editor. In that editor only, you can work with Control F1. Control F1 indicates help about your commands, help about your functions, help about your keywords. I want to get the help about graphics, graphics.h. In that graphics.h header file, some list of functions like arc function, circle function, close graph, ellipse, get bk color, background color, bar, clear device, like that many functions. You can page down many functions. Suppose I want to see the circle syntax. Under graphics.h header file library, I have many functions, but I want to see the circle function syntax. You click off that circle. You want to draw the circle, arc draws a circle, circle draws a circle. You can mention the some here far pointer is there, that is not required actually. Arc, circle and a pie slice will be there, pie slice will be there. If I want to create with circular, which are the arguments? X, y coordinates and radius, x, y coordinates and radius. You see that this is left side degree value, this is top side degree value, this is right side degree value, this is bottom side. You want to affect this, you can go for this. This is circle function syntax. You can go for circle example. You see the circle example program also giving built-in code. Int G driver, graphics driver equal to detect. What is meant by detect? It's a macro, detection of driver, your graphics driver. Graphics mode, error code. If any error is there, error code will be displayed. Automatically path will be setting and you want to see the graphics, circle or anything. If any programmer to get the help, Control F1, in that Control F1 graphics.h, Control F1 graphics.h, within the graphics.h, you can see the list of functions, which function syntax you require, you select off that function, you press enter, you can see the description and syntax, how to draw the graphics. Now I want to take with one example. I want to explain one example program. Graphics only, I want to take one example program. You see that one example program? Very simple example. How to create the graphics, one simple example. Now I want to draw the line. My request is, what is my program? Example program on the line, to draw the line. Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, which header file to be work for graphics, graphics.h. If any function I want to run the graphics, graphics.h header file to be open. In that header file, you see that stdlib.h, that is optional, maybe or may not be as your request. Int main function, here I used the int main. Under main function, int g driver, it's a variable, integer variable. The g driver equal to detect, it is a predefined macro, automatically detected your graphics driver. Now this is variable detection of graphics driver, G mode. What is the syntax of INIT graph? Already I discussed. INIT graph, address of the graphics driver ampersand, address of the graphics driver ampersand graphics mode, address of the graphics mode, path. But here I am not mentioned any path. By default, this BGA file path, wherever it is there, C:/TC/ by default BGI location, that file is there, EGA VGI.BGA. But instead of that, that BGI file you can paste under bin location also you can place. Wherever your program is saved, in that location only that file is available. In that location, bin location to copy, EGA VGA.BGI file should be copied in that location. First I want to use with INIT graph. What is the usage of that? Your command user interface convert to the graphics mode. Once the graphic is initialized, line, I want to draw the line function, line to be drawn, 0, it's x1, I mean left side x pixel, and the top also x pixel, x1, y1, this is y1, and this is x2, I mean right side pixel. Now this is 400, y2, bottom pixel. 4 coordinates. Get ch to get the output screen. I want to close the graph. Whenever my graph is completely displayed on the monitor, again I want to close the graph. Come back to the command user. Return 0 because int main. Return 0, successfully returned. Now I want to save this program, then I want to run the program. You see the program, now I want to run this. Under Turbo C editor only I want to run gra1.c, graphics.c, where it is there, you verify that. Under Turbo C3 location, under bin location, my graphics program I want to use here, which is the name I have, that the same name I want to save. Here I used with see that what is the name I giving, some name I want to change here, file save as. Where I want to save this? Under C drive. Under C drive I want to save. Under C drive, now Turbo C++ folder, disk folder I have, Turbo C3 bin location. I want to save this. What is my program name? graph1.c. Now I want to use with graph1.c. graph1.c. I want to compile this. Under Turbo IDE editor, I want to run this graph1.c. This is my program. Now, when I run this program, you are getting the screen converted to the graphics mode. You are getting the one line is coming. You see the line. When I run this program, you are getting line. Now, for the x coordinate, left side 0 I giving, and the top also 0 I giving. Right side coordinate 300 I giving, and bottom coordinate also I giving something 200 or something. Based on that, it will be draw the line. Now that means what? If I run the program, your command user editor convert to the graphics mode, again that is closer to the command user. In this program, which functions I used? INIT graph, initialize graph, line function also there, and a close graph also there. 3 function available on which header file? graphics.h. In that header I used. Now I want to discuss with one more program how to draw another graphical shape. Just now I discussed how to draw the lines. Now I want to discuss with one more graphics program. Now you see which is my another graphics program. I want to draw another shape. Now you see which I want to graph I want to create. Now check it this. I want to print the rectangle shape. Now I want to print the rectangle shape to be print. What is my program to print the rectangle under graphics? Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Every graphics which is the library to open, graphics.h. Under graphics.h you have many function, INIT graph, close graph, rectangle, line, stdlib.h, standard library int main. Now int g driver, graphics driver, equal to detect. Now this detect indicates macro, it is automatically detecting your machine graphics driver. Which driver is installed in your Turbo C, the driver will be detected. Automatically detected graphics mode. Now I want to give with the INIT graph, initialize graph, address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode. Address of the graphics driver is detection of graphics mode, graphics driver. Address of the graphics mode, path of your BGA. Wherever program is saved, same location BGA. Now see, I want to give with the left, right, top, bottom. These are my pixels. What is my pixel I want to use? Left, get max x, divided by 2 minus 50. And get maximum size, x coordinate maximum size divided by 2 minus 50, half. Again get max y coordinate divided by 2, I mean half pixel screen minus 50. Right also same, get max of x, right side, plus 50 it is adding. Here bottom get max of y coordinate plus 50. How to draw the rectangle here? Rectangle function, left, top, right, bottom. These are actually left, first left, then top. You see the previous diagram, every graph drawing the same way. This is left, here left. Now this is top, and this is right, this is bottom. Left, top, right, and bottom. 4 coordinates will be required, left, right, top, bottom. Here I given the rectangle 200 is left pixels, and top is 50 pixel, right is 160 pixel, bottom is 230. Any coordinate points, any coordinates. Get ch to end of the program and close graph. What is meant by close graph? It is convert to the command user interface. Finally, in this program, just I used which function? INIT graph, initialization graph. It is commonly. What is one more function I used? Rectangle function. This is for 4 coordinates, left pixels, top pixels, right side pixels, and bottom pixels. Finally close the graph. Now see, I want to save this program. Save as, under which location? C drive, Turbo C disk, Turbo C3, under bin location. What is my program name I want to change? graph2.c or graphic2.c. My program name is graphic2.c. When I compile and run this program under IDE, graphic2.c, I want to print the rectangle graphic2.c. See that when I compile it, when I run it, it's a rectangle shape is coming. If I run the program, rectangle shape is getting, this is rectangle. Now this rectangle left side, first left side pixel is 100 I giving, and a top pixel I giving, a right side pixel I giving, and bottom 4 pixels. Left side pixel 200 I giving, top side 50 pixel, right side 160, and bottom side 230. You can change the coordinates and you can verify also. Suppose if I go for here, here I used 300 I used, here 300 I used, here 200 I used. You can change the coordinates also. Here 260 I used, and here 330 I used. If I save and I compile and I run this, based on your pixels only it is coming the drawings. That is called as, which function I used here? Rectangle. In this program, how to work the rectangle for the graphics, that I discussed. Now I want to create with one more example program. For the graphics only, one more example program I have. Previously I discussed a line and one more is rectangle. Now I want to work with a 3D bar. In this program I want to explain the 3D bar, 3-dimensional bar. How to work with the 3-dimensional bar. Hash include graphics.h, here also graphics header file, stdio.h, conio.h, stdlib.h, standard library. After that, int g driver, graphics driver equal to detect. Every graphics program detect is a macro. Automatically system detect the graphics driver location, g mode graphics mode. Here I declared with the mid x value, mid y value and I. What is one more function? init graph, address of graphics driver, it is common syntax, address of the graphics mode and empty path. I mean this is wherever your program saved and compiled same location you are working with this graphics, same location, BGI file available, this location BGI file. Mid x value, get max of x value divided by 2, I mean total x coordinate value divided by 2, half. Mid y, get max of y divided by 2. Now I want to use with for I for index, I equal to empty underscore fill. What is mean by empty underscore fill? It's one of the macro, it's a predefined fill empty. I less than user underscore fill, based on our user fill, I plus plus. How to fill off that? You have one function is there, set a fill style. I want to fill the color, fill the style. How to fill the style? Which style? I initially empty fill, after that I value increments. How it is increment? 0, 1 like this. Get a max color will be displayed. Now here I want to go for bar 3D, 3 dimension bar syntax. Mid x minus 50, actually whatever mid x is there minus 50, mid y minus 50 and half value, mid x plus 50, mid y plus 50, 10 comma 1, it's a starting x radius, y radius. This is for starting angle, ending angle, again for that radius. Now this is for x radius, y radius, totally 6 arguments, 3D bar. Finally get ch function, close the graph, my graph should be closed, return 0, it's successfully return the value. You check that, save. Which location I want to save this graphic program? Under C drive, Turbo C++ editor, disk folder I have, Turbo C3 bin location I want to save. What is my program name? graphic3.c, graphic3.c. I want to draw the bar I want to draw here, it's a bar shape, 3D bar, 3 dimension bar with filling, graphic3.c. 3D bar I want to place here, 3D bar. Now here I is a small letter, 3D bar I want to place. When I compile and when I run this, you have 3D bar. You see that it's a 3-dimensional bar. X, Y and Z axis you have, it's a 3-dimensional bar. This set max x, set max y and radius, x radius, y radius. Based on that you can get the, you see that if I press enter button, fill the color. If I fill a style, styles will be changes, different fill styles will be changes. Based on our entered point, the different type of styles will be changes. That is called as here empty underscore fill is started, after that user underscore fill, both are the macros. If I want to verify this, what is the syntax of that? Go to the, here when I want to use of that, you want to see the different patterns. If I want to open with the control F1, you see that which I want to verify, empty fill, it's a keyword. Go to the index, here you go for empty underscore fill, you have empty underscore fill. Now I want to go here, F1 button, graphics.h, first I want to go for control F1, graphics.h. Now here graphics.h only you want to enter, graphics.h, you see that 1 minute, graphics.h. Within the graphics.h only you have different styles. Fill patterns, get fill pattern is there, fill ellipse will be there. Here different type of fill patterns. You want to adjust of the different type of fills, you can use. Empty underscore fill is there. You see that get fill patterns. If I enter these, you have get fill patterns are there. User defined patterns, our entered patterns, many patterns. Set fill patterns, different type of patterns you have. Based on our request, you want to get off that patterns. Max color also you can apply, get max color, color also you can fill. Now you see, now I want to go for one more graphics program. You see that one more graphics program I want to discuss. I discussed already rectangle, line and 3D bar. Now I want to make one more graphic program I want to discuss. I want to print the arc shape. Arc shape I want to print. It's a half circle. Generally what is meant by arc shape, you want to make it as half circle, like this is arc shape you want to print. Either top or bottom you want to print that arc shape to be print. How to print off that value here, arc shape to be print. How it is working of that arc. Graphics.h, stdio.h, conio.h, std library.h. Now here there is no void main, int main return type. G driver is a variable, detect. Detect is a macro, automatically detect your graphics driver. Mid x point, mid y, it's a integer. Starting angle value 45 directly giving, ending angle value 135 directly giving, radius value 100. Actually arc means 5 arguments required. Starting angle, ending angle, radius. INIT graph, address of graphics driver, address of the graphics mod, and it's a BGI file path. Your program is saved which location? Same location BGI file available, EGA_VGI.BGI. Mid x equal to get maximum x divided by 2. Similarly, mid y equal to get maximum y divided by 2. I want to set the color function to be used. What is the reason of color function? To apply the color, screen color to be applied, get max color, which is the maximum color that I want to run. Arc, mid x, mid x, mid y. Mid x is get max x divided by 2 mid y. Starting angle 45, ending angle 135, 100 I have. After that radius, totally 5 arguments. Mid x value, mid y value, x coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, radius. Finally, get ch to end of the graph. To end of the monitor now, close graph. Close graph means your graph will be released. It is convert to the command user interface. Return 0, successfully return. If I want to save this program, if I run this program now, check it. If I run this program, arc shape will be getting. Where I want to save? C drive, turbo C++ editor, disk turbo C3. Under bin location, I want to save the program. Graphic, here I want to use graphic4.c. I want to save the program graphic4.c. If I run this program now, arc shape will be getting. You want to get the arc. Arc is nothing but half circle, 5 coordinates required. Every arc of 5 coordinates. That is also arc is a predefined function. You see that when I compile, when I run this, you are getting arc shape. This is arc shape you are getting. Based on your points only, graphical points only, you are getting the arc. Now see, if suppose you see the function here, arc, mid x, mid y, starting angle, ending angle and radius. 5 coordinates are there. Here actually 5 coordinates. Instead of these, directly I can use direct values. Actually here I giving the variables. With variables only I define. Without variable also I can define that. Directly I can define the value. How to work off that directly? Arc. Here I used with the arc mid x value. Here I used a mid x value 200, mid y value 250 and starting angle value 60, ending angle value 150 and radius value 100. 5 coordinates, directly you can mention the 5 coordinates: x coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle and radius. If I compile it, here G driver, oh sorry, here I want to work off this I want to run, here INIT graph should be run. INIT graph is not as a comment line, that should be run because I want to work with INIT graph. The remaining things I can make comment, directly I can enter the values. INIT graph should be there, initialize the graph. Now I want to end off this. You see that when I work off this now, when I compile and run this, you are getting arc. Previous arc is different coordinate position, this arc is different coordinate position. Based on our pixel points only you can define the arc will be defined. Arc function 5 coordinates require, 5 coordinates. Now see that which are the different type of the auto shapes I created here. Arc I created, and previous program I discussed 3D bar, 3-dimensional bar. Now for the 3D bar, how many arguments require? 6 arguments, bar 3D, 6 arguments. One is for x1 coordinate, y1 coordinate, starting angle, ending value, ending angle, starting x radius, y radius. Now this is for x point, x coordinate, this is y coordinate, this is starting angle value, this is ending angle value. Now this is for x coordinate point, this is x radius, this is y radius. 6 arguments required. If I go for another function, I have check it. I want to print the rectangle. Rectangle means which is the rectangle function you have. Now for the rectangle function 4 arguments I have. Which are the 4 arguments I have? Left side, left x coordinate value x1, this is y1, and this is right side x2, this is y2. It's a rectangle shape coordinates. What is one more I discussed? Line. If I want to draw the line x1, y1, this is left, this is top, this is right, this is bottom, 4 coordinate for draw the line. If I want to go for a normal graph, generally graph means you can go for INIT graph function should be there, address of driver, address of mode, and every graph after execution of graph, close the graph. That means release the graph and it is converted to command user interface. Finally, what is my conclusion? Here I used different type of graphical programs. See that in this graphics header file, different type of graphical function how to use, that I discussed. But every graphical programs which is the header file to be used, graphics.h, author defined library. You have many different type of functions are there, but every graphics program to run, compulsory graphics driver should be installed. Automatically under TC BGI folder you have the driver, graphical adapter you have, EGA VGA.BGI adapter is there. Then only your screen will be converted to the which mode? Graphics mode. Every graphics program compulsory 3 function you have: INIT graph, initialization of graph, and one more is close graph, one more is detect, it's a macro detection of graph. I discussed a many list of graphical function, arc and line, how to draw the bar, how to draw the 3D bar, how to draw the rectangle shape, how to draw the circle, how to draw the one more is you have that curve also there, arc also there. Okay, and the next session I can continue some more graphical programs. Today I want to stop that. In the next session I can continue some more graphical function. Thank you for this video.
good afternoon everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example: Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question: Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him? So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay. So there is basically a particular place. So that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun. THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically I'm talking about 3 people here, Harsha, Subhash and me, that is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these 2 gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this, me, Harsha and Subhash went for shopping. Now here again, if I remove these 2 gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even 1 or 2, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay? So here, neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay. So the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat, but what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term. Subject verb agreement. Now what do we mean by subject verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay. The second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now, when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now, how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add s. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example, plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the s at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the s at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add s. If it's plural verb, drop the s. So in case if your subject is singular, use s at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the s at the end of the verb. Okay. Let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an s at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form, it's just one. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright, so let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13, they have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14. I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now, to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now, let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay? This is a preposition in terms of time. If I am using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay? I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay? So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now? Or will it happen in the future? Okay? So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer what is the correct answer for question number 1. Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now, have you ever basically means it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So, our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So, option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So, all of the above are correct. So, we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions in certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. I hope you had a great festival back home. So we are talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program, the Employability Skills Center program. Now this program is getting beamed across the state of Andhra Pradesh. You can either watch it on the satellite television, Mana TV, as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. You can watch it live on YouTube. And in case if you have missed, you can look it up in the playlist of Mana TV and you can watch the program and pose your questions. Now, this program, as a part of the initiative of AP State Skill Development Corporation, is meant to bridge the gap between what the students have in terms of the skills and competencies and what the industry is looking for. And one very essential and critical aspect of that is communication skills. So I had been speaking about communication, where I spoke about the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I am on the first pillar, which is pronunciation. Today we'll talk about the last segment of pronunciation, and then we'll move on to grammar. As the first segment of pronunciation, we learnt the sounds. We learned how there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds, how they are different from vowels and consonants. We have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sounds. Now the importance of this vowel sound I had been talking about in detail, the importance of consonant sound, vowel sound, everything in detail. The last session we did some practice around words, how to break it into syllables, how to break it into consonant and vowel sounds, and today we'll look it up in detail when it comes to syllable, and we'll also learn something new, which is syllable stress. So syllable is a beat of a sound, like I explained in the last segment, a unit of pronunciation carrying one vowel sound with or without surrounding consonants, forming the whole or part of word. So what I mean to say is, when it says pronunciation carrying one vowel sound, which means every vowel sound will constitute a particular syllable. So number of vowel sound is equivalent to number of syllable. Please do not confuse that with vowels itself. It's vowel sound. Let me show you an example, and that will help you understand. Let me expand this a little bit so that you can see it clearly. All right. Take for example, I have a word which is country. Okay. All right. Now, how many consonants do I have? I am only talking about consonants and not consonant sounds. So I have C, N, T, R, Y. So C, N, T, R, Y, these are consonants, and vowels I have O and U. Now let's look at how many consonant sounds we have. So we have K, N, T, R. Country. We have just 4 consonant sounds. And how many vowel sounds you have? We have K, then we have E, country. So number of vowel sound will define number of syllable. So how do I break it into syllable? If I have to break this word, country. Okay. Now I may have a word where there are multiple or say more number of vowels but less number of vowel sounds. Let's quickly look at one such example. Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example, Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question, Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him. So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay. So there is basically a particular place. So that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. and they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun, THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now, there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically, I'm talking about three people here: Harsha, Subhash, and me. That is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash, and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these two gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this: me, Harsha, and Subhash went for shopping. Now, here again, if I remove these two gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now, whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even one or two, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash, and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay? So here, neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies, or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay. So the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat. But what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun. for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now, if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term. Subject verb agreement. Now, what do we mean by subject verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now, when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now, how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add S. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example: plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the S at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the S at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add S. If it's plural verb, drop the S. So in case if your subject is singular, use S at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the S at the end of the verb. Okay. Let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an S at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form, it just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin, no, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning, no, that's not the right form. We are going to begin, that is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet, we meet, we are going to meet, we are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright, so let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13, they have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14, I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay, this is a preposition in terms of time. If I am using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay, I will use since. When the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay? So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now? Or will it happen in the future? Okay? So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer. What is the correct answer for question number 1? Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense. So I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3. Some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now have you ever basically means It's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So, our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So, option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So, all of the above are correct. So, we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions and certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the communication skill aspect for ESC. So today I'm going to talk about the last two pillars, which is vocabulary and fluency. So what do we mean by vocabulary? So we all have challenges when it comes to using the right word. When we are speaking in English, like I said, we are thinking in a vernacular language, translating that to English directly. But sometimes we fail to understand what words to be used precisely to meet a particular context. Say for example, if I write a particular sentence, I'm going to demonstrate the issue that we face in terms of vocabulary. So there are two sentences I'm going to write. Just a moment. Okay. The medicine, let me add has here. The medicine has expired and hence it cannot be given to a patient, right? Now, the word that I'm going to talk about here is expired. We end up using this word in some other context as well. For example, if I say, the college management has declared a holiday as a founding member has expired. Now this is just an example. Now in India, we use this word expired even when somebody passes away or somebody dies. So ideally, what should be used here is has passed away. So instead of using expired here, in this context, the word expired doesn't make sense because expired is used for medicines or anything that is perishable in nature. Okay. Now, if I have another word which is very, very frequently used, it is compulsory to fill the form for the registration, or say "75% attendance is compulsory to attend the exam. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration." Now, what is happening here is I'm using the same word in both the sentences. I can have few more examples. For example, it's a statement. "Please wait, the doctor will compulsorily come by 5 p.m. So I'm using the same word in 3 different contexts. Now, as per the rule of vocabulary, I need to look at the context as well. So here, the correct word is mandatory. 75% attendance is mandatory to attend the exam. "Please wait, the doctor will surely come by 5 p.m. Or let me try another sentence. "I will definitely pay the loan." So here I'm using the word definitely. Okay. So I have compulsory, mandatory, surely, definitely. Instead of using these 3 words, we end up using the word compulsory again and again. So that's exactly what vocabulary is all about. A set of words within a language that are familiar to the person, the word bank, synonyms and antonyms that you are aware of. So the problems that we face is lack of word bank. For example, in this particular situation, I had 3 other words, but instead of using that, I keep on using the word compulsory. So that is because there is a lack of word bank, lack of synonyms or substitute words, not knowing what is the context I am using it for, lack of reading and writing practice, comprehension of common words. Now, this comprehension of common words is a very, very big factor why we lack vocabulary, why we do not understand what words to be used when we are speaking. We hear words, but we do not understand the meaning of it. Or we hear we see something, but we don't know what is the word for it. Say, for example, the word oracle, O-R-A-C-L-E. You ask anyone, what do you mean by oracle? They will say it's the name of a company. But it also has a meaning. Oracle means prediction, prophecy, the word from the sky, Akashvani that we say in our language. So that is oracle. The word like cognizant. Cognizant, again, you ask someone, what do you mean by cognizant? They will say it's a name of a IT company. But it also has a meaning. Cognizant means being aware of something, having the knowledge of something. So that is what the word cognizant means. So we hear a lot of words, but we don't understand the meaning, we don't understand the application of it, or we see things, but we don't know what is the English term for it. So when you read a lot, when you write a lot, you will build on your skills, your competencies, or your ability to build on your vocabulary as well. So the best way to build vocabulary is to keep on practicing, keep on reading a lot. Please always refer to the dictionary, because the dictionary will also give you the meaning of the word in context of a sentence, and it also give you synonyms. Okay, so the tips to build vocabulary is to read regularly, to listen. When you listen to good speakers, that also helps. Make use of a dictionary or thesaurus. Thesaurus basically is a book that gives you the synonyms and antonyms as well. substitute words and opposite words. Learn a word every day in order to understand what it means, that is comprehension, the context, in what context it can be used, and the usage, and get into the practice of writing. So let's quickly look at some examples to practice. Here we need to fill the blank with one of the word that is given in the option. Hardness is a dash of steel, a property, a substance, a material, a structure. So you need to look at the context of this sentence and pick the right option. Hardness is a property of steel means a nature of steel. So that's why A, property, is the correct answer. Now, property word is also used in terms of assets. I spent 50 lakhs to buy a property. So again, this is what vocabulary is all about, where you understand the context of the word. For example, if I'm talking about a particular training program and I have designed certain content, so that's my intellectual property. Here again, it becomes like an asset. Foods such as, now I'm looking at number 2, foods such as bread and rice dash energy for the body. It controls energy for the body? No. Lose energy for the body? No. Prevent energy for the body? No. Provide. It provides energy for the body. Now the word provide here again can be used in a different context. Look at this example. I'm going to use the word provide as well as provided in two different possibilities or two different contexts. Please provide your contact details so that I can register you. Means please give me your contact details so that I can register you. Now, I can use the word provide or provided in another context. I can come for the meeting provided there is a formal invitation. Now here, the word provided means if there is a formal invitation. Number 3, the tissues, organs and systems of a body dash the living organism. Now a living organism has tissues, organs and systems. So system of a body of a living organism has tissues and organs. That is what it means. The tissues, organs and system of a body consist of a living organism. If you use the word consist of, that means every tissue has living organism in it, but that is not what it means. It means every living organism has tissues and organs in it. So the correct answer is A. So the tissues, organs and system of a body consist of the living organism, constitute living organism, contain living organism, include. So the tissues, organs and system of a body. B, option B. So I try to trick you there. Constitute a living organism means the tissues, organs and system of a body makes a living organism. It constitute living organism. Now the reason I did not use constitutes, I use constitute because we are also looking at subject verb agreement. My subject here is plural, which means I will drop the S at the end of this verb. Number 4, the door was so dash that the X-ray machine would not go through it. The door was so thin, so close, so minor, so narrow. Now what word can I use here? Thin, close, minor, narrow. I should use the word narrow because thin is not applicable. Narrow is in terms of width, right? So the door was so narrow that the X-ray machine would not go through it. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he dashed it carefully. He recognized it, he examined it, he saw it, He sighted it. Now this is fairly easy, just think and answer. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he examined it carefully. So option B. The upper part of the leg is called jaw, scalp, thigh, ankle. Now jaw is not an answer because it's on the face, scalp is on the head, we are talking about the leg. So the upper part is ankle? No, ankle is the lower part. Upper part is the thigh. The upper part of the leg is called the thigh. Number 7. For good health, everyone needs dash exercise. Almost exercise, inadequate exercise, excessive exercise, sufficient exercise. For good health, everyone needs sufficient. Option D, sufficient exercise. In the alphabet, the letter B dash the letter A. Letter B follows letter A, ascends, precedes, comes. In the alphabet system, the letter B precedes letter A or follows. It should be follows because it's after. Precede means before, pre. So precedes is before, follows is after. Number 9, the river has been seriously contaminated. What you need to do here, you need to replace the underlined word with one of the options. The river has been seriously contaminated, dried up, diverted, polluted, obstructed. What do we mean by contamination? Contamination means pollution. So the river has been seriously contaminated. That means it's been polluted. Number 10, oil dash friction between moving parts so that they can move more easily. Oil dash friction between moving parts so they can move more easily. It permits friction, reduces friction, releases friction, and protects friction. What do you think is the correct answer here? The correct answer is it reduces friction. 10B. What do the experts forecast? What do we mean by forecast? To deny, to declare, to prefer, to predict. It's option D, predict. Forecasting means prediction. The markings on the thermometer make a scale, make extremes, a reading, a grid. So thermometer has markings, right? What do you do with it? You read. It makes a reading. So 12C. Some questions on synonyms and antonyms for you. Synonym of brief. Synonym means similar word. Synonym of brief. Limited, small, little, short. Now little and small is in terms of size. Here it's brief. That means option D is the answer. 13D, synonym of brief is short. Synonym of embezzle. Embezzle means to take money from something and put it somewhere else illegally. So option A is the correct answer. Synonym of embezzle is misappropriate. We keep reading, right? Misappropriation of fund, embezzlements of fund by politicians, by CEOs, CFOs. So embezzle means misappropriation or using the money illegally for some other purpose. Synonym of August. Now August is a month, but it also has a meaning. So synonym of August is common, ridiculous, dignified, petty. We use this sentence, right? You are invited for the August occasion of my birthday. wedding anniversary. So C is the correct answer. Synonym of august is dignified. Synonym of alert. Alert means being energetic, being observant, being intelligent, being watchful. Alert means being watchful. Observe means you are just observing but not taking any action. Watchful means you watch and then take an action. That's alert. Synonym of reckless. This is very easy. Reckless means rash, courageous, bold, daring. Rash driving, reckless driving. So A is the correct answer. Synonym of consequences. Consequences is something that always comes after the action. So that's results. Conclusion, application, difficulties are wrong. Synonym of consequences is results. Synonym of tolerant. Tolerant means like-minded, open-minded, closed-minded, arrogant. The correct answer here is open-minded. Tolerant means you accept anything which is other than what your belief system is. Synonym of abundant. Now I need to show you something. There is a word which is abundant, and there is a word which is abundant. Just a moment, I need to change the spelling, okay? Now, both have different meaning, but people use these two words interchangeably and they make a mistake. Abundant means excess. So synonym of abundant is ripe, cheap, plenty, absent. So C is the correct answer, plenty or excess. Okay? Abundant means to leave without providing any help. For example, I'm just going to give you examples here. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers, which means excess or more than what is required, plenty. Now abundant, let me give you example for that. So abundant means excess or plenty. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. Abandoned means to leave without providing any help. The police team abandoned the people who were stuck in the floods. Okay? Now here you will see a sentence and you need to pick one word substitute. Okay? It will also help you understanding the meaning of the words. A person of good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power. You call that person an expert, intellectual, snob, literate. Now literate means somebody who can read and write. Snob means somebody who is arrogant. Expert means who's proficient in one or two specific areas. But here the question is, a person with good understanding knowledge and reasoning power who can take the right decision. So the correct answer is B, intellectual. List of business or subjects to be considered at a meeting. So before a meeting, we always list down what needs to be discussed. What do we call it? Schedule, timetable. Now schedule and timetable are pretty much the same. Plan, agenda. Now plan is much more broader aspect. Agenda is the correct answer. Agenda is basically the list of items that needs to be discussed. Leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. So you are in a building, suddenly there is an earthquake, what do? You evade, you evacuate, you avoid, you exterminate. So evacuate is the correct answer. Option B, leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. Magician, rogue, liar, imposter. The correct answer here is imposter. Imposter is a person who pretends to be somebody he is not. One who possesses many talents. Somebody who is multi-talented. What do you call that person? Versatile, nubile, exceptional, gifted. You call that person versatile, who is good in more than one area. So A is the correct answer, 5A, versatile. 6. A person interested in collecting, studying and selling old things. Antiquarian, junk dealer, crank, archaeologist. Now archaeologist is a person who studies civilization by digging up, right? Monuments. So here we are talking about something which is collected and also sold and bought. So antiquarian, somebody who deals with antique stuff. Antiquarian is the correct answer. A drawing on transparent paper, a blueprint, red print, negative, transparency. Correct answer is blueprint. A small shop that sells fashionable clothes and cosmetics. A store, a stall, a boutique, a booth. Now stall and booth are temporary, but here it says a small shop, but it deals with only fashionable clothes and cosmetics. So it's called a boutique. C. An object which is used to calculate distance. Speedometer, barometer, odometer, thermometer. Now thermometer is used to measure temperature, right? Speedometer is to calculate speed. Barometer to calculate pressure. Odometer, now you have seen odometer on all the modern bikes, cars. There is a meter which you can keep changing. So which keeps changing. There is something which you can reset, that's called a trip meter, to measure the distance between for a specific trip. Odometer is the numbers which keeps scrolling, right? So that's odometer. A disease of mind causing an uncontrollable desire to steal. There are some people who have this problem. Even though they are rich, they keep stealing from stores and houses. That's called schizophrenia, claustrophobia, kleptomania, megalomania. Megalomania means somebody who thinks he is the greatest. Claustrophobia, who has the fear of being trapped in a small enclosure, small space. Schizophrenia means somebody who has split personality disorder. So correct answer is kleptomania. Now again, there are some more synonyms for you. Hesitated means stopped, paused, slowed, postponed. Now when you hesitate, you're doing something, you hesitate but you still do it, right? Hesitate means you pause for a while. So pause is the correct answer. Neutral. Neutral means unbiased, non-aligned, undecided, indifferent. The correct answer is A. Neutral means unbiased. Feeble. Feeble means weak, vain, arrogant, sick. Feeble means weak. Now, don't make a mistake between W-E-A-K and W-E-E-K. Both are pronounced the same way. A week is basically 7 days. W-E-A-K means something which is not strong. Okay, so feeble means weak. Restraint, hindrance, repression, obstacle, restriction. Please restrain the protesters from coming inside the meeting room. That means to restrict. 14D. Antonym. Antonym means opposite word. Toil. Toil means working hard, kind of a coil, being lazy, being unwell. Toil itself means working hard. That means the opposite is being lazy. C. Submissive. Aggressive, passive, assertive, obstructive. Submissive means somebody who accepts everything anybody else says. Aggressive means somebody who always opposes. So, A is the correct answer. Opposite of submissive is aggressive. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word shallow. Here again, we are looking at synonyms. Shallow means artificial, foolish, superficial. We usually say that, right? This person has a shallow personality. That means he is not showing what he is in real. So, superficial is the correct answer. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word diversion or diversion. So, diversion, distortion, deviation, obstruction or obstructive. Diversion means deviation. Now, let's look at antonyms. Choose the word which best expresses, this is not looking opposite. Let's look at the opposite antonyms here. Choose a word which is exactly opposite of the word crowded. Deserted, empty, quiet. Now, quiet, there are two ways to spell it. Quiet means little or some. Quiet means silence. Q-U-I-E-T is pronounced as quiet. Quiet means Q-U-I-T-E. So, choose the word which exactly opposite of the word crowded means deserted. Deserted means there is nobody there. Now, desert is different, deserted is different. Alright. Choose the word which is exactly opposite of the word flimsy. Flimsy means something which is not meaningful. So, meaningful is the right word here. Opposite of confess, deny, refuse, contest. Confession, what do we mean by confession? When we accept our mistake. So, we deny, refuse. Refuse is different, deny is different. Okay. So, deny is the correct answer. So, that's about the vocabulary aspect. Now, as far as the fluency is concerned, it's basically ability to bring together the pronunciation, grammar and vocabulary and speaking accurately and speaking well. The reason you lose confidence or lose the fluency, it's because you do not practice much. So, when you're speaking to people around, speak as much as possible, read and write as much as possible. By the time you are in the final year, by the time you start going for interviews, you will be absolutely perfect with your ability to speak, ability to read and write. The best way to learn is to practice, to speak to people, to keep reading and writing every day. Try to hear something every day, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes on YouTube channel. Try to listen to different kind of speech, watch some interesting programs in English. If any word you come across which you do not know the meaning of, try looking it up in the dictionary and start using those words. That's the best way you can learn these words. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Feel free to post your comment on the comment section on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you with the answer. Have a great day. I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Hello students, today I am going to tell you about the topic titration curves of amino acids. I myself is Dr. S. Priyanka, Assistant Professor in Biotechnology, Government College for Women, Guntur. So today my topic includes several subtopics like what are amino acids, classification of amino acids, titration of amino acid, the relationship of pH, pKa and pI of amino acids, and titration curves of different amino acids. So first topic is amino acids. What are amino acids? Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. So we can see here the amino acid, this is the amino acid structure, and these are the building blocks of proteins. What are proteins? They are the main cellular structural and functional components of the cell. So there are about 20 different amino acids present in the nature. The amino acids are attached to alpha carbon. The amino acid contain alpha carbon which is attached to the carboxyl group at one end and amino group at other end, and the R side chain group means another organic carbon which is present on the same alpha carbon. This is the structure of amino acids. This is the basic structure of amino acids. The difference in the amino acids are mainly due to the side chain which we can see here. Next subtopic is classification of amino acids. Based on the pH and functional groups, there are three different types of amino acids. Monocarboxylic acids, the general formula is NH2 CH2 whole to the power of N and COOH. Second is monoamino dicarboxylic acids, and this is the general formula of that particular acidic amino acids. The third category is diamino monocarboxylic acids which are basic in nature, and this is the general formula of those amino acids. So coming to the monoamino monocarboxylic amino acids, there are about 13 amino acids present which are represented here: glycine, alanine, valine, leucine, isoleucine, methionine, phenylalanine, proline, tryptophan, serine, threonine, asparagine and glutamine. So when we see this amino acid structure, they will have carboxyl group at one end and amino group at another end which is attached to the alpha carbon. So they will have only one amino group and one carboxylic acid group. So they are categorized under this monoamino and monocarboxylic acids. Next comes the monoamino dicarboxylic acids. Under this, the examples are glutamic acid, aspartic acid, tyrosine, cysteine. They have two carboxylic acids, so they are called as monoamino dicarboxylic acids, and they have acidic nature because of carboxyl groups. Next comes the third category of amino acids, which is called as diamino monocarboxylic acids. Example: lysine, arginine, histidine. These have extra amino group. So, 2 amino groups are present. So, they are called as diamino monocarboxylic acids. Next, third subtopic is titration of amino acid. Usually, we will do the titration using burette and the conical flask. The conical flask contain amino acids, and the titration will be made with HCl in order to know the concentration of amino group, and NaOH in order to determine the concentration of carboxyl group for particularly for amino acids. So, the titration process involves the determination of pH values. When we determine the pH values, what undergoes in titration process? There will be either gradual addition of protons or removal of protons, which can be represented in the graph as we can see here. So, as the low pH values have the low pH values have the high concentration of H plus ions. So, as the concentration of HCl increases, the pH value decreases. As the concentration of NaOH increases, or as the concentration of hydrogen ion decreases, the pH value increases. This is the representation shown here. So, based on that, high concentration of H plus ions are due to, in case of amino acids, are mainly due to the carboxylic acid groups. So, it has low pH, it shows the low pH, and it is represented in this table. The carboxylic acids have low pH, whereas the alpha amino group has high pH and less concentration of H plus ions. Let us know about the other subtopic, pH, pKa and pI values of amino acids. This is represented by an equation, Henderson-Hasselbalch equation. It is represented that is equal to pH is equal to pKa minus H log A minus divided by HA concentration. So, what is this terms represent? pH is the concentration, negative logarithm of hydrogen ion concentration. pKa is the dissociation constant of protonated ions that are present in the amino acids. How these protonated ions are formed? They are mainly due to the ionization of carboxylic and amino acid groups. So, when the amino acid and carboxylic acids are in equal number, they will be electrically neutral or 0. When they are present in equal number, then the net charge on amino acids will be neutral, and it differs for different amino acids, that is called as isoelectric pH. So, this is the representation of pKa, ionization of carboxylic acid, this is the ionization of amino group, and these are the isoelectric points of different amino acids. This is represented in this table. And as we already seen, the pKa values differs with charged functional groups. For example, the carboxylic acid groups, the pKa will be about 4 to 5. For the amino groups, the pKa values will be between 9 to 10. So, based on the titration of the amino acids or the titration endpoints of the amino acids, it was classified into 3 different types: monoamino, monocarboxylic acid, where the pH varies between the two pH groups, two carboxylic and amino groups, and the pH ranges between these two functional groups. So, the neutral, it has net neutral charge, it has net neutral charge at neutral pH. So, the isoelectric point of this type of amino acids will be more or less equal to 6. Next comes the monoamino dicarboxylic amino acids, which are dicarboxylic acids, they are acidic. They will have low pH and the pH ranges below the pH ranges below. So, below the neutral pH, the pH ranges below the neutral pH. Neutral pH is 7, this pH is below 7. So, they will have isoelectric points at approximately more or less approximately equal to 3, and the net charge of R side chain will be negative. They will, next comes the third group, which is known as diamino monocarboxylic acid groups. They are dibasic. They will have high pH and the pH ranges above the neutral pH. So, the isoelectric point of this type of amino acids will be about 10.5 and the R side chain have the positive charge. So, what are the, how this pKa value differs and what is the pH? Let us go in detail. At this neutral, these are called the monoamino monocarboxylic amino acids, or otherwise called as neutral side chain amino acids, neutral amino acids, because their pH is neutral and they are neutral under neutral conditions. They are neutral in nature because they contains one carboxylic and one amino group. At pH neutral, they are uncharged. First, the dissociation takes place because of the alpha carboxylic group, and the second dissociation pKa 2 takes place because of the alpha amino group. Likewise, the negative side chain amino acid, which is monoamino dicarboxylic acids, they will have low pH, they contains two carboxylic groups, and the first pKa dissociation is mainly due to the alpha carboxylic dissociation, and second pKa is due to R group carboxylic acid. The third pKa is due to the amino acid dissociation. Examples are aspartic acid, glutamic acid. The third groups are diamino monocarboxylic acids. They will have high pH. So, they will have one carboxylic and two amino groups. They will have extra positive charge. At first pKa, the alpha carboxylic acid dissociates, and at second pKa, the alpha amino group dissociates, and during the next proton dissociation takes place due to the R group or side chain amino acid. Examples are histidine, lysine, arginine. So, let us know about the titration curves of different amino acids. First comes the neutral side chain amino acids, otherwise called as monoamino monocarboxylic amino acids. Here is an example, glycine, which is shown here. This is the titration curve. The first dissociation, here it is represented in blue color block, where the first dissociation is due to the carboxylic acid, and the pKa is 2. Here it is mentioned 2.34, and the second dissociation is due to the amino group, which takes place at a pH of pKa of 9.6. So, this amino acid will have the isoelectric point at 5.97. So, this is the titration curve of monocarboxylic amino acid. Next comes the titration curve of alanine. This is also monocarboxylic amino acid. Here is the graph representation. First pKa1 is due to the dissociation of carboxylic acid, which is equal to 2, and pKa2 is equal to the amino group dissociation, which is equal to 10. The average isoelectric point is 6, 12 divided by 2, which the isoelectric point is equal to isoelectric pH is equal to 6. So, this comes under neutral side chain amino acids. Next comes the monoamino dicarboxylic amino acids. Example, aspartic acid, glutamic acid. So, as we already seen, there are 3 different blocks which show the dissociation. The red color blocks here, this is the titration curve of glutamic acid. That the first 2 pink color blocks represent the dissociation of the carboxylic acid groups, whereas the blue color block here shows the dissociation of amino group. Here the isoelectric point is equal to this 2.2 plus 4.23 divided by 2. This is the isoelectric point, which is equal to 3.25, which is related to the glutamic acid. So, it is the pH below the neutral. So, these are called the low pH acidic amino acids. This is also another example of aspartic acid. The first pKa, its isoelectric point is 2.95. Next is diamino monocarboxylic amino acid. Examples are histidine, lysine, arginine. So, isoelectric point of histidine is 7.59. Here we can see the first dissociation is due to the carboxylic acid group. Second dissociation is due to the amino group. This is the third dissociation is due to the amino group of the R chain. So, as it is above the neutral pH, that is 7, it comes under the positive chain amino acid or basic amino acid. So, histidine, this is arginine, which has high pH value, where the isoelectric point is 11.0. So, it also have 3 dissociation constants, pKa1, pKa2 and pKa3. Likewise, lysine also have 3 dissociation constant and its isoelectric pH is 9.74. So, here it is the final representation of all 20 amino acids, where we can see the monocarboxylic group have this titration curve, and the positively charged side chain groups or basic amino acids have arginine, lysine, histidine, which is represented here, and negatively charged side chain groups means dicarboxylic monoamino dicarboxylic amino groups are represented here. So, this is how the titration values are calculated. This is my web link, which you can go for your study material search. These are the possible multiple choice questions which come from the above dealt topic. Hello students, now I am going to tell you about the topic lipids. What are lipids? Lipids are the heterogeneous organic substances. They are relatively insoluble in water. Example, oils and fats. Coming to the functions of lipids, they are the main source of metabolic energy storage reserves. They will produce about 9 kilocalorie energy per gram. So, they will produce large amount of energy when compared to other biomolecules, and these are important structural component of cellular membranes and hormones. Based on the structure and composition of lipids, there are about 3 different types: simple lipids, complex lipids, derived lipids. The simple lipids are again divided into fats and oils, and next category is waxes, which comes under simple lipids. Coming to the complex lipids, there are about 3 different types: phospholipids, glycolipids, lipoproteins. The third group of lipids are derived lipids, which includes steroids, terpenes, prostaglandins. First category of lipids are simple lipids. They are esters of fatty acid with alcohol. There are of 2 types: fats and oils and waxes. The fats and oils are having the same chemical composition, that is triester of 3 fatty acids with alcohol glycerol. Triester fatty acids with glycerol are called as fats and oils. They will have same chemical composition. The main difference which differ from fats and oils are: fats are animal in origin, oils are plants in origin. They exist in solid at room temperature. These oils exist in liquid at room temperature. Most of the fats are saturated, which comes under the fats, whereas when it comes under the oils, they are mostly unsaturated. They are their origin is in plants. Okay. These fats and oils are made up of building blocks called as fatty acids. Let us first know about fatty acids. What are fatty acids? They are carboxylic acids with long hydrocarbon chain or chain. Here is the representation, or this is the long hydrocarbon chain which is linked to carboxylic acid group. So, this fatty acid usually contains even number of carbon atoms because their biosynthesis takes place at even number. So, based on the chain length of fatty acids, there are about 3 different types: short chain fatty acids, medium chain fatty acids and long chain fatty acids. The short chain fatty acids will have less number of carbon atoms. The source includes dairy products. The medium chain fatty acids, the range of carbon atoms is between 6 to 10, example vegetable oils. And the long chain fatty acids include the carbon atoms number of about 12 to 26, and the source is meat and fish. Next, based on the bonds present in the fatty acids, the fatty acids are grouped into 2 types: saturated and unsaturated fatty acids. What are saturated fatty acids? They will have only carbon-carbon single bonds are present in the entire chain of fatty acids. So, these are the certain examples which are represented here. These are all saturated fatty acids with only single carbon-carbon single bonds. Example, if the carbon number is 4, example is butter. If the number of carbon is 10 and it is saturated, then it is example is coconut oil. Likewise, there are several examples. When the carbon number is 18 and the molecular formula is like this, this is example of stearic acid which is present in animal and vegetable fats, and it is used in the preparation of soaps. Next comes the unsaturated fatty acids, which contains 1 or more double bonds, are usually said to be the unsaturated fatty acids. Based on the number of double bonds, they are again divided into 3 different types. Number 1 is monoenoic. Enoic represents the double bond. If only one double bond is present, then it is called as monoenoic. If the unsaturated fatty acid contains 2 double bonds, it is called as dienoic, and if it has many double bonds in the carbon in the long hydrocarbon chain, then it is called as polyunsaturated fatty acids. Based on the nature of double bonds, these are of again 2 different types: cis and trans fatty acids. Cis fatty acids are present naturally and they are mostly from plant origin, and these have slightly twisted CC bonds in their chains, and they are present in the naturally, they are plant in origin and they are good for health. Next comes the trans fatty acids. These are straight chain saturated fatty acid, straight chain unsaturated fatty acids, and they are present in deep fried or over boiled oils, and they are bad for health. So, based on the number of carbon atoms, the unsaturated fatty acids are again divided into many types, and I will show a few examples here. Based on the number of carbon atoms, here are the representation. If the unsaturated fatty acid is containing one single bond of one single double bond, then the example here is shown is olive oil, and the scientific the common name is oleic acid. The common name is oleic acid. It has 18 carbons and one double bond between 9 and 10 carbon atoms. and this oleic acid is otherwise having also called as omega 9 fatty acids. It is present in olive oil. Next is 18 carbon atom containing 2 double bonds. Then the example is linolenic acid, and if the carbon atoms number is 18 and if it has triple double bonds, here triple double bonds which is between 9 and 10 carbon atoms, 12 and 13 and 15 and 16. The example is linolenic acid which is present in nuts and seeds. It is also example of omega 6 fatty acid. Next comes the 20 carbon 4 double bond containing the unsaturated fatty acid, and the 4 double bonds are represented here 5, 8, 11 and 14. Example is arachidonic acid. It also has called omega 6 fatty acid, and it is present in chicken and eggs. And next one is the 20 carbon unsaturated fatty acid having 5 double bonds. Example is the 5 double bonds are represented in these numbers 5, 8, 11, 14 and 17 near those carbon atoms. Example is icosapentaenoic acid. It is an example of omega 3 fatty acid. It is present in fish oils. Next comes, so what is the structure? Those are the fatty acids. What are we learned till now are the structure of fatty acids and the different types of fatty acids. The fatty acids are present in fats and oils. How these fatty acids are present in fat or oil, or they form ester link with glycerol. The fatty acid undergo esterification with glycerol to produce the triester of glycerol. This is the structure. During that formation, a removal of water molecule takes place. 3 water molecules are being take place. This is the structure of fats. These are the structures of oils. Next, simple lipids or waxes. The second category of simple lipids are waxes. They are monoester fatty acids with monohydroxy alcohol. The structure is fatty acid with a single long chain alcohol. Example is beeswax, even ear wax, what we will get in our ears, cerumen, it is also example of a wax. Next group of lipids are compound lipids. They are also the esters of fatty acids with glycerol, having esters of fatty acids with glycerol and have additional groups like phosphate, nitrogen, bases and proteins. There are, based on these additional groups, there are of 3 different types: phospholipids, glycolipids, lipoproteins. Phospholipids, they are esters of glycerol with fatty acids, and it is in turn esterified with a phosphoric acid, and the phosphoric acid is in turn esterified to an alcohol. Examples are phosphatidyl ethanolamine, choline, serine and sphingolipid. This is the structure of phospholipid: glycerol, 2 fatty acid molecules, phosphoric acid which is in turn connected to alcohol. The alcohol is may be ethanolamine, when it is linked with the ethanolamine, then it is phosphatidyl ethanolamine, phosphatidyl choline, phosphatidyl serine. These are the other alcoholic groups which is linked to the phosphoric group. So, these are present in the membranous structures of the cell. Next group of the compound lipids are glycolipids. The glycolipids are the esters of glycerol with the fatty acid, and it contains mono or oligosaccharide group attached to sphingolipid or glycerol group. So, based on that, there are two different types, glycosphingolipids and glycoglycerolipids. So, here we can see the monosaccharide group. This is the monosaccharide group. Example, cerebrosides, and next is when it is linked with the oligosaccharide, then the example is gangliosides, and these are another glyceroglycolipids or the glyceroglycolipids. Example is this type of configuration is present in photosynthetic membranes, whereas the glycosphingolipid structures are present in brain membranes. Next group of compound, the last group of compound lipids are lipoproteins. The lipoproteins contains lipids and proteins. Their main function is transport of, they are mainly transport proteins. They will also transport the cholesterol. The composition, based on the composition of the lipoprotein, it was classified into two different types, low density lipoprotein, high density lipoprotein. Low density lipoprotein, they will have more cholesterol in their configuration and less phospholipids, whereas the high density lipoproteins have the more proteinaceous content and less phospholipid content. So, the presence of LDL, low density lipoprotein, increases the saturated fats, which is the bad cholesterol. When it increases, it even blocks the arteries and cause heart diseases. So, this is very dangerous lipoprotein. Next comes the high density lipoprotein. These, in its presence, it increases the polyunsaturated fatty acids, which increases the good cholesterol, which increases the good cholesterol, and this cholesterol is taken back from the heart to the liver, and it helps in the neutralization process. So, HDL are very important lipoproteins. Coming to the another group of lipids are derived lipids. They are obtained on the hydrolysis of simple and complex lipids. Example, sterols, terpenes. So, these they are 3 ring contains 6 membered rings, and 4th ring is the 5 membered ring, and it has example, this is the example of cholesterol. Next comes terpenes. They are made up of isoprene units. They are essential oils. Examples, vitamin E. These are terpenes examples only. They contain isoprene units. Geranol, it is rose oil which gives fragrance. Mint, methanol, these are the plants which we will get this terpenoids. Next class of derived lipids is prostaglandins, derivatives of polyunsaturated fatty acids. Example, arachidonic acid, prostaglandin, thromboxane, and leukotrienes. They play an important role in the cellular metabolism. This prostaglandins contains 20 carbon atoms including 5 carbon ring. Okay, they plays important role in neutralization of inflammatory process. This is the arachidonic metabolism which are giving rise to different types of glycoproteins. This is my web link, and you can get the study material from that web link. So, the possible multiple choice of this topic includes this type of questions. So, if you can go through and you can get more questions out of it. Hello students, now I am going to tell about the topic carbohydrates. What are carbohydrates? They are the hydrates of carbon and they will have the chemical formula CnH2O whole to the power of n. The hydrogen and oxygen is in ratio of 2:1. Their function is they provide energy and they are structural and storage components of plant and animals. So, based on their behavior towards hydrolysis, this carbohydrates are divided into 3 different types: monosaccharides, oligosaccharides, polysaccharides. The monosaccharides are the basic units of carbohydrates which cannot be undergo hydrolysis further. So, they are the simplest carbohydrates. Example glucose and fructose. Their nature is crystalline and they will have sweet in taste. Next group is oligosaccharides. On hydrolysis of oligosaccharides, it will give 2 to 9 monosaccharide units and the representation is CnH2O whole to the power of n minus 1. Example sucrose and lactose. Coming to the third group of carbohydrates, upon hydrolysis they will give large number of monosaccharide units, means greater than 20. Example starch and cellulose and others. So, I will go into detail about what are monosaccharides, what are oligosaccharides and what are polysaccharides. So, monosaccharides, they are the simplest sugars which cannot be hydrolyzed further. So, based on the number of carbon atoms, the monosaccharides are divided into several types. If the number of carbon atom is 3, then it is trioses. Example glyceraldehyde, dihydroxy acetone phosphate. So, likewise if the number of carbon atom is 4, tetroses, and 5, pentoses, 6, hexoses, 7, heptoses. Based on the functional group, in the monosaccharides there are of 2 different types, aldoses, ketoses. Example is glyceraldehyde. Glyceraldehyde will have aldehyde group and D-glyceraldehyde, L-glyceraldehyde or enantiomers. So, dihydroxyacetone phosphate, this is the ketone group containing monosaccharide. Next, these are the structural representations of the sugars, monosaccharides, based on the number of carbon atoms. These are the structures of the trioses, glyceraldehyde, dihydroxyacetone, tetroses, pentoses, ribose, deoxyribose. These are present in the DNA, RNA as ribose sugars, deoxyribose sugars, etc. Next comes hexoses. They will have 6 number of carbon atoms. These are glucose, lactose, mannose. These are the epimers which are differentiated at one specific carbon atom, means the hydroxyl group from one side is shifted to the other side. Next, based on the functional group, there are examples of trioses or glyceraldehyde and ketone. These are the structural representation of aldotriose. This is the structural representation of ketotriose. Likewise, 5 carbon containing monosaccharide having ketone group, then it is called as ribulose. Likewise, if it is the functional group is aldehyde, then it is called as ribose. Next, based on the number of monosaccharide units, the oligosaccharides are many types: disaccharides, trisaccharides and tetrasaccharides. Disaccharides, they will contain 2 monosaccharide units. Example, sucrose, lactose. Trisaccharides, they will contain 3 sugar units. Example, raffinose. Tetrasaccharides, they will contain 4 sugar units. Example, stachyose. So these are the different examples, and the structures will be as follows. For the disaccharides are made up of 2 sugar units which is linked by the glycosidic bond. For example, in case of lactose, the glycosidic bond is beta 1,4 glycosidic bond. Beta 1,4 glycosidic bond. The bond is between glucose and galactose. So this entire structure is called as lactose. Next type of disaccharide is sucrose. The link is formed between, the glycosidic link is formed between glucose and fructose. Alpha 1 beta 2 linkage is found in sucrose. So the free functional group is absent, so it comes under non-reducing sugars. This is maltose. The maltose has 2 sugar units, D-glucose and D-glucose. They are linked at alpha 1,4 linkage. Next example of oligosaccharide is trisaccharide. Example, raffinose. The structure is shown below. It has 2 hexagonal rings and 1 pentagonal ring, pyranose ring, furanose ring. Next comes tetrasaccharide. Example, stachyose. So they have different linkages and they contain 4 monosaccharide units as represented here. Next comes polysaccharides. If the repeating units of monosaccharides are more than 20, then they are called as polysaccharides, many sugar units, so called as polysaccharides. There are of 2 different types. Homopolysaccharides, they are made up of single type of monosaccharide units and they are united by glycosidic bond. Example, starch, cellulose, glycogen. Next type of polysaccharides are heteropolysaccharides. So the heteropolysaccharides are made up of more than one type of monosaccharide unit. More than one type of coming under this category is heteroglycans. They contain more than one type of sugar. Examples are agar, agarose. Next one is mucopolysaccharide containing amino sugar and acid sugar. Example, hyaluronic acid, heparin. So this comes under the mucopolysaccharides. They form main extracellular, they form the components of extracellular support and extracellular matrix. So, this hyaluronic acid is present in joints, heparin is present in as an anticoagulant. I will show the different types of structures of this polysaccharides. First is starch, which is composed of the straight chains of glucose linked structure called as amylose, and this unbranched straight chain structure is linked by alpha 1,4 linkage. Next type of link found is known as amylopectin, which are branched type of link present in the starch alpha 1,6, and beta, this is unbranched, this unbranched long chain of glucose units unlinked by beta 1,4 linkages, they form the cell wall of the plants, cellulose. Next comes glycogen, these are the reserve material present in the animals, reserve carbohydrate. So, some other examples of polysaccharides are inulin, they are made up of D-fructose repetition units, and the linkages are beta 1,2 linkages. So, dextran 1,4, 1,6, 1,3 linkages are found in the glucose. Likewise, chitin, it is present in the insect outer cuticles. Chitin. Next, heteroglycans, they contain more than one sugar unit. Example, agar, it is composed of galactose and glucose sugar units. It is obtained from seaweed, this agar, and it is used in microbiology lab very much. Next, agarose, also it has the repeating units galactose and anhydrogalactose, and we will use it in the electrophoresis in biotechnology labs. Next comes hyaluronic acid, which are present in the extracellular matrices, I already told. Next, N-acetyl glucosamine and glucouronic acids are the repetition units of hyaluronic acid. Next, heparin, it is the anticoagulant, it is made up of sulfated glucosamine and iduronic acid. So, these are the certain heteroglycans present. This is the structure of heparin. The linkages in the heparin are alpha 1,4 linkages, and it is the long unbranched straight chain. So, these are about the carbohydrates. These are my reference web link. The multiple choice coming in this unit are, I will ask certain questions. What are the basic units of carbohydrates? Basic unit of carbohydrate or simpler unit of carbohydrates are A. monosaccharides, B. oligosaccharides, C. polysaccharides, and D. none. First answer is monosaccharides. They are the simplest basic units of the carbohydrates. 2 sugar units of carbohydrates are monosaccharides, oligosaccharides, disaccharides, none of the above. 2 sugar units means disaccharides, because they are made up of 2 sugar units. If the carbohydrate has more than 10 repeating units, then the carbohydrates are called A. monosaccharides, B. polysaccharides, C. B. oligosaccharides, C. polysaccharides, D. none of the above. The answer will be polysaccharides. So, I hope I have delivered a good lecture topic, and I hope that you have gained some knowledge in this topic. I thank Commissionerate of Collegiate Education for giving me this opportunity for this live presentation. Thank you one and all.
Hello viewers, myself P. Aruna, lecturer in microbiology from YA Government Degree College for Women, Chirala, Prakasam district. In this session, you are going to study or you are going to know about information about antibodies, basic introduction and types of antibodies, and finally applications of antibodies in various areas. So, let us first start with the antibodies. So, antibody is nothing but a large Y-shaped glycoproteins formed by plasma cells in response to antigenic stimulus. So, when a foreign particle or an antigen enters into the body, the immune system responds and produces and starts the production of antibodies. These antibodies are produced by B cells of the immune system. It recognizes the unique molecule of the pathogen called antigen. So, the antibodies, they show the immune response and immediately they bind the foreign particle which enters into the body and induces the response. Coming to the structure of antibodies. First, the structure of the antibodies was revealed by the persons called Gerald Edelman and Rodney Robert Porter in the year 1952. So, according to their structure, according to their analysis, the antibody is made up of 4 polypeptide chains. They are called as light chains and heavy chains. The light chains are there are 2 light chains which are identical, and there are heavy chains which are again 2 in number. They are called as heavy polypeptide chains. So, they have given this structural analysis in the year 1952 itself. So, according to their analysis, the antibody is made up of 4 polypeptide chains. Here you can see in the structure, you can see on the screen the region of the antibodies. These chains are bonded by interchain disulfide linkage. Light chains are of again 2 types. They are called as kappa chain and lambda chain. However, each antibody may contain any of the 2 chains, either it contains kappa chain or it contains a lambda chain. These 4 linked polypeptide chains are arranged in a flexible manner maintained by the hinge region, where you can see here on the screen, this is the hinge region which gives the flexible nature to this antibody. So, the antibody is having a capacity or it is capable of binding to the antigens which are maybe bivalent or multivalent. So, this hinge region plays a major role giving the flexibility to the antibody. Again, when come to the light chain, it has 2 successive domains called as constant domain and a variable domain. So, these 2 domains, they help in maintaining the structure of the antibody, or they help in maintaining the antigen to bind to the antigen. Each heavy chain has 1 variable region with a variable domain and a constant region with 3 constant domains. The antibodies has 2 functional regions called FAB region or FC region. FAB region is called as fragment antigen binding region. So, this region helps the antibody to react with antigenic determinants at antigen binding sites. The antigen binding sites are nothing but the epitopes present on the antigen to which the antibody binds. So, this FAB region, that is a crystalline fragment antigen binding region, helps to bind with the antigenic determinants present at the antigen binding sites. Here you can see the structure on the screen. So, this is the FAB region and this is the FC region. So, this region will help to bind the antibody to the antigenic determinant site, that is epitope. Here you can see the variable region or heavy chains, the constant region, This is a hinge region. Here the chains are binded by disulfide linkage. Coming to the second region, FC region, which is a functional region called as a fragment crystallizable region. It is the site at which the antibody molecule can bind to a cell. So, this site will help the antibody to bind to a antigen. It enables that each antibody generates an appropriate immune response for a given antigen. So, whenever an antigen enters, so the response, the proper response should be given is indicated by this FC region only. Next, coming to the functional sites present on another functional sites present on the antibody, that is paratope. It's an antigen binding site of the antibody which is present at the FC region. So, paratope is nothing but a region present in the antibody which binds to the epitope of the antigen. So, this paratope is present in the antibody. Next region is an important region called hypervariable region. This region itself contributes to specificity of each antibody. So, generally all antibodies are having similar structures, but these number of antibodies can be shown a little variance at a particular region present at the tip of the chain. That is nothing but the hypervariable region. So, sometimes the folding at the hinge region may take place. So, while folding this hypervariable regions, they come together and forms the antigen binding pockets. So, these pockets are the sites that are in close contact between antibody and antigens. So, they help in maintaining the close contact, and those particular sites are called as complementary determining regions of the antibody. So, these antibodies binds to specific antigens by hydrogen bonds, ionic bonds, hydrophobic interactions and van der Waals interactions. So, these are the interactions they can use while binding to the particular antigen. Next, coming to the different types of antibodies and the terminology given to the different antibodies. Allo antibodies, they are produced after exposure to the non-self antigens of the same species, that is they belong to the same species, but they do not belong to the same. So, they are called as non-self antigens. These non-self the antibodies which respond to these non-self antigens are called as allo antigens. Second one is auto antibodies. These auto antibodies are produced due to the exposure to the self antigens. Next, coming to the functions of the antibodies. Let us have a glance to the various functions of the antibodies they perform. So, neutralization. Neutralization is nothing but it's a process in which the foreign substance or an antigen is totally inactivated and it is made non-functional. The second one is opsonization. Opsonization is a process is nothing but targeting the particles for destruction through phagocytosis. Here the thing which is involved is called as opsonin, and the final product is nothing but the phagocytosed product which is totally inactive. So, the targeting the particles for destruction by phagocytosis is called as opsonization. Next one is activates the complement system. So, the complement system is activated and the destruction of the bacterial cells is taken place by lysis. The last function is inflammation. Inflammation is nothing but the body's response for the injury. Whenever an injury takes place, the body, the internal immune system responds and induces a set of reactions. These set of reactions finally they help in destroying the pathogen. So, in this session, in this topic, we have learned about the structure of the antibody, how it functions, the parts or the functionable areas of the antibody, and various functions performed by the antibodies. So, we have learnt about structure of antibody. Now, coming to the different types of antibodies. Before entering into the, or before going to explain about the types of antibodies, antibodies are otherwise called as immunoglobulins. Antibodies are otherwise called as immunoglobulins. So, let us study the various types of immunoglobulins. So, the heavy chains are of again 5 types, that is gamma, alpha, mu, delta and epsilon, according to which the immunoglobulins are divided into 5 classes. That is nothing but immunoglobulin G, immunoglobulin A, M, D and E. So, coming to the first immunoglobulin, immunoglobulin G. This is the most abundant immunoglobulin among the immunoglobulin pool, which is accounting to about 80% of the total immunoglobulin pool. So, it is a bivalent antibody. It has a half life of 7 to 23 days. It is a molecular weight of 1,50,000 Daltons. Again, as it is a bivalent antibody, it is having again a heavy chain and a light chain. Heavy chain is made up of composed of 440 amino acids and light chain is composed of 220 amino acids. Here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin G. This is the variable region, this is the constant region. I have already told to you that the main difference varies to each antibody is in this variable region itself at this tip, which is having the hypervariable regions, and this is the heavy chain and the light chain. So, this is the structure of the immunoglobulin G, and it is called as a maternal antibody because this antibody can cross the placenta and it produces immune response to the newborn. These immunoglobulins are divided into 4 subclasses: IgG1, IgG2, G3 and G4. So, these 4 types of immunoglobulins subclasses, they are performing different types of functions. The crystallizable fragment portion of immunoglobulin G1 and G2, these two bind to the macrophages and neutrophils, and finally they destroy the pathogen. Again, the crystallizable fragment portion of immunoglobulin G1 and G4 helps them to cross the placenta and provides the immune response to the newborn. Here you can see the structures of different types of immunoglobulins, immunoglobulin G, 4 subclasses: G1, G2, G3 and G4. Coming to the biological properties of this immunoglobulin G. So, we have already known that it is the only immunoglobulin that crosses the human placenta and offers a passive protection or passive immunity to the newborn. And this immunoglobulin G is having the property to activate the classical complement pathway during antigen antibody reactions. So, activation of the classical complement pathway leads to the production of various components which finally kills or destroys the antigen. Next, this immunoglobulin G can neutralizes the toxins and viruses. So, this is the one of the important immunoglobulin which can neutralize the viruses. So, by binding to bacteria, this immunoglobulin G opsonizes them by the process of opsonization and enhances the process of phagocytosis. So, when the process of phagocytosis is enhanced, the phagocytic components or the stepwise phagocytosis process will take place and finally the pathogen is killed. Coming to the second class of the immunoglobulin, this is immunoglobulin A. This is the second most abundant immunoglobulin in humans. It occurs in saliva, tears, breast milk, colostrum and the mucosal secretions. This IgA is observed mainly in body secretions and protects the internal body surface. So, it is termed as the antiseptic paint of the mucosal membrane, or also it acts as a paint on the mucosal surfaces. Here you can see the structure of the immunoglobulin A. This is also called as secretory immunoglobulin. Here the crystallizable fragment portion of the immunoglobulin A binds to the components of the mucus and contributes to the ability of mucus to trap microbes. So, it is a I have already told you that is also called as mucosal paint. Here you can see in the structure the secretory part of the immunoglobulin. It binds to the antigens and especially it is present in the mucous membranes and traps the microbes in this part. Coming to the biological properties of immunoglobulin A. This immunoglobulin plays a considerable role in the generating the alternative complement pathway. So, it is also produces immunity against tapeworms which are present in the intestine, and it is also highly present in the colostrum. So, when the baby is fed with the breast milk, it gives a protection from the intestinal pathogens as it is present in the colostrum of the milk. The third type of the immunoglobulin, third class of the immunoglobulin is immunoglobulin M. It is also largest antibody and third most antibody present in the human serum. It has a half-life of 5 days. It is a polymer of 5 monomeric units, each monomeric unit possessing 2 heavy chains and 2 light chains. So, as it is having each monomer is having 2 heavy chains and 2 light chains. So, it is having 10 epitope binding sites. I have already told you that epitope is the site of the antigen where the antibody binds. So, here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin. It has 5 monomers. They are arranged in a pinwheel array. These 5 monomeric units are held together by disulfide bonds and are linked by a special chain called as J chain. Here you can see in the structure, this is the J chain. So, these 5 units, monomeric units, are arranged in a pinwheel array manner, and this is one of the giant immunoglobulin among the other types of immunoglobulins. Coming to the biological properties of this immunoglobulin M. It is the first antibody to appear in the primary response. So, whenever the antigen enters into the body, the immune cell shows its response in a stepwise manner, that is primary response, secondary response, as such like that. So, it is the first antibody, it appears or it produces during the primary response itself. So, when this levels of the IgM is detected in the newborn baby, it gives an useful indication that the baby is suffering from an intrauterine infection such as congenital syphilis, rubella, toxoplasmosis, etc. So, whenever newborn is detected with this type of immunoglobulin M antibodies, it gives an indication that the newborn is suffering with certain diseases, certain infections. Next, this IgM shows a high functional affinity for multivalent antigen. In the structure itself, in the previous slide you have seen the structure. So, as it is having 10 epitope binding sites, it is having the ability to bind to the multivalent antigens. It also shows the properties such as opsonization, complement fixation, agglutination, cytolysis, etc. The next class of the immunoglobulin is immunoglobulin D. It occurs in very low concentration in the blood serum, that is only 0.2% of the total serum antibody pool. It is a monomer and has 2 epitope binding sites. It has a half-life of only 3 days, and this immunoglobulin is found on the surface of the B lymphocytes and acts as a receptor for antigens. It is abundant in memory cells and it is play an important role in secondary immune response. So, primary response, we have already seen that immunoglobulin M is the first antibody which responds during primary response itself, whereas immunoglobulin D, it responds during the secondary immune response. Here you can see the structure of the immunoglobulin D. Here is the antigen binding site and the variable part of the chain and the constant part of the immunoglobulin. Biological properties. Immunoglobulin D is associated with the surface of B lymphocytes along with IgM, is found to act as an antigen receptor. So, these two along it alone cannot bind. So, in association with IgM, it acts as a receptor, antigen receptor, and binds to the antigens, and it plays a major role in generating self-reactive autoantibodies. So, it has the capacity to generate the self-reactive autoantibodies. We have already seen in the first session that difference between autoantibodies and alloantibodies. So, it is having the capacity to generate the self-reactive autoantibodies. Next, coming to the immunoglobulin E. So, it occurs in blood serum in extremely low amounts, very low amount among the immunoglobulin pool. It has half-life of 2 days and with a molecular weight of 1,90,000 Daltons. It is a monomer and has 2 epitope binding sites. The production of this immunoglobulin is in response to parasitic worms and also in response to allergens. Whenever any allergen enters into the body, immediately the immunoglobulin E production takes place and it responds to that particular allergen. Here you can see the structure of this immunoglobulin E, same FAB region, FC region, heavy chain, light chain, variable region and constant region. How the let us see the mechanism, how it inactivates the allergen. So, it binds to the crystallizable fragment receptors on the membrane of basophils and tissue mast cells. So, when it binds to the mast cell, when the allergen along with this when an allergen enters into the body, here the antibody, it binds to the mast cell, and by the cross linking of the these cells, it induces an immune response by degranulating the mast cell. So, the degranulation of this mast cell leads to the vasodilation or causes dilation of the local blood vessels and resulting in allergic reactions. So, here you can see the mechanism of the mast cell degranulation in this picture. So, the cells degranulate when 2 IgE molecules are cross-linked by binding to the same antigen. The vasodilation of the blood vessels will take place, dilation of the blood vessels will take place, resulted in the production of different products such as heparin. Vasodilated products are released. Biological properties. The high levels of IgE with worm infestation, they plays a protective role. That is, when heavy infection takes place in the intestine, high levels of IgE is secreted in the body and they play a protective role. So, also IgE mediates the reagenic hypersensitivity. So, different types of hypersensitivity, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 hypersensitivity reactions were there. So, IgE mediates the type 4 hypersensitivity reaction. So, in this session we have learnt about the different classes of the immunoglobulins, their structure and the various functions they perform during an immune response. we have already seen the structure of the antibody, different classes of the immunoglobulins, and let us focus on applications of immunoglobulins. We have already seen in the previous slides about the various properties of the immunoglobulins. Coming to the applications in a diagnostic field, increased concentration of immunoglobulins is an indicator in diagnosis of many diseases. That is, example, increased levels of immunoglobulin M is an indication of viral hepatitis. So, not only M, when an increased levels of the various types of immunoglobulins is observed in the sample, it indicates that various disease conditions in the body. So, it is used in most immunodiagnostic techniques, especially ELISA is nothing but a enzyme linked immunosorbent assay, which uses multiple antibodies to detect specific antigens capable of causing infectious diseases. So, ELISA technique is used to study the antigens, or to know or to detect the specific antigens which are causing specific different types of infectious diseases. So, increased levels of immunoglobulins in the serum helpful in analyzing a patient's antibody profile. So, whenever the immunoglobulin level increases in the patient's serum, it definitely helpful in analyzing the patient's antibody profile. So, antibodies are also used in pregnancy detection test kits, in which the antibodies binds to the human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone. So, this HCG or human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone is a hormone secreted by the placenta during pregnancy. It can be detected in the early days of the conceiving time itself, that is within 9 days, by using this pregnancy detection kit, in which the antibodies are given, multiple antibodies are given, which can react with this human chorionic gonadotrophic hormone and gives a visible test result, so that pregnancy can be confirmed. This is these immunoglobulins are used to treat hypogammaglobulinemia. So, hypogammaglobulinemia is a condition in which a sufficient amount of immunoglobulins are not produced due to some defect in the immune system. So, when sufficient amount of immunoglobulins are not produced, then the body is unable to respond to different types of infections. It is a defect. So, by giving ready-made antibodies to these affected persons, it gives a passive immunity to the person. That is, ready-made antibodies are administered to the affected person to overcome this hypergammaglobulinemia, to induce a passive immunity. Next application is Western blotting. It is a blotting technique in which the labeled antibodies are used to detect the protein, antigenic protein. This blotting technique is a very helpful technique in identifying the protein nature of the antigen. The use of immunoglobulins with HIV infected children was associated with lower rates of bacterial infections. That is, when the child is infected with HIV, then the immunoglobulin combination is given to that infected person. It gives the lower rates of bacterial infection, that is, the child is able to overcome some of the bacterial infections. Immunoglobulins used to treat antibody mediated inflammatory and hypersensitivity diseases. So, various hypersensitivity diseases you can see myasthenia gravis, arthritis and different types of diseases, in which the immunoglobulins are used to treat those hypersensitivity diseases and also various inflammatory reactions. Next one is it's an antibody dependent cell mediated cytotoxicity. target organism is coated with antibodies and they are bombarded with chemicals from non-specific immune cells. So, ADCC is induced by the immunoglobulins, so the antibodies which are coated with the antibodies and they are bombarded with the chemicals from non-specific immune cells. So, these are the few applications in the diagnostic field. So, antibodies application is in every field, it is most helpful in identifying the pathogenic proteins or various pathogens. In this session, hope you understood all the about the basic structure of the antibody, classes of antibodies or immunoglobulins, and especially functions related to the diagnostic field.
Today we are going to discuss the black body radiation and various laws associated with the black body radiation. Mainly we will be concentrating on the Planck's law. So, what is Planck's law? What are its applications in the defining the black body radiation? So, first of all, we will be discussing what is meant by a black body. A black body is a body which absorbs all the radiations incident on it. That is, it absorbs all the energy which is falling on the black body. Next, after absorbing this all the radiations, the temperature of the black body increases. According to Prever's theory, if a body's temperature is greater than the absolute temperature, that is 0 kelvins, then the body will be emitting the radiations. So, the black body absorbs, first of all, absorbs all the radiations incident on it, and next emits all the radiations which are absorbed by it. So, thus the black body can be considered as a good absorber as well as a good radiator. So, in this figure we will be clearly showing that all the energy which is incident on the black body is absorbed first, and this energy will be radiated afterwards. This emitted radiation is a function of the body's temperature. If the temperature is greater than 0 degrees kelvins, then any body will be emitting radiations from it. This is called as Prever's theory of heat exchange. Next, there are no perfect black bodies in our day-to-day life, but we will be assuming that the lamp black as well as the platinum black are the nearest approaches to the black body. So, this is the lamp black and this is also platinum black. These are the nearest approaches to the ideal black bodies. Next, what are the different laws associated with the black body radiation? Different scientists have studied this black body radiation and devised these 4 laws. So, the first law is Kirchhoff's law, the second law is Stephen Boltzmann law, and third one is Wein's law, and the last one is Rayleigh-Jean's law. So, now we will be going to discuss one by one. So, Kirchhoff's laws. What is this Kirchhoff's laws? It states that at a given temperature, the emissivity of any body and the absorptivity of the body will be the ratio of these two will be a constant, and it is equal to the emissivity of the black body. If E lambda is the emissive power of a body and A lambda is the absorptive power of that body, then the ratio of these two will be a constant, and this ratio will be equals to the emissivity of a black body. This is Kirchhoff's laws. And the second one is Stephen Boltzmann law. The Stephen Boltzmann law states that the total energy density emitted per second by any black body is equal to the is directly proportional to the fourth power of its absolute temperature, that is E is proportional to T power 4. So, if we remove the proportionality, then E equals to sigma T power 4, where sigma is a proportionality constant called as Stephen's constant. Next, the third law is Wien's law. So, Wien studied the black body radiation. He observed that the black body radiation consists of number of wavelengths, and for each wavelength there will be a particular energy. So, he plotted a graph between the wavelength as well as the temperature as well as the energy of that wavelength. The graph will be a continuous curve with a peak at any point. The peak corresponds to the maximum energy. So, first of all, the energy of the black body gradually increases with wavelength, reaches a maximum value, and then again decreases with the wavelength. So, this peak corresponds to the maximum energy, and for the wavelength corresponding to that maximum energy is called as lambda m. So, if the temperature of the body is increased, then that peak will be shifting towards the left hand side or shorter wavelength side. Thus, the maximum energy wavelength will be inversely proportional to the temperature, that is lambda m into T equals to constant, where lambda m is the wavelength associated with the maximum energy for a black body and T is its absolute temperature. In other words, this law can also be stated as that the maximum energy emitted by a black body is proportional to the fifth power of its absolute temperature. So, thus E lambda is proportional to T power minus 5, or the amount of energy emitted between lambda and wavelength lambda plus d lambda range is given by E lambda d lambda equals to C1 into lambda power minus 5 into e power minus b by lambda t, where lambda is the wavelength, T is the absolute temperature of the body, C1 and C2 are the constants. So, next one is Rayleigh-Jeans law. This law is stated by the two scientists Rayleigh and Jeans. So, according to this law, the energy density in the thermal spectrum is given by E lambda equals to 8 pi kT by lambda power 4, where lambda is the wavelength, K is the Boltzmann constant, T is the absolute temperature of the body. So, what is this Rayleigh-Jeans law? This is agrees for only longer wavelengths. For shorter wavelengths, the energy density will be infinitive. So, the Rayleigh-Jeans law cannot be used at shorter wavelengths. The inconsistency between the observations as well as the predictions of the Rayleigh-Jeans law at shorter wavelengths is called as ultraviolet catastrophe. That means the Rayleigh-Jeans law cannot be used at shorter wavelengths because at shorter wavelengths it will be infinitive. Next, thus Wien's formula can be used at shorter wavelengths, while Rayleigh-Jeans law can be used for longer wavelength region. So, there is no general formula which can be used at both the regions, that is shorter wavelength region as well as longer wavelength region. So, this is the main drawback associated with the black body radiation. This drawback was eliminated by the scientist Planck. He used the Planck's quantum theory of radiation. So, he proposed the Planck's radiation law, which is based upon the quantum theory of radiation. According to quantum theory of radiation, energy will be transformed from one body to another body in the form of discrete packets called as photons or quanta, but it is not continuous. So, how he explained the black body radiation, we will be discussing it one by one. So, the main postulates in framing this Planck's radiation law are: first one, the black body consists of a number of simple harmonic oscillators. These simple harmonic oscillators are continuously in harmonic motion, which are moving with all possible frequencies. Thus, a black body consists of a combination of number of harmonic oscillators which are executing simple harmonic motion and having all possible frequencies. So, these are the simple harmonic oscillators which are having different frequencies. The blue one is having a particular frequency, the green one will be having another frequency, while the black one is also having another frequency. Next, the second postulate is energy emission or absorption is not continuous. According to classical theory, the energy or emission or absorption takes place continuously, but he introduced this revolutionary idea that the energy emission or absorption is not continuous. It takes place in the form of definite discrete packets, energy packets called as quanta or photons. Thus, according to third postulate, the energy of these oscillators is quantized. So, if nu is the frequency of the simple harmonic oscillator which is executing simple harmonic motion, then the possible values of the energy will be E equals to nh nu, where n is any positive integer, that is n takes the value of 0, 1, 2, 3 so on, and h is the Planck's constant and nu is the frequency. Now, the number of oscillators per unit volume in the frequency range nu and nu plus d nu is given by f equals to 8 pi nu square by c cube into d nu. This formula which we will be getting in the derivation of Rayleigh-Jean's law. So, in the Rayleigh-Jean's law, after obtaining this formula, the average energy of this each mode of vibration will be taken as kT, where k is the absolute k is the Boltzmann constant and T is the absolute temperature. So, the average energy kT has been obtained from the law of equipartition energy. సో దట్ ఈక్విపార్టిషన్ థియరం నుంచి మనం తీసుకున్న కేటీ అనే ఎనర్జీని ఇక్కడ మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే మనకి ర్యాలీ-జీన్స్ లా వస్తుంది. సో ఆ ర్యాలీ-జీన్స్ లా ఉన్న నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మోడ్స్ ఆఫ్ వైబ్రేషన్స్ని ఇక్కడ ప్లాంక్స్ కూడా తీసుకున్నాడు. సో అకార్డింగ్ టు ప్లాంక్స్ ద నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మోడ్స్ ఆర్ ఆసిలేటర్స్ having the frequency between nu and nu plus d nu is given by f equals to 8 pi nu square by c cube into d nu. Now we will be calculating the average energy of each harmonic oscillator. So for calculating this average energy, first of all we will be assuming that there are number of oscillators having the same frequency. As the frequency is same, so energy will also be same for such oscillators. So there will be number of oscillators having the same energy. So the number of oscillators having the same energy is given by Maxwell distribution law, which is given by nr equals to n naught into e power minus re by kt, where nr represents the number of oscillators which are having the same energy re. So now we will be calculating the average energy of each oscillators. So let us consider this table. The energies of the oscillators will be 0, h nu, 2h nu, 3h nu, 4h nu, so on, rh nu and so on. So let us suppose the 0 energy is named as E naught, h nu energy is named as E1, 2h nu is named as E2 and so on, rh nu is named as ER. Corresponding to the 0 energy there are n naught oscillators. Corresponding to the h nu energy there are n1 oscillators. Corresponding to the 2h nu energy there are n2 oscillators. Similarly, corresponding to the rh nu energy there are nr oscillators. As the energy takes up the values of 0, h nu, 2h nu, so on up to infinity, so there will be infinity oscillators. Next, as each oscillator is having 0 energy and there are n naught such type of oscillators, the total energy of all these n naught oscillators will be n naught into 0, which is nothing but 0. Corresponding to the energy h nu there are n1 oscillators and the total energy of these n1 oscillators is given by n1 into h nu. Similarly, corresponding to the energy 2h nu there are n2 oscillators and the total energy of all these n2 oscillators will be 2n2 into h nu. Similarly, corresponding to the energy rh nu there are nr oscillators and the total energy of all these nr oscillators is given by r into nr into h nu. So the total number of oscillators in the black body are given by adding up of all these n0, n1, n2 and so on nr, and the total energy of entire black body is given by adding up of all these terms in the last column, that is 0, n1 h nu, 2n2 h nu, next so on r nr h nu. So the total oscillators is given by n equals to n0 plus n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus so on n4. Similarly, the total energy is given by n0 into E0 plus n1 into E1 plus n2 into E2 plus n3 into E3 plus so on n4 into E4 plus so on nr into ER. So the average energy of an oscillator is given by epsilon equals to E total by n. So now we will be calculating this average energy and we will be multiplying with the number of modes of vibration లేదా number of oscillators having their frequency between nu and nu plus d nu. So substituting the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution formula in n equals to n naught plus n1 plus n2 plus so on, n equals to n naught plus n naught into e power minus e by kt plus n naught into e power minus 2e by kt plus so on nr into e power minus re by kt. So taking out common n naught, we will be having n equals to n naught into 1 plus e power minus e by kt plus e power minus 2e by kt plus so on. So if we suppose that e power minus e by kt as x, then n equals to n naught into 1 plus x square plus x cube plus so on, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. So this is in the form of 1 plus x square plus x cube plus so on. So its value will be 1 by 1 minus x. So thus n equals to n naught by 1 minus x, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. Substituting this value, we will be getting the total number of oscillators n equals to n naught by 1 minus e power minus e by kt. Similarly, the total energy E is given by E total equals to 0 plus h nu into n naught into e power minus e by kt plus 2h nu into n naught into e power minus 2e by kt plus so on rh nu into n naught into e power minus rh nu by kt. Thus, if taking out the common h nu into n naught into e power minus e by kt, the first term will be 1 and the second term will be 2 into e power minus 2 into e power minus 2e by kt e power minus e by kt plus 3 into e power minus 2e by kt plus so on. So let us suppose e power minus e by kt as x, then we will be having h naught into h nu into n naught into x into 1 plus 2x plus 3x square plus 4x cube plus so on. So the value of this 1 plus 2x plus 3x square plus 4x cube will be 1 by 1 minus x whole square. So thus the total energy E total equals to h nu into n naught into x by 1 minus x whole square, where x equals to e power minus e by kt. So we are having E total as well as the total number of oscillators. Thus the average energy of the oscillator is given by epsilon equals to E total by n equals to h nu into n naught into x by 1 minus x whole square whole by n naught by 1 minus x. So simplifying this equation, we will be getting epsilon equals to h nu into x by 1 minus x. Substituting the x value, that is x equals to e power minus e by kt, we will be having x equals to epsilon equals to h nu by e power h nu by kt minus 1. So this is the average energy of the oscillator. This is called as Planck's energy distribution function. So substituting this Planck's energy distribution function in the number of modes, multiplying this Planck's energy distribution function with the number of oscillators having a frequency range nu and nu plus d nu, will be getting the total energy density in that range. So E nu into d nu equals to 8 pi h nu cube by c cube into d nu by e power h nu by kt minus 1 lambda kt minus 1. This is called as Planck's radiation law. In terms of wavelength, this equation will be given by E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into d lambda by e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. This is the famous Planck's radiation law. The first one is in terms of frequency, whereas the second one is in terms of wavelength. So what is this application of Planck's radiation law? It explained all the other laws. So first of all, we will be considering Wien's law. So this Wien's law is valid at shorter wavelengths. As lambda is small, we can neglect 1 in the above equation. Thus Planck's law becomes E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into d lambda by e power hc by lambda kt minus 1. In the formula, we will be having minus 1 and we are neglecting the 1 because as lambda is small, the power will be more, and so the e power will be also more. Comparing to that power, we will be neglecting 1. Thus E lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi hc by lambda power 5 into e power minus hc by lambda kt into d lambda. Let us suppose 8 pi hc by a, 8 pi hc equals to a, where and hc by k as b. Then we will be having E lambda d lambda equals to a by lambda power 5 into e power minus b by lambda t d lambda, where a equals to 8 pi hc and b equals to hc by k. This is called as Wien's formula. Now the second one is Wien's displacement law. So it defines the relationship between the wavelength associated with maximum energy and the temperature T. So, as T increases, thus lambda shifts to lower wavelengths, or the product of lambda m into T equals to constant. This is Wien's displacement law. So, in this energy of the Planck's radiation law, E lambda equals to 8 pi h c by lambda power 5 into 1 by e power h c by lambda k T minus 1. As E lambda is maximum, so the first order derivative of this E lambda with respect to lambda will be 0, that is d E lambda by d lambda equals to 0. So, differentiating this equation and equating it to 0, we will be getting one equation. So, first of all, differentiating process, there are two functions. First is here this function lambda power 5, and the other function is e power h c by lambda k T minus 1. So, we will be using the formula derivative of u v, where u equals to 1 by lambda power 5 and b equals to e power minus h c by k T minus 1 whole power minus 1. So, using that formula, the derivative will be this value, that is lambda power 5 into minus 1 into e power minus h c by k T minus 1 whole power minus 2 into e power h c by lambda k T into h c by lambda square k T minus 5 into lambda power 6 lambda power minus 6 into e power minus h c by k T minus 1 whole power minus 1 equals to 0. So, on simplifying this equation, we will be having in this form x e power x by e power x minus 1 equals to 5, where x equals to e power h c by lambda x equals to h c by lambda k T. So, thus the roots of the above equation will be having two values, one is x equals to 0 and the other value is x equals to 4.9555. So, if x equals to 0, then h c by lambda k T equals to 0 implies lambda equals to infinity, but Wien's displacement law is valid at shorter wavelengths. So, lambda will be not equal to infinity. Thus, we are having only x value x equals to 4.955. So, equating this value to h c by lambda k T, then we will be having 4.955 equals to h c by lambda k T, or lambda into T equals to h c by 4.955 into k. Here h is a Planck's constant, c is the velocity of light in air or vacuum, and k is the Boltzmann constant. So, the RHS will be a constant, thus lambda into T equals to constant, which is nothing but our famous Wien's displacement law. And it also explained the Rayleigh-Jeans law. This Rayleigh-Jeans law is valid at longer wavelengths. So, the expansion of e power h c by lambda k T equals to 1 plus h c by lambda k T plus 1 by 2 into h c by lambda k T whole square plus 1 by 6 into so on. So, as lambda is large, the higher powers h c by lambda k T whole square, h c by lambda k T whole cube, so on will becomes 0. As lambda tends to 0 and lambda tends to infinity and lambda is the denominator, so the entire fraction will be 0. So, neglecting these higher powers of lambda, we will be having e power h c by lambda k T equals to 1 plus h c by lambda k T. Thus, Planck's law will now becomes e lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi h c by lambda power 5 into d lambda by 1 plus h c by lambda k T minus 1. So, the 1 will be cancelling and we will be having e lambda d lambda equals to 8 pi h c by k T into lambda power 4 d lambda, which is nothing but our Rayleigh-Jeans law. Now, we will be discussing disappearing filament optical pyrometer. First of all, what is meant by pyrometry? It is a technique for measuring the higher temperatures. So, the techniques which are used for measuring higher temperatures are studied in this branch of science called as pyrometry. So, what is this pyrometry mainly bases upon? It analyzes the wavelengths of the thermal radiations emitted. So, the radiations of the emitted black body will be, or any other body which are having at high temperatures will be studied first and then analyzed. So, in this process we will be using the laws of thermal radiation, mainly Stephen-Boltzmann law and Wien's displacement law. So, what is meant by a pyrometer? It is a device used for measuring higher temperatures. We are also having thermometers as the temperature measuring devices. For measuring the temperatures with thermometers, we must be make a contact between the body and the thermometer, but here this is not the case. That is, pyrometer is a non-contacting device. We this is a non-contacting device. So this is the main advantage of this device when compared with the thermometers. And the third one, it is based upon the principles of thermal radiation, and it measures the radiation energy first of all emitted from the from that body, and from that, by using this laws of thermal radiation, the temperature is determined. So where does this pyrometer word mainly originates? It originates from the Greek word. Here this word consists of two parts. First one is pyop, means fire in the Greek language, and metri means to measure. So the pyrometer is a device which is used for measuring the higher temperatures. Next, it can also be used for the bodies having high temperatures and they are in motion. That is, by using this pyrometer device, we can measure the temperatures of a hot bodies which are in motion. So who devised this first pyrometer? The first pyrometer was devised by the scientist named Henry Lee Chartier. He used the thermoelectric pyrometer. In this thermoelectric pyrometer, he used the oil lamp as the reference light source. Next, the first disappearing optical filament pyrometer was devised by Morse. Later, Hallborn and Kurlbaum improved this disappearing filament optical pyrometer. The optical pyrometer which is used in the first order generations is shown in figure. So this is the first order disappearing filament optical pyrometer. So based upon this pyrometric devices, the pyrometers mainly classified into four types. First one is total radiation pyrometer, second one is thermoelectric pyrometer, and the third one is optical pyrometers, and the last one is photoelectric pyrometers. So we will be discussing mainly with the optical pyrometers. So optical pyrometers measures the energy range between 700 degrees centigrade to 3000 degrees centigrade. It is accurate in giving the temperatures, and the lower limit is determined by the eye, and human eye compares the radiation of in this optical pyrometer. So how this human eye compares the radiation? In this, the radiations produced by a hot source and a standard body are compared. Next, it operates in the visible limit, and human eye matches the brightness of these two bodies, that is hot source and the standard body. So here the standard body will be a electric bulb which is having a filament. So optical pyrometer. So this is the optical pyrometer. The optical pyrometer mainly consists of a telescope fitted with an objective and an eyepiece, and in between the objective and eyepiece, in the telescope there will be crosswires, and the crosswires are removed, and in that place an electrical bulb is fixed. This electrical bulb is connected to a battery through a ammeter as well as a rheostat. So this is the arrangement of optical pyrometer. Now we will be discussing the various parts in this optical pyrometer. So the optical pyrometer mainly consists of a telescope in which there will be an objective as well as an eyepiece, and electric lamp in the place of crosswires, and a battery B, similarly a rheostat RH, and ammeter A, and diaphragms. These diaphragms which limit the cone of radiation entering into the telescope, and a red glass filter. This is the red glass filter placed between the hot board electric bulb and the eyepiece. So how does it works? So this is the working demonstration figure of this optical pyrometer. This is the hot body whose temperature is to be measured. The radiations from the hot body enters this objective lens of the telescope, and these radiations will be allowed to fall on the optical lamp filament by means of the rack and pinion arrangement, and this filament is viewed with the eyepiece. In between the filament and the eyepiece there is a red filter which provides the red background for while observing through the eyepiece. So working, objective is directed towards the hot body whose temperature is to be measured. Next, using rack and pinion screw, the image of the hot body is adjusted to be such that it is formed on the filament F. Next, this is viewed through the eyepiece. If the filament will be in the black color with red background, here we can see the filament F. So it will be appearing as black with red background because of the red filter we are placing between the eyepiece and the electric bulb. So the filament is heated by passing the current. Whenever the filament is heated, its temperature increases. So the filament now becoming dull when compared with initially it was in black, now it was changing its color to dull red as the temperature increases. Now the filament which you are observing in the eyepiece will be changing into dull color. Now the current F is adjusted such that the filament just disappears while we are observing in the eyepiece. So in the field of view, when there is no filament, F F can be observed, then the current in the ammeter is noted. This indicates that the filament F and the hot body are at same temperatures. So the brightness of the red background as well as the filament will be same. So at this junction, the current in the ammeter is noted. So first of all, if you see the red background and the filament which is at cooler temperature will be in black color. When the temperature of the filament increases, then it will be changing into dull red. When the temperature is very more when compared with the hot body, the filament will be more bright. So when the filament is dark, it is cooler than the source. When the filament is bright, it is temperature is more than that of the source. When the filament just disappears, then the brightness between the hot body as well as the filament are same. That means the filament and the source are at equal temperatures. So in this animation, we can clearly observe the working of the optical pyrometer. So as the temperature increases, the filament here also changes colors. So first of all, it is black color, and when the temperature changes, it will be changing into different color. So first of all, it is black color. When the temperature increases, the filament disappears in the red background. So that means both are at the same temperatures. So this figure clearly depicts the working principle of optical pyrometer. So how the temperature is calculated? The temperature can be calculated using the simple formula I equals to A plus Bt plus Ct square, where I is the strength of the current in the ammeter, T is the temperature of the body, and A, B, C are constants. So first of all, this experiment is performed with 3 bodies whose temperatures are known. So from this I equals to the current is measured and the constants ABCs are evaluated. So when the constants ABCs are evaluated, now this formula is applied to another hot body whose temperature is to be measured. So what are the advantages of this optical pyrometer? It is flexible, next portable, and it can be easily carried to any other place. Next, convenient to use. Next, it is very lightweight, can be monitor movable objects. So when the hot bodies are moved or in motion, then we can also use this pyrometer for measuring their temperatures. And it is also accurate with our plus or minus 5% errors in it. What are the main disadvantages with this optical pyrometer? So the optical pyrometer is very expensive, that it costs very much. Next, human errors may creep because the human eye is used for comparing the radiations of the hot body as well as the electric bulb filament. So there will be some human errors, and it is not useful for measuring the temperature of a clear gas. When the gas is clear, we cannot able to measure its temperature by using this pyrometer. Next, at high temperatures, the filament erodes frequently, because when the temperature of the filament is increased, then the filament melts. So the filament will be destroyed, and the optical pyrometer cannot work at this high temperatures. Next, by using this pyrometer, we cannot get continuous values of energy. Continuous values of temperature cannot be measured even though at small intervals. So we will be using this optical pyrometer for only measuring the single value. Next, small deviations from the actual values as the formula are of black bodies. The black body radiation formulas are devised for mainly for black bodies. So when we apply these laws to any other bodies, as they are not perfectly black, so there will be small deviations or errors can creep in measuring the temperature. now we will be discussing another important equation, Clausius-Clapeyron equation. What does this Clausius-Clapeyron equation states and what is its importance? So mainly we will be starting with Maxwell's equations. Maxwell studied the thermodynamics and framed 4 equations. So in order to describe the state of a system, there are 4 coordinates which are called as thermodynamic state coordinates or state variables. So the state coordinates are pressure P, volume V, temperature T and the entropy S. In order to study the behavior of the thermodynamic system completely, Maxwell framed 4 functions, so which are called as thermodynamic functions. In these thermodynamic functions, we will be dealing with internal energy U, second one is Helmholtz energy F, third one is enthalpy H, and the last one is Gibbs free energy G. So while discussing with these 4 thermodynamic functions, Maxwell framed 4 equations. Those are called as Maxwell's equations. The first equation is dou T by dou P equals to minus dou P by dou S at V. The second equation is dou S by dou V at T equals to dou P by dou T at V. And the third equation is dou T by dou P at S equals to minus dou V by dou S at P. And the last equation is dou S by dou P at T equals to dou V by minus dou V by dou T at P. These are the 4 equations which are called as Maxwell's equations. So multiplying the second relation by T on both sides, we will be getting T into dou S by dou V at T equals to T into dou P by dou T at V. So now the T has been taken inside, thus T into dou P by dou T at V equals to dou Q by dou V into T, because dou Q equals to T into dou S. This is the second law of thermodynamics. So dou S indicates the change in entropy and the T indicates the temperature. So dou Q equals to dou T in T into dou S, where dou Q is called as change in heat energy. So this change in heat energy while the substance changes from one state to another state. So when the state changes, then the change in heat energy is called as latent heat. When the substance changes from solid to liquid, then the change in heat energy is called as latent heat of fusion. Similarly, when the substance changes from liquid to gaseous state, then the change in heat energy is termed as latent heat of vaporization. So if a substance of mass m is converted from one state to another, then the change in heat energy will be dou Q equals to m into L. From this we can easily define the latent heat. So latent heat is defined as the heat energy that is required to change the state of a substance of unit mass. So L equals to dou Q by m. If m equals to 1, L equals to dou Q. Thus L equals to the change in heat energy when the substance changes and the substance mass is unit. So dou Q equals to ml. Substituting this value of dou Q equals to ml in the equation 1, we get T into dou P by dou T equals to ml into dou V at T. So this is the term where we have substitute the value of ml. So this is equation number 2. So if the initial and final volumes during the state changes are V1 and V2, then the change in volume will be dou V equals to V2 minus V1. Substituting this change in volume in the above equation, we get T into dou P by dou T at V equals to ml into V2 minus V1. Rearranging the terms in the above equation, we will be having dou P by dou T equals to ml by T into V2 minus V1. So changing the partial derivatives into ordinary derivatives, we will be having dP by dt equals to ml by T into V2 minus V1. So dP is the change in pressure, dt is the change in temperature, ml is the change in heat energy, here V2 minus V1 is the change in volume, and T is the temperature at which the change of state occurs. So this is called as Clausius-Clapeyron equation. So now we will be discussing what is the importance of this equation. So applications. So this Clausius-Clapeyron equation clearly describes the variation of boiling point with pressure. So during boiling, volume increases, hence dV will be positive. As boiling during the boiling the temperature increases and the distance between the molecule increases, so its volume will be increases. So the volume dV change will be positive. Hence the variation of dP by dt also will be positive as dV is positive. Thus boiling point of every liquid increases with increase in pressure. When the pressure is increased, boiling point increases. When the pressure is decreased, the boiling point decreases. So first of all we will be dealing with how the pressure varies with altitude, that is the height from the sea level. At the sea level the pressure is more, so the liquid boils at a temperature 100 degrees centigrade, or the pressure will be more. While we are going upwards or above the sea level, the air molecules above will be the volume of these air molecules will be increases, so hence the pressure decreases. So while we are going higher altitudes, the pressure will be decreasing. So at lower levels the pressure will be more, lower heights the pressure will be more, while at the upper heights the pressure will be less. Similarly, now we will be observing the variation of boiling point at with respect to height. At the sea level the pressure is more, so the water boils at a temperature 100 degrees centigrade. While you are going to the upper to the other heights, the boiling point varies. At a height of 6000 feet the water boils at 93 degrees centigrade. Similarly, when the height is increased to 10,000 feet, the same water boils at 90 degrees centigrade. When the height is increased to 20,000 feet, then the same liquid boils at 79 degrees centigrade. Here the boiling point varies from 100 degrees centigrade to 79 degrees centigrade for water depending upon the pressure. So this is the reason why the food in the cooker can be cooked easily when compared to the food in the other vessel. So in the pressure cooker which you are using in our day to day life, the pressure will be very high, so the boiling point also increases with the increasing in pressure. So the food will be boiled very easily when compared to the food which is not cooked in the cookers. Now how the melting point varies with pressure. In some substances during the melting the volume increases, so in such substances the change in volume will be positive. That means when the substance is in solid state its volume will be less, and when it is converted into liquid its volume will be more. Thus V2 minus V1 will be positive, and hence dP by dt also will be positive. Thus in such substances with increase in pressure the melting point increases. So what are those substances? Wax and the other one is sulfur. In these two substances with increase in pressure the melting point increases. In some substances the volume decreases during melting, that is the final volume will be very much less when compared with the initial volume, so dV will be negative. In such substances dP by dt will be negative, that is increase in pressure decreases the melting point. So the melting point of these solids decreases with increase in pressure. What are those substances? Ice. In ice the final volume will be less when compared with the initial volume, that is, or the volume in the liquid state will be less when compared with the volume in the solid state. Similarly, in the case of gallium and the bismuth also the final volumes will be less when compared to their initial volumes. So this is a main phenomenon based upon the above discussion, regulation of ice. What is meant by regulation of ice? When two ice pieces are pressed together they form a single piece. Why? This is called as regulation of ice. So now we will be discussing on applying pressure the melting point decreases. So at the junction a liquid layer will be formed. Due to this liquid layer the ice near the junction will be melts. On release of pressure again the liquid layer will be frozen, thereby forming a single piece. This is called as regulation of ice. So here we can see this regulation of ice. It consists of an ice block and a copper wire which is connected to with two weights is placed on this ice block. As the pressure on these weights is gradually increasing, the copper wire will be passing through this ice block, because the liquid near the copper wire because the ice near the copper wire melts. While passing through this ice block, again the liquid layer will be frozening because of releasing of pressure. So the entire ice block will be same, while the weights will be clearly fallen down from the ice block. So the main application of this melting point versus pressure is can be used for discussing the glacier movements, why these glaciers move. So in this figure, as the weight on the glaciers will be gradually increasing, so the upper layers of ice and snow crush down and the lower layers of the glacier, thereby the pressure on the lower layer increases. When the pressure on the lower layer increases, the ice near the lower layer melts, thereby it will be converted into liquid state. Hence the glacier can be easily moved on the ground. So some glaciers move only a few centimeters per day, while other glaciers move as much as 3000 centimeters per day. This is the main application of the variation of melting with pressure.
Hi, good morning. By this presentation, I wanted to give the details of the general characters of enzymes for you. By the end of my lecture, you should be able to define the enzymes and other related terms like active site, apoenzyme, coenzyme, cofactors, prosthetic group, and enzyme specificity, etc. So these are the terms you might have known earlier in your classes, but we will discuss again in detail. And you are also able to describe the characters of the enzyme at the end of my lecture. So coming to the first of all, I wanted to make you know what are the enzymes. These enzymes are present everywhere in living organisms. Daily we are taking food, and this food is in the form of a carbohydrates, lipids and proteins. There is a system exclusively present in living organisms, that means animals, called as a digestive system. But taking of the food by the digestive system is unable to finish off this process, that is called digestion. So there are some substances by which the digestion process will be completed. For example, carbohydrates will be digested by a substance called amylases, etc., sucrases, like that, maltases. Several enzymes are present for the digestion of the carbohydrates. Similarly, proteases digest proteins, lipases digest the lipids. Like several enzymes aids in the process of the digestion. Take the process like photosynthesis, respiration in plants. We know that photosynthesis completed by two reactions, that is called as the light reaction and dark reaction. Light reaction will be completed by the light, which is the physical phenomenon, whereas the dark reaction is completed by the biochemical reactions. So in this biochemical reaction also certain substances plays an important role in the completion of the processes. So in all these reactions, that means in all the biochemical reactions, these substances helps in the completion of the processes. That's why enzymes are called as the biological molecules acting as a catalyst, which are proteinaceous in nature. So they catalyze all the chemical reaction without altering its structure at the end of the reaction. They also help increase in the rate of the reaction by lowering the energy of the activation. So these are the molecules acting as a catalyst. Then there are also some other term, that is catalyst. We called enzymes as a catalyst, biocatalyst, but there are some other catalysts which are called as the chemical catalyst, helps in the finishing of the chemical reactions. So let us examine the differences between enzyme catalysts and chemical catalysts. So these coming to the enzyme catalyst, I already told they are proteinaceous in nature, whereas chemical catalysts are non-proteinaceous in nature. These biochemical catalysts are specific reaction, whereas chemical catalysts have different reactions. So they occur, enzyme catalysts occur via active sites of the enzyme. They does not return to the original state after a biochemical reaction. Generally, the biochemical enzyme catalysts are produced by living cells and acts inside only in living cells, not elsewhere. Whereas the chemical catalyst always returns to its original state and reacts outside living cells. So these are the main differences between the enzyme catalysts and chemical catalysts. So enzyme catalysts exist only in the living cells, whereas the chemical catalysts are existing outside the living cells. So what is the importance of these enzymes? So enzymes are essential in chemical reactions. Without the presence of these enzymes, the chemical reactions will not be finished off. That's why they play an important role in various metabolic processes like photosynthesis, respiration, nitrogen metabolism, lipid metabolism, etc. And they are also important in the diagnosis and therapeutics in a medicine field. All the biochemical reactions are enzyme catalyzed reactions in living organisms. That's why these enzymes are very important in all living organisms. Levels of the enzymes in the blood also very important to know, because it is used as a diagnostic tool nowadays. Because in the diagnosis of the disease like myocardial infarction, the enzymes are estimated in the blood. That's why the enzymes are very important to know for biologists, and these are therapeutically used, such as even digestive enzymes. Nowadays people are taking in the form of amylases, sucrases, lipases and proteases. So in the form of these enzymes also, the digestive enzymes are used in the therapeutic uses. So there are several important other factors for the enzymes, but I am giving only a few for the convenience purpose. So coming to the structure of the enzymes, already I told that enzymes are made of the proteins. They are proteinaceous in nature. That means they are synthesized from the amino acids. So their structure is similar to the structure of the proteins, which is a three-dimensional structure. Whereas nowadays the RNA molecules are also found which exhibits the enzymatic properties. Hence they are also called as the ribozymes. So, they are very specific and they only work with a certain set of substances. So, they must be fit into the active site of the enzymes, otherwise the enzymes will be inactive and they will be inefficient and the reaction will not be finished off. So, they must have a suitable substrate. Unless the suitable substrate, the enzyme will not work. So, this is the structure of the enzyme. That means it is made up of a proteins. So, there are coming to the types of the enzyme. Based on the structure of the enzyme, there are different types of the enzymes existing in all living organisms. Say simple protein enzymes and the other is a complex protein enzyme. Simple protein enzymes made up of simple proteins. The example is urease and our amylase, which aids in the digestive system. It is a simple protein enzyme. Whereas the complex protein enzymes, it is made up of a conjugated proteins. That means along with the protein, some other part is present, which is called as a non-proteinaceous part. The enzyme without the non-protein moiety is termed as a apoenzyme. So, the complex protein has two parts, that is a protein part and a non-protein part. The protein part is called as the apoenzyme, that means without a non-protein moiety. When the apoenzyme combines with the that is non-protein part, then it is called as a holoenzyme, which will be the active enzyme. So, with its non-protein component, it acts as a, along with its non-protein component, the enzyme acts on the substance. That is why holoenzyme is a active substance. Apoenzyme is the protein part, holoenzyme is protein and non-proteinaceous part. So, this non-proteinaceous part otherwise called as the prosthetic group. This prosthetic group is, it may be loosely bound or tightly bound to the protein part. So, this non-protein part tightly bound to the apoenzyme and it is present along with the enzyme in vicinity of the active sites of the enzyme, and these are bind with the enzyme by a covalent bond. So, these are non-protein parts which is tightly bound or loosely bound to the protein part is called as the prosthetic group. This may be in the form of an organic molecule or inorganic molecule. The non-protein part which is in the form of a organic molecules is called as a coenzyme. For example, vitamins and compounds derived from the vitamins are called as the coenzymes. For example, coenzyme A. This is the coenzyme A which plays an important role in along with the enzyme, which is essential for the enzyme for taking part in the completion of the biochemical reactions. And the other one is cofactor, which is in the form of a inorganic form. So, this non-protein chemical bond which is in the form of a inorganic molecule bound either tightly or loosely to an enzyme. It is also required for the catalysis. For example, hexokinase. Hexokinase requires magnesium ions. So, these without this magnesium ions, hexokinase will be inactive. So, this magnesium ions will be the cofactor for the hexokinase. So, there are several molecules like zinc, iron, copper, cytochrome, oxidases like that. There are inorganic substances are binding with the enzyme required for the completion of the biochemical reactions. And these are the examples, cofactors, that is for carbonic anhydrase, zinc is the cofactor, cytochrome oxidase, copper is the cofactor, and this is the prosthetic group. Usually the prosthetic groups are in the form of a heme group or flavins or biotins, and the coenzymes are strongly bound and they are low molecular weight non-proteinaceous forms. The example is TPP, that is thiamine pyrophosphate, flavin mononucleotide, flavin adenine nucleotide FAD, NAD is nicotine adenine dinucleotide, and NADP, nicotine adenine dinucleotide phosphate. So, these are all the non-proteinaceous moieties binded along with the protein part of the enzyme. So, these are the examples as a cofactors and enzymes. Coming to the general characters of the enzymes. So, these enzymes already told they are proteinaceous in nature and helps in the biochemical reactions, but there are unique and special properties enzymes for the enzymes. So, because of these properties only, the enzymes are performing several functions, unique functions. So, these are the few things to mention. They are colloidal in nature and they are catalytic in nature, and they are highly specific in performing the chemical reactions, and they need coenzymes for activity, and they work best at the optimum temperature and pH. Some catalyzes the reversible reactions. These are the general characters of the enzymes to mention. Coming to the first character, that is colloidal in nature. So, usually the enzymes are of giant in size, ranging from 12,000 to over 1 million in size, that is Daltons in size. Because of the larger size, they look very smaller when compared to the substrate and active site. That is why they are very larger when compared to the active sites and substrates, and they are having very low rates of the diffusion. That is why they do not diffuse very rapidly into the water. That is why they form the colloidal substances in the water, and they are non-dilizable. But some of the enzymes are dilizable and they will be dissociated into the water in the form of a coenzymes. So, how these enzymes are becoming colloidal means, because of the low rates of the diffusion, the enzymes are becoming colloidal substances in the water. So, because of this giant size and low rates of diffusion, the enzymes are exhibiting the colloidal nature of the enzyme, property of the enzyme. Coming to the catalytic nature of the enzymes, all the enzymes have a unique property. That means there is a virtual absence of the side chains, and this catalytic efficiency of the enzyme is explained based on the turnover number or molecular activity of the enzymes. This turnover number is explained, that is number of the substrate molecules converted into the number of the products in a unit time by the completely saturated substrate. That means after utilization of the enzyme and saturation of the enzyme completely, the number of the saturated molecules converted into product molecules can be called as a turnover number. This turnover number differs from one enzyme to other enzymes. Here is the table for you, that is carbonic anhydrase, which is having a 6 lakhs turnover number. For example, this catalase, take the catalase example, where the turnover number is a 50 lakhs. That is a single molecule of catalase that is performs the biochemical reaction in which the hydrogen peroxide molecules converts into the oxygen and water in a minute. So, 50,000 molecules of H2O2 can be converted into water and oxygen in a minute. That is called as a turnover number, and also the molecular activity or catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. So, you can go through the table for different enzymes. We have given the turnover number and the enzyme specificity. So, these enzymes have varying degrees of the specificity because of the specific nature of the action. So, this is the property which is unique for enzymes. So, they must act only certain substances. So, they recognize and they catalyze a single substrate only. So, it cannot catalyze the other substrate. For example, sucrase acts only on sucrose, maltase acts on only maltose. So, sucrase do not act on maltose. So, maltase do not act on sucrase. So, there are other that means the enzyme also acts on a group of compounds belonging to the similar substrate. So, they do not only act on a single substrate, they can act also on a group of similar substrate. For example, on the phosphate group, on the sulfate group, on the hydroxyl groups, like that they act on group of the similar substrates. They also act as a particular type of the bond. That means optical isomers and geometrical isomers. So, based on the enzyme specificity, the enzymes are recognized as 4 types. That is absolute specificity, that means they catalyze only a single substrate. For example, urease catalyzes only hydrolysis of urea. And coming to the group specificity, they catalyze a group of compounds for similar substrates. For example, hexokinases adds a phosphate group to hexoses like glucose 6-phosphate, fructose 6-phosphate. Fructose 6-phosphate and glucose 6-phosphate are the similar substances called hexoses, but hexokinase adds the phosphate group to either glucose 6-phosphate or fructose 6-phosphate, and the other one is linkase, and they catalyze on the one of the 2 optical isomers or one of the 2 geometrical isomers of the compounds. For example, take the chymotrypsin, it catalyzes the hydrolysis of the peptide bond. So, these are in the form of catalyzation on which it is acting. That means the enzyme is acting whether on the single substrate or on the group or on the linkage of the bond. These are the enzyme specificity existing in living organisms. And this chemical that is biochemical catalysts also speed up the chemical reactions. So, this may be owing to the property of the 3-dimensional structure of the enzymes. So, the enzyme is having a 3-dimensional structure. So, not surprisingly, active site is also having the 3-dimensional structure. So, this active site is made up of different amino acids. These amino acids aids in the binding of the substrate to the enzyme. There are some other sites, that means other means allosteric site, another site. It is called as another site, allosteric site. So, the enzyme possesses 2 sites called as the active site and allosteric site. So, active site is the catalyzing site and it binds the substrate to the enzyme, and allosteric site means it is some other site where the other molecules which inhibits the activities of the enzymes can bind. So, coming to the next property, that is thermolability. So, as these enzymes are made up of proteins, they are very sensitive to temperature. So, with decrease of the temperature, that means if the enzymes are stored at the 0 degree centigrade or below degree centigrade, they become inactive. But this is reversible. That means with increase of the temperature from 0 to or from higher to 0, the activity of the enzymes is increasing, but only at certain level it increases. After reaching to a certain level, the enzymatic activity decreases. For every rise of the 10 degree centigrade, the enzyme activity rises in 2 to 3 times, which is called as a temperature quotient. That is why we can say that a temperature quotient for enzymes is 2 to 3. Q10 is 2 to 3 for enzymes. For every 10 degrees of the temperature, the activity is increased by the 2 to 3 degrees. But after the 50 degrees centigrade, there is a rapid decline in the activity of the enzymes because of the denaturation. That means there is a breakage of the hydrogen bond and disruption of the hydrogen bonds is there. That is why they become weak and they become inactive at a higher temperature. The optimum temperature is 35 degrees centigrade. 0 degrees it becomes inactive, where we can store the enzymes. 10 degrees centigrade for weeks, but above 30 degrees centigrade it is hours, above 50 degrees centigrade it is inactive. Coming to the pH sensitivity property, pH also affects the rate of the enzyme substrate complexes. Most of the enzymes are optimum pH around 7, that is isoelectric point of the enzymes. When that is acid, when we add the acids to the solutions or in the acidic medium, they do not exhibit properly because they changes their shape. Coming to the reversibility of a reaction, the digestive enzymes are having this property, that is reversibility of a reaction. They catalyze hydrolytic reactions. For example, lipase, it catalyzes and hydrolyzes. That means a synthesis of fat from the glycerol and fatty acid, and this glycerol and fatty acid is synthesized into fat and catalyzed by the enzyme lipase. At the same time, the fats are dissociated into glycerol and fatty acid by the lipase. So, this is called as a reversibility of a reactions. Hi, good morning. Today through this presentation, I wanted to let you know about the regulation of the enzyme action. By the end of my presentation, you learn various methodologies that enzymes employ to control the metabolism. You can understand the various mechanisms present for the regulation of the enzyme activity. You also understand the mechanism of various processes like allosteric control and negative feedback inhibition, induction, repression, etc. So, why this regulation of the enzymes is essential in living organisms? We told that enzymes are very important for living organisms to finish off biochemical reactions. But there are several processes like photosynthesis, respiration, lipid metabolism, and other fatty acid metabolism, fatty acid synthesis, protein synthesis. Several biological processes are present in living organisms. All these processes are coordinated, and they are existing single like that? No, we can say that all are in coordinating with each other. How they are coordinating with each other in living organisms? By regulation of the enzymatic activity only, the various metabolic processes are coordinated, and they are also helpful in homeostasis. That means maintenance of the internal environment. That's why also the enzymatic regulation activity is needed for all living organisms. To maintain the internal environment, this process is required. So, there are generally two methods are there, that is for the regulation of the mechanism. That is, one is control of the enzyme quantity, and the other one is altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. So, these are the other things which will be affecting the control of the enzyme quantity and altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzyme. So, in upcoming slides we will go one by one. First, coming to the control of the enzyme quantity, it will be affected by the altering the synthesis of the enzymes. Enzymes are proteinaceous in nature. That means they are synthesized from the amino acids. So, with increase in the synthesis of the enzyme or degradation of the enzyme, the quantity of the enzyme is depending. So, the quantity of the enzyme is depend upon the either increased synthesis of the enzyme or degradation of the enzyme. Increased in the synthesis of the enzyme actually occurs when there is an increase in the reaction rate. That means when there is a need. Otherwise, when we do not use also, there is an increase in the rate of the enzyme quantity. For example, after taking protein rich food, there is arginase increase in the liver. That means the arginase is synthesizing very rapidly in the liver after taking rich proteinaceous food. But in the starvation animals also, there is an increase in the enzyme quantity because of the non-use of the enzymes. So, there means there is no degradation. Here is an increase in the synthesis. In the starvation animals, there is no degradation. That is why altering the synthesis of enzymes or degradation of the enzymes, we can control the quantity of the enzymes. One more methodology, that is induction process. Induction is the process in which there is an increase in the enzyme quantity. That means these are the substances which increases the enzyme quantity are called as the inducers. So, based upon the response to the inducers, there are two sides of the enzymes called as the constitutive enzymes and inducible enzymes. Constitutive enzymes depends upon the concentration of the enzymes. They do not depend on the inducers, whereas inducible enzymes, they depend on the presence of the that means inducers. For example, induction of the lactase on the bacterium growing on the glucose medium is called as a inducible enzyme. So, by the induction also we can increase the quantity of the enzyme. The other method is the repression. It is opposite to the process induction. In induction process, we are increasing the quantity of the enzyme, whereas in repression, it is decreasing the rate of the synthesis of enzyme by a substances called repressor. Repressors are the molecules are having low molecular weight. Generally, they are produced at the end of the biochemical reactions. That is why it is also called as the feedback regulations. For example, take the dietary cholesterol, which decreases the synthesis of the HMG-CoA. HMG is a beta-hydroxy beta-methyl glucosyl-CoA reductase, which is the key enzyme in the cholesterol synthesis. So, if you take additional cholesterol in the food, it affects the main key enzyme in the cholesterol synthesis. So, this is the repression process, and the other factor which is affecting the control of the quantity of the enzyme is substances like substrates, coenzymes and cofactors also changes the conformation of the enzymes by decreasing the rates of the degradation. So, there is an increase in the quantity of the enzymes. Likewise, depending upon the synthesis of the enzymes and degradation of the enzymes, induction, repression, and based on the concentration of the substrate, coenzymes and cofactors, we can regulate the enzymatic activity. And the second one, that is the catalytic, altering the catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. How this catalytic efficiency of the enzymes are occurring in the living organisms. That means first one is allosteric control. Allosteric enzymes are made up of more than one protein. Generally, they are having two sites, that is a catalytic site where the enzyme binds, and the other one is a allosteric site, means another site. So, when there is a molecule, that means the molecules, if they bind to the allosteric site, if there is an increase in the synthesis of the enzyme, if there is a increase in the rate of the activity of the enzyme, then it is called as a positive effector or the allosteric induction. If effector is added to the allosteric site, then it is decreases the activity of the enzyme. Then it is called as a negative effector or allosteric inhibition. By allosteric regulation and allosteric inhibition, we can regulate the catalytic efficiency of the enzyme. Here is a figure for you where you can go through the positive allosteric regulation and negative allosteric regulation. So, this is maybe due to the positive regulator brings the changes in the shape of the active site. When this positive regulator binds to the allosteric site, it also causes changes in the active site of the enzyme. So, in that way it increases the reaction rate, whereas in negative regulator it prevents the binding of the substrate and decreases the reaction rate. The other mechanism is feedback inhibition. Feedback inhibition is an enzyme which that is the end product which inhibits the enzyme early in the metabolic pathway. In the figure you are looking at it is a simple feedback loop where the final product is interfering with the enzymatic activity in the early pathway. So, this feedback control can be used for the decreasing the activity of the chromosome. There are two processes in the similar way, like negative feedback, negative effect and positive effect. Feedback regulation is there, feedback control is also there. Coming to the covalent modification, it is the modifications of the enzymes where by the formation of the covalent bond, the activity of the enzymes are changing. Covalent modification is reversible. That means a polypeptide chain is attached to the group by the covalent bond. So, the other ones are zymogens or proenzymes. So, zymogens and proenzymes are secreted into these tissues or cells in the form of an inactive form and can be activated later. So, generally these zymogens are having extra polypeptide chain. If this polypeptide chain will be deleted from the zymogen, then these zymogens will become active. So, these zymogens protects the tissues from auto-digestion. There are several zymogens existing in the body like chymotrypsin, prothambrin, trypsinogen, pepsinogen, procarboxypeptidase, protein elastase and fibrinogen. Generally these zymogens become inactive either with the presence of the hydrochloric acid or with the enzymes or auto activity. That means by themselves they become active. Next is a covalent modification. So, covalent modification already we discussed, that means by the adding of the phosphate group to the substances we can changes the properties of the enzymes or catalytic efficiency of the enzymes. And phosphorylation, this is the general process where it can be added, that is phosphate group can be added to the moiety of the protein moiety of the enzyme. By the addition of this phosphate group it can be activated, it can also be deactivated by the removal of the phosphate group. This is called as the dephosphorylation, and addition of the phosphate group is called as the phosphorylation. Sometimes the phosphorylation is essential and some for enzymes dephosphorylation. So, addition or deletion of the phosphate groups are also makes the enzymes active or inactive. And the final one, that is the protein-protein interactions. So, proteins are made up of catalytic sites and regulatory sites. So, here is a protein kinase enzyme made up of the two catalytic sites and two regulatory sites. So, in the form of a 2C and 2R sites, the pKa is inactive. By the addition of this cyclic adenosine monophosphate to the protein kinase amylase, so the 2R sites will be removed. So, by removing the 2Rs or 2 catalytic sites, the pKa will become active. So, these are the mechanisms. Through this mechanism the enzyme activity can be regulated. Hi, good morning. Here is a presentation for you in which I am giving the details of the mechanism of enzyme action. By the end of my lecture, you are able to understand the activation energy and the knowledge about the enzyme substrate interactions and the formation of the enzyme substrate complex dissociating into the products, and there are other mechanisms which explains the mechanism of enzyme action. So, by the end of my lecture, you are coming through all these topics. So, coming to the enzyme substrate complex, so the enzyme substrate, that means the enzyme molecule and the substrate molecules combine or react with each other to form a enzyme substrate complex, which is the intermediate complex in a chemical reaction. So, the enzyme substrate reactions will be finished in the two steps. In the first step, that is enzyme combines with the or collides with the substrate and reacts to form a enzyme substrate complex, which is intermediate complex. Here I am showing that this is a reversible reaction, means at this point the enzyme substrate complex can be dissociated or can break apart into the enzyme and substrate. That is why the first step is a reversible reaction. In the next step, an enzyme product complex is formed. Enzyme substrate complex is converting into the enzyme product complex by the catalyzing property of the enzyme. When the enzyme substrate complex is ready, then enzyme product complex is formed by the catalyzing action of the enzyme. Finally, the enzyme substrate, that is product complex, is releasing the product. So, it is completing in two steps. That is, in the first step, enzyme combines with the substrate forming the enzyme substrate complex. Enzyme substrate complex converts into the enzyme product complex. Enzyme product complex finally converts into the products. So, this is the basic reaction steps occurring in the enzyme substrate reactions. So, is only the enzyme substrate are only participating, or is there any factor which is making the process, that means decreasing the time of the reaction? Yes, there is. Enzymes not only combines with the substrate molecule, it also finish of the reaction, biochemical reaction, by decreasing the activation energy. We all know that all the chemical reactions require some amount of energy, which is called as a chemical energy. It is the first push or to start the reaction, this energy is required, and this energy is called as the activation energy. In this diagram, I am showing how this enzymes lowers the reaction's activation energy. So, by combining with the substrate, enzyme molecule, before converting into the products, they are also lowering the activation energy. So, in the first diagram A, without enzyme, the lactose molecule that is dissociating into glucose and galactose. That means there is no activation energy without enzyme. Here only for the lactose, that itself is dissociating into glucose and galactose. But with the addition of the enzyme lactase, that is the same reaction is occurring. The lactose is dissociating into the glucose and galactose, but only the change is lactase is added to the lactose. See, there is a difference between the that is the activation energy from A to B. In that way, we can change the activation energy without the enzyme or with adding the enzyme. So, with adding of the enzyme, there is a possibility in the decrease of the activation energy. So, through this only we can the enzymes are performing the biochemical reactions very efficiently. And the other factor is substrate concentration. Without the substrate, the enzymes do not perform the biochemical reactions. That is why the substrate concentration is also very important for the biochemical reactions. When there is an increase in the substrate concentration, there is an increase in the velocity of the reaction. That means there is an increase in the activity of the enzyme, but after reaching certain points it becomes saturated. Then the enzymes that is the substrate concentration becomes the limiting factor. Then the substrate must be added extraneously to the reaction. So by increasing the substrate concentration to reach the maximum velocity, for the perfect enzymatic efficiency, the substrate must be continuously added in the biochemical reaction. To explain the mechanism of the enzymatic activity, there are two models, that is lock and key model and induced fit model. That means it is not a process, it is a mechanism. Why we are calling it as a mechanism? Mechanism is something that is natural and it is a established procedure where it is meant for to finish off certain things. That is why we are calling it as a mechanism for enzymatic activity. It is not a enzymatic activity processes. Coming to the lock and key model, it is proposed by the Emil Fischer. In the lock and key model, we can say that there is a lock and key. The term itself, it is showing that there is something like a lock and key. With a perfect key only we can open the lock. So Emil Fischer postulated or presumed that the active sites of the enzymes are rigid structures. So due to the rigid structures only, the substrate is not changing its shape. So certain active sites only fit into the certain substrate. So the active sites which are suitable to unique substrates only, they fit into the active sites. So there must be a perfect fit between the enzyme and substrate. Without this fit, the substrate enzyme substrate complex will not be formed. So it can be compared with the lock and key. A suitable key only opens the suitable lock. That means a suitable key is compared with the enzyme which will be fit into a that is a perfect hole, which is called as the active site, which opens the lock, that is the substrate. So key is enzyme, hole is the active site and lock is the substrate. So in this way the lock and key model explains the enzymatic action. But in this mechanism, it is very good that there is no change in the structure of the enzyme. But at the same time, by perfect fitting, that is binding between the enzyme and the substrate, the enzyme substrate complex is forming and it is no longer the substrate fit into the enzyme, it has to be dissociated. So releasing the enzyme freely and converting into the products. So there is evidences also for existence of this ES complexes. The electron microscopic studies says that ES complexes are existing and the physical properties are also changing when the ES complexes are formed. So through this also we can say that there is a formation of ES complexes in the biochemical reactions, and the spectroscopic characters are also changes while formation of the enzyme substrate complexes. The stereospecificity of the enzyme complexes are also having higher order reaction and they can be isolated in pure form. Apart from all this lock and key model, it is not adequately explained the mechanism of the enzymatic activity because of the rigidity of the active site of the enzyme. So as the enzymes are having a rigid non-flexible structures called as the active sites, so without perfect fit between the substrate and enzyme, the enzyme substrate complexes will not be formed. But this explanation will not be adequate. That is why Koshland proposed one model called as a induced fit model. So, according to it, that means there is a mechanical interaction between the active site of the enzyme and the substrate. Of course, in lock and key model also there is a that is a mechanical interaction between the active site and enzyme. There we are saying that active site is a rigid structure, whereas in this induced fit model of the enzyme, there is no change in the shape and structure of the enzyme. So, the enzyme changes upon exposure of the enzyme to the substrate. The enzyme itself changes the shape and the substrate is fit perfectly into the enzyme for forming the enzyme substrate complex. So, the shapes of the enzyme and the active sites and the substrate adjust to the maximum to fit, which improves the catalysis. So, here the shape is not rigid, where the shape is not rigid, and according to the need of the substrate, that is according to the substrate, the shape of the enzyme is changing. So, amino acids aid in bringing of the substrate to the active site. So, there is a greater range for the substrate specificity in the induced fit model. So, there are possibilities, 3 possibilities for the conformational changes. Whenever there is a change in the conformation of the enzyme upon exposure of the enzyme to the substrate, in the first thing the enzyme must undergo conformation first, then bind the substrate. In the second thing, substrate may bound first, later conformation changes. Both the process occur simultaneously. So, according to the Coastland, due to these 3 possibilities, conformational changes are occurring in the enzyme substrate complex formation. So, here is a figure. This is the graphic representation. We can take the example induced fit theory. So, the magenta color, that is magenta molecule, that is the green color, where the enzyme protein is represented by green and cyan colors. So, the cyan colored protein is used more sharply to define the active site, and the protein chains are very flexible and they fit around the substrate, that is pink color. So, this pink color is fitting into the that is between the cyan and green colored structure because of the flexible structures of the protein. So, that is why in induced fit theory, the enzyme changes according to the substrate, that is substrate. So, the conformational changes brought by the substrate only, not by the enzyme. Whereas in the lock and key model, the active sites are rigid structure, non-flexible structure. Whereas in the induced fit model, the structures are not rigid and they are very flexible to act, that means to bind the enzyme and substrate to form the enzyme substrate complex. So, these are the 2 mechanisms existing. And the most acceptable model is, and more preferable model to lock and key theory is that is induced fit model.
Hello, my dear students. This is B. Ramesh Chandra Babu, lecturer in mathematics, PVKN Government Degree College, Autonomous, Chittoor. I am happy to share this session on the topic plane. So, if you observe this slide, the plane, and here I have kept on a telescope. So, the geometry plays very important role to understand the world of mathematics. Did you smile today? I hope. So, the best medicine without side effects is smiling. Keep it with you always. So, a true friend, he is the true friend, he is helping his friend. Okay? Let me share one incident which occurred in the life of Einstein. So, when Einstein was not so famous, he became very popular after E equal to mc square, but previously he was not so much familiar to the people. One incident occurred in the life of Einstein was when he was working on theory of relativity. He gave so many seminars and lectures on the topic theory of relativity. One day he was traveling in his car. He was very much tired and he wanted to give his lecture in some other college or university. He was so dull. So, the driver asked him, "Sir, why are you so dull?" He asked, "I am not feeling well," replied by the Einstein. "Sir, if you don't mind, I will give lecture on behalf of you." Einstein was stunned. Why? Because he don't know anything about the theory of relativity. But the driver told that, "Sir, I have listened to your lecture so many times, so I can reproduce like a tape recorder whatever you taught in the previous lectures." So, Einstein was a little bit ambiguous, but his driver was a trustworthy person, so he agreed him to deliver a lecture. So, the driver sit in the back seat and Einstein was driving to the university. Einstein introduced that car driver as a Einstein to the university people. The university people took him and highly honored him, and the lecture was started. That driver was giving very pleasantly the lecture. Einstein is also sitting one of the corners of the that auditorium. Then suddenly the people, those who are attended there are not compliant boys, they are complicated boys. That means they think critically. So, one of the guy stood up and asked some doubt that car driver. The car driver was really became faint. Suddenly a miracle thought came into the mind of that car driver, and he said that by showing the Einstein, this silly doubt can be explained by my driver, like that. So, don't try to memorize the lessons and try to understand the lessons. Okay, thank you. I hope you might have enjoyed this incident. Next, let us go to our topic. So, first an intelligent test for you. So, how many animals are in this figure? I hope all of you might have identified. One is rat, cat, dog, horse, elephant, and one chimpanzee. So, there are 6 animals. Being a mathematics students, you come to the next riddle. You can understand this riddle also. So, what is the 3/7 of chicken and 2/3 of cat and 1/3 of goat? You have to guess the city name. So, there are 7 letters. 3/7 into 7, we get 3. So, you have to take 3 letters, that is CHI. Similarly, there are 3 in cat. So, you have to take 2 letters, that is CA. Similarly, in goat also. So, that city name is Chicago. Okay. Now, let us recall the father of geometry, Euclid, and the Cartesian geometry was invented by René Descartes. Plato, I hope all of you know about Plato. He is a great philosopher. He kept a board in front of his academy stating that the people, those who don't have knowledge in geometry, don't step into my academy. So from this we can understand the importance of geometry from the ancient days. Not only it plays very important role in ancient days, now also the GPS, global positioning system, is working on the basis of our geometry. So first we have to understand, if you want to understand any subject, fundamentals are very much essential. So if you know the fundamentals, KNOW know, if you know the fundamentals, then you can make fun with the subject. Otherwise you will get the mental with the subject. So first foundation stone of geometry is the point. First one is the definition of point is the first foundation stone for the geometry. So if you take point, how do you define the point? Point is one which represents a position, but it has no magnitude. So point is one which represents a position, it has no magnitude. Both media people are watching, so I will explain whenever it is possible in Telugu also. సో బిందువు అనగా మనకు స్థానాన్ని నిర్దేశించినటువంటిది, దానికి పరిమాణం అనేటువంటిది ఉండదు. అంటే పరిమాణం లేకుండా స్థానాన్ని ఎలా అది నిర్దేశిస్తుంది అని మనకు ఒక క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది. బట్ వితౌట్ మ్యాగ్నిట్యూడ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎన్ యాక్సియం, వీ హ్యావ్ టు అజ్యూమ్ దట్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ నో లెంగ్త్ ఆర్ బ్రెడ్త్ ఆర్ హైట్. సో ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈజ్ జీరో టు ది పాయింట్. సో నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ టు ది సెకండ్ డెఫినిషన్, లైన్ సెగ్మెంట్. What do you mean by a line segment? If you take the 2 points A and B, if you join them in such a way that the distance between them must be least. So here I have joined in 4 ways, but this red one is the line segment. I hope you understand about the line segment. Then coming to the surface, surface means an upper layer of any object is nothing but the surface. We can mathematically can tell like this, that is set of all points on the upper layer of any object is nothing but the surface. So if you take this one, this is cell phone, the cell phone pouch is nothing but the surface of this cell phone. This is the surface of cell phone because it has it is the upper layer, but you have to take assumption that this is a paper, it has no thickness, you have to you have to take it like that. Next, coming to the plane surface. So what is the difference between surface and the plane surface? We suppose if a person is having some diabetic, how can he know that he is a diabetic or not? You have to do some blood test. So similarly, if you want to check whether the given surface is a plane surface or not, you have to do the following test. What is that test? You have to take any 2 points on the given surface. First you have to take any 2 points, that is important. So you have to take anywhere on the given surface, you have to take anywhere 2 points and join them by a line segment. If every point on the line segment lies on the given surface, then that surface is called as plane surface. So let me give one example. So here I have drawn 2 figures. So in this, which one is the plane surface and which one is not a plane surface, we can understand by doing the simple test. You have to take any 2 points on the given surface and you have to join them by a line segment. Sorry. So if all the points on this line segment lies on the given surface, then it is a plane surface. You can take anywhere on the given surface. So is it a plane surface or not? Yes, it is a plane surface. Wherever you take any 2 points and join them by a line segment, and all the points on that line segment lies on the given surface itself. Suppose if you take another surface, this one here, if you take 1 point here and another point here, if you join them by a line segment, here all the points outside the so many points, usually we can we know that infinitely many points are in the on the line segment. So there are infinitely many points lying outside this surface. So this surface is not a plane surface. So this is the plane surface. Next, I want to show one more example. Suppose this is the this is also one of the surface. Is it a plane surface or not? This is also not a plane surface. Again, you have to do the same test. So, if you take here one point and one more point here and join them by a line segment, all the points lies on this surface. But if you take one point here, but one more point here, if you join them by a line segment, but those points in between these two won't lie on the given surface. So, it is not a plane surface. So, we know about the plane and then coordinate plane. So, this is nothing but a graph paper. We will take the x axis and y axis and we will give the numbering, that means scaling is available in this plane. Next, coming to the third one, first of all we should know the what is meant by a 3-dimension space. 3-dimension means 3 measurements. What are those measurements? Length, breadth, height. If you take a point, it has no length, breadth, height. So, its dimension is 0. If you take a line segment, it has only length. If you take a square or rectangle, then here the length and breadth are available. So, 2 measurements are available. Therefore, it is a 2-dimension space, 2-dimension figure. If you come to this cube or cuboid, here there are 3 measurements, length, breadth, height. Therefore, it is a 3-dimension object. So, similarly we can identify the dimensions of any figure in geometry. So, coming to the 3-dimension space, I hope all of you know about the 3-dimension space. So, x axis, y axis, z axis. So, this is the first octant. We will call this as this space is called the first octant. This is second octant, third octant, fourth octant. Similarly, 8 octants. So, in front 4, back side also 4. Whenever it is required, this first octant I will show like this. So, whenever I show like this, this is the first octant. So, this is the x axis and it is the y axis, y axis, z axis. This is the first octant. I hope all of you know about the coordinates. Next, just now we know about the plane surface. So, now let us know which equation represents the plane surface. Every first degree equation in x, y, z will represent a plane. So, what is the first degree equation in x? Ax plus b equal to 0. What is the first degree equation in x and y? Ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. Similarly, what is the first degree equation in x, y, z? Ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0. So, whenever you see this equation represents a plane surface. Now, we will prove how, now let us check this surface, this equation represents the plane surface or not. So, I have to do the same test with this equation. So, let us assume that this equation represents some surface. First, we do not know whether it represents a plane surface or not. Later, we will conclude that it represents a plane surface. Let us assume that the surface represented by the given equation is this one. So, how cleverly our mathematicians proved this theorem, we have to hats off to the mathematician who got this thought at the first time. It is why? Because so taking 2 points anywhere on the plane is itself a tough job, but they took 2 points a x1 y1 z1 and b x2 y2 z2. So, these two may be anywhere in the anywhere on the given surface. And again we have taken 2 points and we join those 2 points by a line segment. Now, we have to check every point, whether every point on this line segment lies on the given surface or not. So, it is a very tough job to check each and every point, because infinitely many points lies on this line segment. Therefore, it is a very tough job to check whether all the points lies on the given surface or not. So, here really we should appreciate the brain of the first mathematician who proved this one. So, he took a point which divides this line segment in the ratio m is to n. that means suppose if it is a 5 parts, suppose 5 centimeters length, this is 3 and this is 2. So, if you change the m and n values, that means we have to give the integer values, because it is a ratio and it should have the physical meaning. That means if I ask you to give a 5 centimeter rod, you can give, but if I ask you to give minus 5 centimeter rod, but it is a meaningless. So, here suppose AB line segment is a 5 centimeter, then it is okay. If you can we have a minus 5 centimeter length of line segment, it is meaningless. So, this m and n must be a positive integers. If we change the values of m and n, we will get all the points on this line segment. So, there lies the cleverness of that mathematician. Okay. Now, this point, these 2 points lies on the given surface. Therefore, we will substitute this point and this point in the given equation. If this point lies on that, this point should satisfy the plane equation. So, we are having these 2 equations. Now, I will find the point C, which divides m is to n in the ratio of this line segment. Those point is nothing but the mx2 plus nx1 m by 2 plus n by 1 by m plus n, like this. So, if it is the really lies on this plane, it should satisfy the given plane equation. Now, I will substitute these coordinates into the plane equation, in this plane equation. So, I will get this after substituting this. M plus n is a denominator common, let us take it as a common factor, and we will have remaining, but here we have to take the n also common factor. So, now if you take n as a common factor, a x1 here, b y1 here, c z1, we will have these are the remaining factors. And here while you are taking this m plus n, you will get m plus n here. So, if you take n as a common factor, you will get d. So, similarly this one, by taking the m as a common factor, we will get this one. If you observe this, this is nothing but in the previous slide, this is the 0, that is ax1 plus by1 plus cz1 plus d equal to 0. Similarly, this one is also 0. So, these 2 are 0, we will get 0. So, 0 is equal to 0. Therefore, ax plus by, this point, every point on this line segment lies on the given surface. Therefore, the surface represented by this equation is a plane surface, that is nothing but ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0. So, we will meet after the break. So, here is before going to the various forms of the plane, let us know about the position vector and what is the difference between position vector and a coordinate of a point. In 3-dimensional geometry, if you take a point, this is the coordinates, we will get the only length only. If we take the 3-dimensional vector space, we will get the length and also direction. And we should know about the DCs and DRs. If this is the straight line, coordinates are the address for the point. Similarly, the DCs, direction cosines, are the address for the line in 3-dimensional space. So, how do you define this DCs? DCs means direction cosines. So, if this line makes an angle alpha with the x axis and beta with the y axis and gamma with the z axis, then cos alpha, cos beta, cos gamma are called the DCs if cos square alpha plus cos square beta plus cos square gamma is equal to 1. So, we can find all the DCs of the each x axis, y axis, z axis, DCs and DRs. So, you are very familiar about this one. If you multiply this DCs with some constant, you will get a comma 0 comma 0. So, if the length is if sum of the squares of this is equal to 1, then it is DCs. If sum of the squares of the given 3 coordinates are 3 numbers are not 1, then it is called DRs. So, whenever you are looking this Ax plus By plus Cz plus D equal to 0, here A, B, C are the DRs of the plane. We will call this ABC as the DRs of the plane, where this ABC represents the direction cosines of the perpendicular line to the given plane. So, whenever I gave this equation, you can tell the DRs of the that plane. DRs of the plane means the DRs of the line perpendicular to that plane. Next, and also the soul of today's concept is this one. So, if you know the two points, you can do all the equations in a plane. So, what is that? If the condition for two vectors to be perpendicular is A dot B equal to 0. A dot B equal to 0 is the condition for the two vectors to be perpendicular. Similarly, if 3 vectors lies on the same plane, then the scalar triple product will be 0. So, these two concepts we will use while deriving the various forms of the plane. First one is normal form. So, normal form means here whenever you are finding or deriving a formula, what is given, what formula you are going to derive, and you must be able to show in the figure. So, whenever you find the red line, that is the we are going to find the equation of that plane. Wherever you find the red mark in the figure, we are going to find the plane equation. So, here in normal form, a plane is at a distance small p units from the origin, and the DCs of that plane is L comma M comma N. So, we are given by a DCs of the plane and the distance from the origin to the plane. So, here we use one formula, that is the orthogonal projection formula. So, this is x1, this is x1 y1 z1, and it is x2 y2 z2, and this OM, the DCs of OM is ABC. Then the orthogonal projection is nothing but L into x minus x1 x2 minus x1 and M into y2 minus y1 plus N into z2 minus z1 mod within the mod. So, we use that formula. So, before that this P is any point on the plane. We are given by LMN and P. So, this is the distance, OM is the distance P, and this LMN is the DCs of OM. So, we can write OM bar as a normal vector, that is N bar, that is Li plus Mj plus Nk. We have taken some point, any point on the plane, that is its position vector is xi plus yj plus zk. Now, we will find the orthogonal projection. So, that is nothing but the OM orthogonal projection is equal to, as I said earlier. So, we get this formula. So, this is nothing but N bar dot R bar. So, N bar is Li plus Mj plus Nk, R bar is xi plus yj plus zk. So, P is equal to this one. If this plane does not passes through the origin, if this plane passes through the origin, then P will be 0, this perpendicular distance will be 0. So, P is equal to 0, and OM is also becomes 0. Here OM also becomes 0 bar. So, therefore, the OM bar dot R bar will become 0. So, in this case also the plane equation is Lx plus My plus Nz is equal to 0. In both the cases, the normal form of the plane equation is Lx plus My plus Nz is equal to P. Next, coming to the second one, one point form. One point form means if we are given by a point and DRs of the required plane, the plane which we are going to find, the equation which we are going to find, then the formula is A into x minus x1 plus this one is the formula. So, how we get this formula? as I said, the soul of this session is only 2 points, that is a bar dot b bar is equal to 0, a b are perpendicular, and if 3 vectors lies on the same plane, then the STP will be 0. So coming to here, given point A is here, that is x1 y1 z1, and P is any point, that is x comma y comma z. We can find AP bar, that is x minus x1 I bar, y minus y1 j bar, z minus z1 k bar, and DRs are ABC. So if you take a plane and the line normal, if you take the normal, this will be perpendicular. If you take any line on this plane, that line will be perpendicular to this one. So these two are perpendicular, the dot product must be 0. So this is nothing but the dot product, that is AI bj ck dot this x minus x1 I etc. So we can obtain the equation. Coming to the equation, to find the equations of coordinate planes, as I said, this is the first, let us assume that this is the first octant. So this is x axis, y axis, z axis. Suppose if I want to find the equation of the xy plane, xy plane means the plane passing through the x axis and y axis. So if you want to find this equation, this plane passes through the origin, and also z axis is the normal to this plane. So DCs of this plane, this line is 0 comma 0 comma 1, and this plane passing through the origin, the point is 0 comma 0 comma 0. So 1 point form, we can use the 1 point form. So 0 into x minus 0 into x minus 0 and 0 into y minus 0, c into z minus 0. So finally we will get z is equal to 0. So we can remember this, just we are having x y z 3. If we want to find the equation of xy plane, the third one x and y, you leave it and you will have only z only. So z is equal to 0. Similarly, yz plane equation is x equal to 0, zx plane is y is equal to 0. Next, coming to the planes parallel to the coordinate planes. Suppose if you take this the xy plane, I want to find the equation of the plane which is at a distance 5 units from the xy plane. So this distance is 5 units. So this point is 0 comma 0 comma 5. We can use this this plane, the plane which is parallel to the xy plane is passing through the point 0 comma 0 comma 5. So that is the point, and z axis DCs are the DCs of this plane, or DRs, we can take it as a DRs also. So whenever you want to use a DRs, there you can use the DCs also. But if you are using the DCs, then you have to use only DCs, there you should not use the DRs. సో ఈ XY తలానికి సమాంతరంగా ఉండేటువంటి ఈ తలం సమీకరణం మనం కనుక్కోవాలంటే అప్పుడు ఆ బిందువు వచ్చి 0,0,5, దీని DCs వచ్చి 0,0,1. సో మనం ఫార్ములా ఏమవుతుందంటే Z is equal to 5 వస్తుంది. అలా సిమిలర్లీ వీ కెన్ గెట్ ద ఈక్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ ది ప్లేన్ ప్యారలల్ టు YZ plane is x equal to 5. Similarly, if you take the plane parallel to xy plane, that is z equal to 5. If you take the plane parallel to zx, that is y is equal to 5. This is y is equal to 5, and this is if you take the plane parallel to yz plane, that is x equal to 5. Next, coming to the next equation of the plane. Suppose if you are given by a plane, suppose the green, whenever you find the green in the figure, that is given, and red is we have to find. So the equation of any plane which is parallel to the given plane will be ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to here d, here we will take k, only constant will get changed. Why? Because these two planes are perpendicular to the line, same line. So the DCs of or DRs of this line can be taken as the DRs of this plane also. So we are having these two are equal, only constant will change. Next, 2 point form. If we take the 2 point form, we are given by 2 points, that is ax1 y1 b z1 and bx2 y2 z2, and we are given by a plane perpendicular to the required plane. Now I am going to find the equation of the plane which is which is passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to this plane. So, if you observe this figure, the green it is given. So, the red one I am going to find. This red plane is passing through A x1 y1 z1 and B x2 y2 z2, and we are taking one more point anywhere on the plane as x comma y comma z. So, you can find the drs of this one, that is nothing but the x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1. So, drs of AP is that one. Similarly, we can find the drs of this one also, AB. So, that is x2 minus x1, y2 minus 1, z2 minus z1. So, if you take the cross product of these two, we will get the A bar cross B bar. This is the vector which is perpendicular to both the lines. This line will be perpendicular to the now the required plane is perpendicular to this green plane. If you take the drs of this plane, the plane equation is given here, Ax plus By plus Cz is given here. So, the drs of the line perpendicular to the green plane is this black one. So, these two will be perpendicular. These two are cross product and this is the dot product. So, A bar cross B bar dot C bar, that is nothing but the STP. So, we are using the same STP formula in proving all the next theorem also. So, here we will get the formula as x2 first one x minus x1, y minus y1 is the drs of this AP, and second one x2 minus x1 is the second row, and the third one is the drs of this line is ABC. So, we can using this formula we can find the equation of the plane which is passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to the given plane. Next, 3-point form. So, if you want to find suppose if you are given by 3 points, the required plane is passing through these 3 points, then we are applying the same STP definition. That means, we are given by 3 points A, B, C, 3 points. These 3 points are on the required plane. Next, we have to take 1 point anywhere on the required plane, that is P x comma y comma z. So, we will find the AB bar, AC bar and AP bar. So, these 3 vectors are lying on the required plane. So, the condition for 3 vectors to be a coplanar is nothing but STP of ABC must be 0. So, we will get the STP is nothing but this determinant. So, we will get the equation of this plane by using this formula. Next, intercept form. So, intercept form of a plane. Various forms we have discussed various forms, that is first one normal form, 1-point form, 2-point form, 3-point form. Here one more thing you have to remember here from this. So, passing through 2 points and perpendicular to the plane means the same it is this is same as the plane the line parallel to the plane parallel to the line with drs ABC. What I mean to say is if you are finding a plane equation which is perpendicular to the plane, he can give as a perpendicular plane or a parallel line with DCs. The same DCs we are taking here. So, here while proving this, this plane is perpendicular to this green plane. We can say if you are telling about the plane, it is perpendicular to the required plane. If you are saying about the line, that is nothing but the normal of this plane, so that will be parallel to the given plane. So, while solving the problems, you should keep in mind that a plane perpendicular to the required plane means is same as the line with line which is parallel to the required plane. Okay. So, here also we have now we are going to prove the equation, that is intercept form. So, here intercept form means first of all we should know what is meant by a x intercept, y intercept and z intercept. So, the distance between the origin and the point of intersection of x axis, this length is nothing but the x intercept. Similarly, this is the y intercept. So, if we know the 3 intercepts, we can find the equation of the plane in intercept form. So, this is also suppose if we take the point where this plane meets the x axis, that is nothing but a comma 0. Similarly, the point of intersection of the required plane and the y axis is 0 b 0. So, we know the intercepts, so we can write the coordinates of these 3 points. So, if you know the 3 points, as just we proved earlier, using this same formula, we can find the equation of the plane in intercept form, that is nothing but the x by a plus y by b plus z by c is equal to 1. So, next last one is a plane which is perpendicular to the 2 planes and passing through the point. Now, we are given by 2 planes, that is a1 x1 b1 y1 etc. and a2 x2 b2 y etc. So, we are given by these 2 planes. I have represented this pink equation as a pink plane and this one is the green plane. So, now I want to find the equation of this red one. So, how can I find this one? I need the here he is given one more point also, and given plane is passing through the this point x1 y1 z1. So, here a x1 y1 z1 is given here, and we have to take any point on the required plane, that is p x comma y comma z. We will we can find the drs of this AP line segment. So, we know the drs of this one, and here it is given that the pink plane drs are a1 b1 c1. So, this black line drs are a1 b1 c1. Similarly, this black line, the green drs of the green plane is a2 b2 c2. So, we know these two. If you do the cross product, we will get the drs of this line, this vector, we will get this vector. So, this vector is perpendicular to this AP. So, similarly, we have to, the dot product of these two must be 0, that is this is A bar, this is B bar. So, if you do the cross product, you will get this one, that is A bar cross B bar, and you have to take the dot product with this. So, you will get the STP as 0. So, that means if you want to find the equation of the plane passing through one point and perpendicular to these 2 planes, we will get the formula like this. Instead of giving this formula, instead of giving this plane, he can also tell that find the equation of the plane which is parallel to 2 given lines and passing through this point, then also the same formula applies. So, let us meet after the short break. So, now let us discuss how to solve the problems. Suppose if we are given by a 2 points, if we are given by a 2 points, so that is a x 1 comma 2 comma 3 and b 1 comma 1 comma 2. So, find the equation of the plane which is perpendicular, which is a perpendicular bisector of this line segment joining AB. This is the line segment joining AB. Now, we have to find the equation of the plane which bisects the given line segment perpendicularly. So, this is the plane which we are going to find. So, if I want to use the one point form, which equation we have to use, let us come to the conclusion. So, here 2 points are given. Can we find a point on this plane? So, that point is nothing but the midpoint of this line segment. So, we can find the midpoint of these 2 points. So, midpoint of this is nothing but C. Let us assume that C, that is 1 comma 3 by 2 comma 5 by 2. Okay. So, this is the point, and drs of this we need the drs of this plane. So, that is nothing but the perpendicular line which is a line perpendicular to this required plane. So, drs means x2 minus x1 0 comma minus 1 comma minus 1. So, we know the drs ABC and the point x1 y1 z1. We can use one point form, a into x minus x1, b into y minus y1 plus c into z minus z1, like that. Next, so here we can find we can use the one point form. We used one point form only. Now, we can use the 3 point or 2 point form. Suppose if you are given by the if you are given by a point 1 comma 2 comma 3 and one more point minus 1 2 1, 2 points, you are given by 2 points, and you have to find the equation of the plane passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to the plane, that is 2x minus y plus z plus 5 is equal to 0. So, how can we find this one? Just using the formula, that is we are given by 2 points. So, x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, determinant just we discussed earlier. Another one is x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. The drs 2 minus 1 1. So, if you solve this determinant, you will get the equation of the plane passing through these 2 points and perpendicular to this line, this plane. Otherwise, you can also ask like this: find the equation of the plane passing through these 2 lines and the line with drs 2 comma minus 4 comma 1. The required plane is parallel to the line with the drs this one. Next, coming to the next problem, if you are given by 3 points, we can use directly that formula. Next, that is about the problems. Next, coming to the whenever you are studying about so whenever you are studying about some formula, you have to analyze like this. So, first you have to take the first what is given, what you are going to find, for to find our requirement, which formula we have to use, and you have to represent in the diagram also which is given and which is you are going to find. Like this, you have to analyze each formula, then only you can keep in your mind, you can memorize that one. So, first let us know what is given here. So, here when do we apply this formula? One point form. So, required plane, you should know the drs of the required plane and a point on the required plane. Okay. So, similarly, you have to analyze this one. All formulas you have to analyze like this, then you can remember all the formulas. Now, let me show one. Now, let me show one innovative thought which came to my mind is using this simple instrument. Using this simple instrument, we can find the equation of any 3D object. That is, first one is, if you want to find the let us take this plane, let us assume that this is a plane. So, if I keep like this, its equation, we can find its equation. So, how can we find its equation? Here we have to take 3 points, one is here and another one is here and one here. So, we can write the coordinates of those 3 points, and basing on the coordinates of those 3 points, we can find the equation of this plane. If you place this plane like this, again you can use the same formula to find the equation of the plane. Not only for the plane, we can also find the equation of any 3D object that which comes comes in our syllabus, that is this sphere. Suppose if I keep this sphere here, I can find the equation of this sphere. So, how can I find? I can find the coordinates of center coordinates for this sphere using this graph scaling. So, suppose the first let us take this point, then let us assume that this is 5 centimeters, this is 5 centimeters and this is 6 centimeters, this is 6 centimeters. So, this is, let us assume that this is the x axis. So, this distance is 5 units coordinate and this is 6. So, this is the y coordinate, and the radius of this sphere can be found. So, its radius is 3 centimeters, means the z coordinate is 3. So, that point, the center of this sphere is nothing but if this distance is 2 and this is 3 and this is 4. So, we can find the equation of this sphere. Similarly, we can find the equations of this cylinder and also the cone. We can find the equations of this cone also. Right circular cone equation, we know the right circular cone equation. We can find the vertex coordinates and the radius of the cone also. So, there is one quote by Confucius, a Chinese philosopher. He said that if I listen, I may forget; if I see, I may remember; if I do, I can understand. So, if you do by this activity, you can understand the concept of 3D concepts. You can find all the, you can understand the understand all the 3D concepts. Next, now let us summarize the equations which we discussed now. Number 1, first one is standard equation, ax plus by plus cz plus d equal to 0 is the standard equation of the plane, where ABC represents the drs of the line perpendicular to the plane. Next, coming to the second one, normal form, Lx plus My plus Nz is equal to P. P is the perpendicular distance from the origin to the required plane, and Lmn are the DCs of the plane, that means the line perpendicular to the required plane. Next, one point form. One point form means we will given by a 1 point and drs of the plane. If we are given by a point and drs of the plane, we can find the equation of the plane in 1 point form, that is a into x minus x1 plus b into y minus y1 plus c into z minus z1 equal to 0. Next, coming to the next one, 2 point form, that means equation of the plane passing through 2 points and perpendicular to the given plane. So, this can be found by the formula, determinant formula, that means x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, and then x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1, ABC drs of the plane perpendicular to the required plane. We can use that formula. Here, instead of asking like that, the question paper setter may ask like this also, that is, find the equation of the plane passing through the 2 points and parallel to the line whose drs are 2, 3, 4. So, then also we can use the same formula. Next, coming to the equation of the plane passing through the 3 point, next one. So, we are given by 3 points, we have to find the equation of the plane passing through those 3 points. That is also nothing but the determinant formula, x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1, x3 minus x1, y3 minus y1, z3 minus z1, determinant is equal to 0. So, this is the 5 forms, and another one is equation of the plane which is perpendicular to both the planes, that is nothing but this one. So, if I want to find the equation of this plane is nothing but it is perpendicular to, this plane is perpendicular to both the planes. So, these two planes need not be perpendicular. So, if I want to find the equation of this plane which is perpendicular to these two and passing through some point. So, here also I will use the same determinant formula, that is x minus x1, y minus y1, z minus z1, and drs of this plane and drs of another plane. So, with this let me thank the CCE for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ డియర్ స్టూడెంట్స్. మీరు లంచ్ బ్రేక్ రెడీ అవుతున్నట్టున్నారు. టుడే ఇంటి దగ్గర మీకు లంచ్ ఏం పెట్టారో మీకు ఐడియా ఉండి ఉంటుంది. ఒకవేళ ఐడియా లేకపోతే ఒకసారి మీరు లంచ్ బాక్స్ తెరిచి చూడండి. మేబీ యూ బ్రాట్ రైస్, కొంతమంది అయితే ఇడ్లీ తెచ్చుకున్నారు, కొంతమంది అయితే దోశ, చపాతీ అండ్ డిఫరెంట్ కర్రీస్, మేబీ కర్డ్ కూడా తెచ్చుకుంటారు. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకి లంచ్ బ్రేక్లో మీకు సెలబ్రేట్ జ్యూస్ సెక్రెట్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి, టైం వస్తుంది కాబట్టి. అయితే ఈరోజు మనం చెప్పుకోబోయేది కూడా ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ ఏంటంటే ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ డైజెషన్, అంటే జీర్ణక్రియ ఎలా జరుగుతుంది అనేది మనం చెప్పుకోబోతున్నాం. మనం తీసుకునే ఆహార పదార్థాలు బేసికల్గా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ కాను, ప్రోటీన్స్ కాను, లిపిడ్స్ కాను ఉంటాయి. వీటిలో మినరల్స్ అండ్ వైటమిన్స్ కూడా కలిసి ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. సో ఈరోజు మీరు తెచ్చుకున్న బాక్సుల్లో మేజర్ పోర్షన్ కార్బోహైడ్రేట్గా ఉంటుంది, అట్లాగే ప్రోటీన్స్ ఉంటాయి, అట్లాగే ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్ కానీ ఫ్యాట్స్ కానీ ఉంటాయి. ఇది ఇప్పుడు మీకు కనిపిస్తున్న ఈ స్లైడ్ చూసినట్లయితే ఒక యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్ మౌత్ నుంచి యానస్ వరకు కలిగి ఉన్న యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో ఒక సిరీస్ లేదా గ్రాడ్యువల్గా ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి వెళుతూ డైజెస్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్ ఏదైనప్పుడు కూడా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ కావచ్చు, ప్రోటీన్స్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే లిపిడ్స్ కావచ్చు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిఫరెంట్ మీడియమ్స్లో, డిఫరెంట్ ఛాంబర్స్లో ఒక యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో పాస్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు రకరకాలైన చర్యలు గురయ్యి మ్యాక్రోమాలిక్యూల్ ఉన్న ఈ ఫుడ్ సబ్స్టెన్స్ మైక్రోమాలిక్యూల్గా అయ్యి మనకి టిష్యూస్కి వెళ్ళటం అనేది, ఎనర్జీ రూపంలో వెళ్ళటం అనేది జరుగుతుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద అల్టిమేట్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఈ పిక్చర్ని గమనించినట్లయితే ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఒక స్ట్రైట్ లైన్లో కనిపిస్తుంది మనకి మౌత్, ఈసోఫాగస్, స్టమక్, స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్, లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్, రెక్టమ్, యానస్. దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ గ్యాస్ట్రో ఇంటెస్టైనల్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఈ ట్రాక్ట్లో దీనికి అనుబంధంగా కొన్ని గ్లాండ్స్ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని గ్రంథులు ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఈ గ్రంథులు ఏమున్నాయి, ఇవి మీకు అందరూ తెలిసిందే. లివర్, దిస్ ఇస్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ గ్లాండ్. ప్యాంక్రియాటిక్ గ్లాండ్ ఉంటుంది, గాల్ బ్లాడర్. సో ఇక్కడ సెక్రెట్ అవుతున్న ఎంజైమ్స్ కానీ, జ్యూసెస్ కానీ ఈ యాలిమెంటరీ కెనాల్లో వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సెలైవరీ గ్లాండ్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయిన ఈ డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ అంతం వరకు కొనసాగుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా మ్యాక్రోమాలిక్యూల్స్ ఏమైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి మైక్రోమాలిక్యూల్స్గా అవ్వటం, అల్టిమేట్గా కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ అయితే గ్లూకోజ్ గాను, ప్రోటీన్స్ అయితే అమైనో ఆసిడ్స్ గాను, ఫ్యాట్స్ అయితే ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్ గాను, గ్లిజరాల్ గాను కన్వర్ట్ అయ్యి మనకి ఎసిమిలేషన్ ప్రాసెస్ అంటే లోపలికి విలైలోకి అబ్జార్బ్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. రైట్, దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఎంటైర్ ప్రాసెస్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ ద డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఈ చార్ట్లో మనకి కార్బోహైడ్రేట్ డైజెషన్ ఒక పక్కన కనిపిస్తుంది, ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్ ఒక పక్కన కనిపిస్తుంది, న్యూక్లిక్ యాసిడ్ డైజెషన్ అండ్ ఫ్యాట్ డైజెషన్. రైట్, ఈ విధంగా మనం చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ ఒక స్కిమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ మీరు చూస్తారు. కార్బోహైడ్రేట్స్ ఒరిజినల్గా దీస్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్ యాజ్ పాలిసాకరైడ్స్, డైసాకరైడ్స్ ఆర్ స్టార్చ్, గ్లైకోజన్. అల్టిమేట్గా ఇవి గ్లూకోజ్గా, సుక్రోజ్గా, ఫ్రక్టోజ్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. ఈ ప్రాసెస్ని నేను ఇప్పుడు రాబోయే స్లైడ్స్లో మీకు చెప్తాను. అలాగే ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్లో మనం చూసినట్టయితే ప్రోటీయేజ్గా ఉండి అల్టిమేట్గా డైపెప్టైజెస్గా, కార్బాక్సిపెప్టైడేస్గా అండ్ అమైనోపెప్టైడేస్ యొక్క ఎంజైమాటిక్ యాక్షన్లో మనకి అమైనో యాసిడ్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం చూస్తున్నాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎండ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోటీన్ డైజెషన్. అండ్ న్యూక్లిక్ యాసిడ్స్ అండ్ డిఎన్ఏ, ఆర్ఎన్ఏ ఇవన్నీ కూడా న్యూక్లియోడైజెస్ ఆర్ ద ఫాస్ఫేటైజెస్. కాబట్టి నైట్రోజన్ బేసినస్గా, షుగర్స్గా, ఫాస్ఫేటైజెస్గా అవడం అనేది మనం గమనిస్తున్నాం. ఫైనల్గా ఇక్కడ ఫ్యాట్ డైజెషన్, ఫ్యాట్ గ్లోబ్యూల్స్ లేదా దిస్ ఇస్ ద లిపిడ్ మాలిక్యూల్. ఈ లిపిడ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా డిఫరెంట్, ఈ లిపిడ్స్ అనేది కొంచెం కాంప్లికేటెడ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఎమల్సిఫికేషన్ అనే చర్య కూడా జరుగుతుంది దీంట్లో. ఫైనల్గా మనకి గ్లిజరాల్ అండ్ ఫ్యాటీ యాసిడ్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ అవ్వడం చూస్తున్నాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎండ్ ప్రొడక్ట్. దిస్ ఇస్ ద స్కీమాటిక్ diagram of the entire process of digestion. Right, let us see the overview of the digestive tract. Actually gastrointestinal tract, it consists of already ఇప్పుడు చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా oral cavity or mouth and pharynx, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum and anus. ఈ స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్లో మీరు ఇవన్నీ కూడా గమనించవచ్చు. ఇది ఎందుకు చూపించడం జరుగుతుందంటే ఓవరాల్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఉండాలి కాబట్టి వాట్ ఈస్ ద గ్యాస్ట్రో ఇంటెస్టైనల్ ట్రాక్ట్ అనేది మీకు తెలియాలి. దీనికి అనుబంధంగా మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా డైజెస్టివ్ గ్లాండ్స్ ఉంటాయి, రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ సెలైవరీ గ్లాండ్స్, లివర్, ప్యాంక్రియాస్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ గాల్ బ్లాడర్. దీస్ ఆర్ ద మేజర్ గ్లాండ్స్. రైట్, కమింగ్ టు ద అనాటమీ ఆఫ్ ద గ్యాస్ట్రో ఇంటెస్టైనల్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్లయితే స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ని క్రాస్ సెక్షన్ తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ ద సెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటెస్టైనల్ వాల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ద సెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటెస్టైనల్ వాల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో కాల్డ్ ఎస్ విలై. ఒక విలైలో ఏముంటుందంటే ఇక్కడ చూడండి బిల్లస్ అన్నీ కూడా సర్ఫేస్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్ పెంచడానికి ఈ విల్లస్ అనేది ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. రైట్, అనేక రకమైన ఫోల్డింగ్స్తో కలిగి ఉంటుంది. ఇది లాక్టియల్స్ ఉంటాయి, బ్లడ్ క్యాపిలరీస్, గోబ్లెట్ సెల్, ఇంటెస్టైనల్ గ్లాండ్, ఆర్టియోల్, వెన్యూల్ అండ్ లింఫాటిక్ వెసల్. ఇవన్నీ కూడా యూ కెన్ ఫైండ్ in a villi or the cross section of the intestine. Right, the main function of the digestive tract, there are four major activities of GI tract. These activities are, one is motility. Right, motility ante propel ingested food from mouth toward rectum. Actually మీరు తీసుకున్న ఆహార ముద్ద ఏదైతే ఉందో ఈ ముద్ద నోట్లోకి పెట్టుకున్న వెంటనే ఏం చేస్తాం మనం జనరల్గా, ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ చూయింగ్ అనమాట. మనం నములుతాం. బాగా నమిలిన తర్వాత ఇట్ విల్ బికమ్ ఒక బాలస్ లాగా తయారై అది అక్కడి నుంచి దాని జర్నీ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ లాంగ్ జర్నీ. మనం ఒక ఎనీ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్ ఒక డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ మొత్తం కంప్లీట్ అవ్వడానికి అట్లీస్ట్ ఇట్ రిక్వైర్స్ 2 to 3 hours, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ మొటిలిటీ తర్వాత సెక్రీషన్ ఆఫ్ జ్యూస్. ఇక్కడ నోట్లోకి ఆహారం తీసుకున్న వెంటనే అసలు మీరు రుచికరమ ఆహారం అనే ఆలోచన వస్తేనే మీకు సెలైవరీ జ్యూసెస్ అనేది సెక్రీట్ అవ్వడం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి సెకండ్ పోర్షన్ ఏంటంటే సెక్రీషన్ ఆఫ్ జ్యూసెస్ కాల్డ్ సెలైవా. ఇక్కడ ది సెలైవా ఎయిడ్స్ ఇన్ డైజెషన్ అండ్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్. యాక్చువల్లీ టోటల్ డైజెషన్ ఇక్కడ జరగదు, ఓన్లీ ఇట్ ఈజ్ ఎయిడింగ్ ఫర్ ద డైజెషన్. కాబట్టి మొటిలిటీలో ఎయిడ్ చేస్తుంది అండ్ సమ్ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ సెలైవరీ సెక్రేషన్ నుంచి ఇట్ ఈజ్ పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్లో కూడా ఇట్ ఎయిడ్స్. నెక్స్ట్ డైజెషన్. ఫుడ్ ఈజ్ బ్రోకెన్ డౌన్ ఇంటూ అబ్జార్బుల్ మాలిక్యూల్స్. మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్. టేక్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, మీరు తీసుకున్న దోశ కానీ, మీరు తీసుకున్న రైస్ కానీ, మీరు తీసుకున్న ఇడ్లీ కానీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడా యు ఆర్ టేకింగ్ యాజ్ ఎ మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్. కాబట్టి మ్యాక్రో మాలిక్యూల్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్గా డైరెక్ట్గా డైజెస్ట్ కాలేదు కాబట్టి దిస్ హ్యాస్ టు బి బ్రోకెన్ డౌన్. ఫస్ట్ ఏమవుతుంది, మెకానికల్గా మీరు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, బ్రేక్ డౌన్ చేస్తున్నారు యూజింగ్ యువర్ జాస్, రైట్. కమింగ్ టు ద అంటే ఇది అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఈ మైక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్ బ్రోకెన్ అయిన తర్వాత మైక్రో మాలిక్యూల్స్ అయిన తర్వాత అల్టిమేట్గా ది ఫుడ్ సబ్స్టెన్స్ హ్యాస్ టు బి అబ్జార్బ్డ్. ఎక్కడ అబ్జర్వ్ అవుతుంది, ద న్యూట్రియంట్స్ ఆర్ ఎలక్ట్రోలైట్స్ అండ్ వాటర్ ఆర్ అబ్జర్వ్డ్ ఆర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ల్యూమెన్ ఆఫ్ గట్ GIT టు బ్లడ్ స్ట్రీమ్. అల్టిమేట్గా బ్లడ్ స్ట్రీమ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అవ్వాలి. ఆ బ్లడ్ స్ట్రీమ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అయిన తర్వాత మాత్రమే ద ఫుడ్ విల్ కన్వర్టెడ్ ఇంటూ సెల్యులర్ ఎనర్జీ, రైట్. కాబట్టి దీస్ 4 ఆర్ వేరియస్ ఫంక్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టినల్ ట్రాక్ట్, రైట్. కమింగ్ టు ద స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ అ ల్యూమెన్ ఆఫ్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్ట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ వాల్, ఇంటెస్టిషియల్ ఫ్లూయిడ్, ఇట్ ఈస్ బ్లడ్. ఇక్కడ టిష్యూ వర్క్ వెళ్తుంది అన్నమాట. కాబట్టి మీరు ఏం చేసుకున్నారు, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డైజెస్టివ్ ట్రాక్ట్లో ఫుడ్ వెళ్ళింది, ఇంజెక్షన్ అయింది, డైజెస్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, మొటిలిటీ స్టార్టెడ్. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ అయిన తర్వాత అబ్జార్ప్షన్ అనేది ఇలా వెళ్ళి బ్లడ్లోకి అబ్జర్వ్ అవుతుంది. ఇది స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్, రైట్. దీంతోపాటు ఈ మొటిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద ఫిజికల్ యాక్టివిటీ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాంతోపాటు అండ్ చర్నింగ్ ఆఫ్ ద డైజెస్టివ్ మెటీరియల్ ఇంక్లూడ్స్ ద సెక్రేషన్ ఆల్సో. దేర్ ఆర్ సెక్రెటరీ గ్లాండ్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. ఆ సెక్రెటరీ గ్లాండ్స్ సెక్రెటరీ జ్యూసెస్ సప్లై చేసిన తర్వాత లేదా సెక్రెట్ చేసిన తర్వాత దాంట్లో ఎంజైమ్స్ వీటిని డైజెస్ట్ చేస్తుంది అన్నమాట, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ టు ద motility in the mouth. 2 types of motility. One is chewing or mastication. It is a reflex in nature, right. Significance. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే breaks the food into small pieces to be easily swallowed and expose food to salivary amylase called enzyme, salivary amylase enzyme, which begins digestion of the starch. ఇక్కడ salivary amylase only starch digestion start చేస్తుంది అంతే. Help digestion of all types of food, especially cellulose containing food, that is vegetables. వెజిటబుల్స్లో మేజర్ పోర్షన్ మనకి సెల్యులోజ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి దాన్ని కూడా మనకి డైజెస్ట్ అవ్వడానికి హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది, రైట్. మొటిలిటీ ఇన్ ద మౌత్, చూయింగ్ ఆర్ మాస్టికేషన్, రైట్. ఇప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ స్టెప్ ఏంటంటే స్వాలోయింగ్ ఈజ్ ద ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ ఫ్రమ్ మౌత్ టు స్టమక్. స్వాలోయింగ్ ఏంటంటే మింగుతాం అనమాట. ఎక్కడి నుంచి మింగుతున్నాం, మౌత్ నుంచి స్టమక్లోకి మింగుతున్నాం. ఇట్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ 3 phases ఆర్ స్టెప్స్. వన్ ఈజ్ బకల్ ఫేజ్, అంటే బకల్ క్యావిటీలో ద ఫుడ్ ఈజ్ పుష్డ్ బ్యాక్ ఇంటూ ఫారింగ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మౌత్. నోట్లోంచి ఫారింగ్స్లోకి ఫుడ్ని పుష్ చేస్తాం. ఏ విధంగా, టంగ్ ద్వారా పుష్ చేయడం అనేది విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ సెలైవరీ లూబ్రికేషన్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఏ విధంగా హార్డ్ ప్యాలెట్ ఉంటుంది, సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ ఉంటుంది, టంగ్ ఉంటుంది. ద ఫుడ్ వెన్ యూ chew and when it enters, when it mixes with the salivary juice, it becomes a bolus. ఆ bolus నుంచి ఈ విధంగా మనకి ఫుడ్ కిందకి వెళ్తుంది. టంగ్ పుషెస్ బాలస్ అగైన్స్ సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ అండ్ బ్యాక్ టు ఆఫ్ మౌత్ ట్రిగ్గరింగ్ స్వాలోయింగ్ రిఫ్లెక్స్. ఈ సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ ఎప్పుడైతే పుష్ చేస్తుందో ఇట్ ట్రిగ్గర్స్ ద స్వాలోయింగ్ రిఫ్లెక్స్, రైట్. చూడండి, దిస్ ద బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద స్వాలోయింగ్ మూమెంట్ ఏ విధంగా ఉంటుంది చూడండి. స్టెప్ 2, ఇక్కడ అప్పర్ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ రిలాక్సెస్ వైల్ ఎపిగ్లోటిస్ క్లోజెస్. కాబట్టి ఎక్కడెక్కడ చెక్స్ అండ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఉంటాయి మనకి. ఇక్కడ ఓపెన్ అయిన తర్వాత సాఫ్ట్ ప్యాలెట్ అక్కడ మళ్ళీ క్లోజ్ అవుతుందన్నమాట. సో అక్కడ ఏముంటుంది, ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ ఈసోఫాగల్ స్పింక్టర్ ఎప్పుడైతే పైన క్లోజ్ అవుతుందో దట్ ఫుడ్ విల్ నాట్ బి ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు ఎయిర్ వేస్. లేకపోతే మనకేమవుతుంది, నాసికారంధ్రంలోకి వెళ్ళి మనకి ప్రమాదం జరిగే అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి అక్కడ కూడా దెర్ ఈజ్ ఎ స్పింక్టర్. సో ఫుడ్ పాస్ త్రూ ఫారింగ్స్ టు ఈసోఫాగస్. ఇక్కడ ఈసోఫాగస్లో ఏమవుతుంది, ఫుడ్ మూవ్స్ డౌన్వర్డ్ ఇన్ టు ద ఈసోఫాగస్ ప్రొపల్డ్ బై పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ వేవ్ అండ్ ఎయిడెడ్ బై గ్రావిటీ. గ్రావిటీ ఆల్సో వర్క్స్ హియర్, రైట్. మీకు తెలుసు అందరికి గ్రావిటీ అంటే ఏంటో. కాబట్టి ఆ గ్రావిటీ ద్వారా కిందకి వెళ్తుంది. నాట్ ఓన్లీ దట్, ఫుడ్ మూవ్స్ డౌన్వర్డ్ ఇంటూ ది ఈసోఫాగస్ ప్రొపల్డ్ బై పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ వేవ్స్ ఆర్ పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్. కాబట్టి ఈ విధమైన మూమెంట్స్ అనమాట. ఈ విధంగా ఈ మూమెంట్స్ ద్వారా మనకి ఫుడ్ అనేది కిందకి తీసుకొని వెళ్తుంది ఈసోఫాగస్ లేదా గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టినల్ ట్రాక్ట్ నుంచి, రైట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ ద పెరిస్టాల్టిక్ మూమెంట్స్. కమింగ్ టు ద మొటిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఈసోఫాగస్. ఈసోఫాగస్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇది ఈసోఫాగస్ జనరల్ ఇన్ హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ 25 centimeters ట్యూబ్, రైట్. 25 centimeters ట్యూబ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ నారో ట్యూబ్. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఈసోఫాగస్ స్పింక్టర్ ఎప్పుడైతే ఇక్కడ మళ్ళీ లోపలికి వెళ్ళిందో ఫుడ్ ఇక్కడ క్లోజ్ అవుతుంది. ఇట్ రిలాక్సెస్ ఈసోఫాగస్ మజిల్స్. రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది, కాంట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంది, రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది. రిలాక్సింగ్, కాంట్రాక్టింగ్, రిలాక్సింగ్, కాంట్రాక్టింగ్. మీరు చూడండి ఇక్కడ ఆ విధంగా అవ్వటం వల్ల it facilitates the food substance or bolus to move up to the stomach, right. Next portion. ఈ విధంగా it is guarded by two sphincters, upper esophageal sphincter and lower esophageal sphincter, right. Mostly the stomach in the food in the stomach, right. ఇక్కడ చూడండి you have fundus అనే పార్ట్ ఉంటుంది, కార్డియాక్ ఉంటుంది, పైలోరిక్. స్టమక్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ these three parts. The stomach consists of fundus, body and pylorus. Proximal area or fundus and body has a thin wall and contacts weakly and infrequently. Holds large volumes of food to store food because receptive relaxation. It is called receptive relaxation. And a distal area. What is distal area? The pylorus or pyloric part has a thick wall with strong and frequent peristaltic contractions that mix and propel food into the duodenum, right. Next part వచ్చేసి this is duodenum. Duodenum push చేయడానికి it has the thick wall for contraction and relaxation, right. Also distal area is responsible for gastric emptying into the duodenum. కాబట్టి duodenumలోకి అది ఫుడ్ని పాస్ చేయాలి. దీస్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ మూమెంట్స్ ఇన్ ద గ్యాస్ట్రిక్ పార్ట్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ పైలోటిక్ స్పింక్టర్ ఉంటుంది. దిస్ క్లోజెస్ వెన్ ఇట్ ఎంటర్స్ ఇన్ టు ద duodenum. దిస్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ gastric peristalsis, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్ కమింగ్ టు ద స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్. అక్కడి నుంచి స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇక్కడ మనం చూసినట్టయితే ఆల్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ డైజెస్టివ్ మెటీరియల్స్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్ హియర్, రైట్. ఇంత మనం బకల్ క్యావిటీలో లేకపోతే సెలవేరీ గ్లాండ్స్ దగ్గర ఒక రకమైన ఆహారం, స్టమక్ దగ్గర లిమిటెడ్ టు వన్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్, వెరాజ్ ఇన్ స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ ఆల్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ మెటీరియల్స్ కెన్ బి డైజెస్టెడ్. Two basic motility patterns exist, segmentation and peristalsis. ఇక్కడ segmentation apart from the peristalsis, segmentation అనేది కూడా జరుగుతుందన్నమాట. The motility of the small intestine serves three functions. One is mixing content with enzymes, other secretions that help in digestion, and maximizing exposure of the contents to membranes of intestinal cells help absorption and digestion. ఇక్కడ villi అనే పార్ట్ ఇందా మనం చెప్పుకున్నట్టు దాని యొక్క పార్ట్ కూడా వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో ప్రపల్షన్ ఆఫ్ కంటెంట్స్ ఇంటూ ద లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్. స్మాల్ ఇంటెస్టైన్ నుంచి ఏమవుతుంది లార్జ్ ఇంటెస్టైన్కి. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ సెగ్మెంటేషన్ మూమెంట్స్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ద పెరిస్టాల్టిస్, రైట్. ఓకే, సెక్రేషన్ ఆఫ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఇంటెస్టైన్. ఇప్పుడు వరకు మనం ఏం చెప్పుకున్నాం, ఫిజికల్ మూమెంట్ గురించి చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు సెక్రేషన్స్, ఏమేమి సెక్రేషన్స్? ద టోటల్ వాల్యూమ్ ఆఫ్ GIT సెక్రేషన్స్ ఇస్ అబౌట్ 6 to 8 liters per day, right. Secretions arise from specialized cells lining of gastrointestinal tract, the pancreas, liver and gallbladder. The gastrointestinal tract secretions function to lubricate, అంటే వాటర్తో పాటు మ్యూకస్ సెక్రెట్ అవుతుంది, అండ్ ప్రొటెక్ట్, మ్యూకస్ ఈజ్ అ ప్రొటెక్టింగ్ లేయర్ ఆల్సో, అండ్ స్టెరిలైజ్, HCl కెన్ స్టెరిలైజ్. ద బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ HCl, ఇక్కడ మీరు స్టమక్లో చూసినట్టయితే ఈవెన్ ఇట్ కెన్ డైజెస్ట్ స్మాల్ నెయిల్స్ ఆల్సో, స్టీల్ నెయిల్స్ని డైజెస్ట్ చేయగలదు, న్యూట్రలైజ్ బైకార్బోనేట్స్ అండ్ డైజెస్ట్ ఎంజైమ్స్, రైట్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ 3 pairs of salivary glands, right. Sublingual, lingual and the parotid glands are there, parotid, sublingual and submandibular. Functions of saliva: lubricates, it cleans, dissolves, suppresses bacterial growth. It is very important. Digestive starch with amylase. Regulation of salivary secretion. So this is a regulatory part. There is autonomous regulation is there, unconditional and conditional reflexes are there. With this, the salivary secretions will be released, right. And GIT secretions in the stomach, ఇందా మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం. దిస్ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ ద స్టమక్ పార్ట్, ద ల్యూమెన్ ఆఫ్ ద స్టమక్. దీంట్లో మనకి ఏమున్నాయి, డిఫరెంట్ సెల్స్ ఆర్ దేర్, రైట్. వన్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ మ్యూకస్ నెక్ సెల్. ఇట్ సెక్రెట్స్ మ్యూకస్. ద ఫంక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద మ్యూకస్ ఈజ్ ఫిజికల్ బ్యారియర్ బిట్వీన్ ల్యూమెన్ అండ్ ఎపిథీలియం. అండ్ బైకార్బోనేట్, ఇట్ బఫర్స్ గ్యాస్ట్రిక్ యాసిడ్ టు ప్రివెంట్ డ్యామేజ్ టు ఎపిథీలియం. అండ్ పెరటైల్ సెల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. పెరటైల్ సెల్స్లో గ్యాస్ట్రిక్ యాసిడ్ అండ్ ఇంట్రిన్సిక్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ యాక్టివేట్స్ పెప్సిన్ అండ్ కిల్స్ బ్యాక్టీరియా. Complex with vitamin B12 to permit absorption, and enterochromaffin cells like histamine దీంట్లో it stimulates gastric acid secretion also, and then chief cells are there, the pepsin and gastric lipase. It digests proteins, digests fats also, the gastric lipase digests fats, whereas the D cells are there, it secretes somatostatin, inhibits gastric acid secretion, right, and G cells are there, it secretes gastrin, stimulates gastric acid secretion. So మీకు ఆకలి అయినప్పుడు రిలీజ్ అయ్యేది గ్యాస్ట్రిన్, మీరు తిన్న తర్వాత రిలీజ్ అయ్యేది సోమటోస్టాటిన్. ఓకే, దీస్ ఆర్ పెరటైల్ chief cells, mucous cells. So gastric, function of gastric, activates pepsinogen pepsins, provides optimum for pH of reaction of pepsins, denatures protein denaturation, helps in digestion and kills bacteria in food, helps iron ion and cation for absorption, promotes pancreatic, small intestinal bile secretion, right. So this is actually the action of pepsin. Pepsinogen actually stomach లో 2 to 3.5 pH ఉంటుంది. It becomes pepsin and it digests the pepsinogen or the protein into peptone, right. The function of mucus and intrinsic factor, mucus secretion, soluble and insoluble mucus are secreted by cells of the stomach, right. Soluble mucus mixes with the contents of the stomach and helps to lubricate chyme. Insoluble mucus forms a protective barrier against the high acidity of the stomach content, right. Intrinsic factor helps absorption of B2 vitamin. So this is the schematic diagram of gastric secretion. ఒకసారి తర్వాత చూద్దరు కానీ మీరు, these are the pancreatic glands and different pods, right. Now coming to the pancreatic secretions. Pancreas has two functions. One is endocrine function that secretes insulin and glucagon from islets of Langerhans, right. Exocrine function secretes of pancreatic juice. It has two components, aqueous and enzymatic, right. మీకు అందరికి కూడా ఇన్సులిన్ గురించి తెలుసు, గ్లూకాగోన్ తెలుసు, రైట్. ఇన్సులిన్ కన్నా ప్రొడక్షన్ తక్కువైనట్టయితే డయాబెటిక్ మెలిటస్ అనేది వస్తుంది కూడా మీకు తెలుసు. So pancreatic is very important gland in terms of digestion as well as endocrine function. So enzymatic component is there. The functions of pancreatic gland, starch, it will be converted into maltose or maltotriose, whereas fats can be under the influence of lipase or cholipase can be converted into monoglycerine and fatty acids. The trypsinogen in the presence of enterokinase will be converted into trypsin, and chymotrypsinogen in the presence of chymotrypsin can be converted into polypeptide or carboxypeptidase into amino acid, right. This is the different food substances that will be ultimately converted into glucose, amino acids as well as fatty acids, right. So small interstitial epithelial cells, schematic diagram, chymotrypsinogen, chymotrypsin, trypsin, and in the presence of trypsinogen it becomes a trypsin, right. The regulation of pancreatic secretions, the regulation involves the stimulus from the vagus nerves, the pancreatic juices, the secretin, cholecystokinin, ఇవి అన్నీ కూడా రెగ్యులేషన్లో, అండ్ secretin also helps in the regulation of pancreatic secretion, right. This is again the schematic diagram you can find after my presentation. So this is the biggest 20 minutes. So this is the function of liver. Quickly I go to the very important functions of the small intestinal enzymes. So dipeptides under the influence of dipeptidase become amino acids. Maltose under the influence of maltase will become glucose, and lactose under the influence of lactase will become glucose and galactose, and sucrase under the influence of sucrase enzyme it will become glucose and fructose, and nucleotides under the influence of nucleotides will become nucleosides, sugars and bases, and di and monosaccharides will become under the influence of lipases will become fatty acids as glycerol, right. So these are different secretions in large intestine, and ultimately the digestion and absorption will take place in the small intestine and villi, and the digested food will be absorbed in the intestinal mucosa, and that will be converted into energy in the blood cells. This is about the digestion of the carbohydrates, proteins as well as lipids. So this is again the digestion of carbohydrates. Ultimately you will find the sucrose will be converted into glucose and fructose, the maltose will be converted into glucose, and the lactose will be converted into galactose and glucose, right. Absorption will take place here, and digestion of the this is the protein digestion, and absorption will be taking place, and like here, and ultimately this is the digestion of fats, right. So the cholesterol, the fats are converted into free fatty acids that will be absorbed in the what you call chylomicrochromosomes in the venous system, and the absorption of fats in small intestine you can observe from this schematic diagram. This is the process of digestion in man, right? You can go through these slides. Anyway, I am leaving these slides in your LMS, right? So this is the final schematic diagram of the whole process of the chemical digestion. The carbohydrates will ultimately become the glucose, the proteins will ultimately become the amino acids, whereas the lipids, the fats ultimately become fatty acids or glycerols. The nucleic acid ultimately become the what you called nucleus, right? You can also play the video later. This is about the process of digestion in man. Thank you. Good morning, friends. Welcome back. Just we completed the process of digestion. Now, the next part is the pulmonary ventilation. మనం దీన్నే ఊపిరి పీల్చుకోవడం లేదా శ్వాస పీల్చుకోవడం అంటాం. ఇక్కడ మనం చూసినట్టయితే బ్రీతింగ్, మీరందరూ ఒకసారి గట్టిగా శ్వాస తీసుకోండి, ఇన్హేల్ చేయండి. సో యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ద ఫిజికల్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ రిబ్స్, రైట్? ఓకే, జస్ట్ హోల్డ్ అండ్ రిలీజ్ ద ఆక్సిజన్ లేదా గాలి బయట విడిచండి. సో ఇక్కడ మనకు 2 ప్రాసెస్ ఉన్నాయి. వన్ ఈజ్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్, మీరు ఇప్పుడు గాలి పీల్చుకున్నారు. అనదర్ వన్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్పిరేషన్. జనరల్గా మనం దాని మీద ధ్యాస పెట్టినప్పుడు మాత్రమే మనకు తెలుస్తుంది గాలి పీల్చుకుంటున్నామా గాలి విడిచిపెడుతున్నామా అనేది. అట్లా కానప్పుడు ఇట్ విల్ బి ఆటోనమస్గా జరిగిపోతుంది అన్నమాట, రైట్? సో ద హ్యూమన్ రెస్పిరేటరీ సిస్టమ్ అలౌస్ వన్ టు అబ్టైన్ ఆక్సిజన్, ఎలిమినేట్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్. ఇక్కడ మనకి చూసినట్టయితే రిబ్ కేజ్ కనిపిస్తుంది, రైట్? రిబ్ కేజ్ ఇన్హేల్ అయినప్పుడు డయాఫ్రామ్ ఎలా ఉంది అంటే ఎక్సేల్ అయినప్పుడు డయాఫ్రామ్ ఎలా ఉంది ఒకసారి గమనించండి, రైట్? ఇక్కడ ఈ డయాఫ్రామ్. ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పిరేషన్ లేదా శ్వాస ప్రక్రియ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్, బ్రీతింగ్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎయిర్ ఇంటూ అండ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ లంగ్స్. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ద పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్. పల్మరీ వెంటిలేషన్ అంటే బ్రీతింగ్ ఇన్ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎయిర్ ఇంటూ అండ్ out from the lungs. And external respiration ante oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange between lungs and blood, between lungs and blood. So transport of oxygen and carbon dioxide in blood. Internal respiration includes oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange between systemic blood vessels and tissues. This is internal one, right? Kabatti this can be divided into the respiratory system as well as the circulatory system. Coming to the components in pulmonary ventilation. Components em unnai ikkada chusinattayite the nose, pharynx అంటే గ్రసని, లారింగ్స్ స్వరపేటిక, ట్రాకియా, వాయునాళం, బ్రాంకై శ్వాసనాళిక, లంగ్స్ ఉపరితిత్తులు, వాయుగొనులు. దీస్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ కాంపోనెంట్స్, రైట్? సో ఆర్గాన్స్ ఇన్ ద రెస్పిరేటరీ సిస్టమ్, ప్లీజ్ అబ్జర్వ్ ది ఆర్గాన్స్. వన్ ఈజ్ నోస్ ఆర్ నేసల్ క్యావిటీ, ముక్కు. ఏం చేస్తుంది ఫంక్షన్? ఇట్ వార్మ్స్, మాయిజన్స్, ఫిల్టర్స్ ఎయిర్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్హేల్డ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు చాలా కోల్డ్, ఇప్పుడు వింటర్లో ఉన్నారు. వింటర్ లోపల ఏమవుతుంది? ఇంటర్నల్గా దేర్ మస్ట్ బి సప్లై వార్మ్ ఎయిర్, రైట్? అండ్ మాయిజన్స్ ఆల్సో, ఇట్ ఆల్సో మ్యూకస్ అనేది అక్కడ సెక్రెట్ అవుతుంది. ఫారింగ్స్ గ్రసని, passageway for air leads to trachea. Larynx, the voice box, where vocal cords are located. Trachea, vinolum, keeps the windpipe open. Trachea is lined with fine hairs called cilia, which filter air before it reaches the lungs. And Swasanalum, or bronchi, 2 branches at the end of trachea, each lead to a lung. Bronchioles, Swasanalikalu, a network of smaller branches leading from the bronchi into the lung tissue and ultimately to air sacs. Alveoli, the functional respiratory units in the lung where gases are exchanged. This is a very important point, right? And a trachea, windpipe, and bronchi, lined with ciliated mucous cells. You can observe this. All the trachea is lined with the ciliated mucous cells. Beat continuously in the opposite direction of incoming air. మనకి శ్వాస అలా పీల్చుకున్నప్పుడు ఆపోజిట్ డైరెక్షన్లో కొడుతూ ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట. ఎక్స్పెల్ మ్యూకస్ లోడెడ్ విత్ డస్ట్ అండ్ అదర్ డెబ్రిస్ అవే ఫ్రమ్ లంగ్స్. మీరు చూస్తున్నారు చాలాసార్లు మనం తుమ్ము వస్తుంటుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ ఏ ఆటోమేటిక్ డిఫెన్స్ మెకానిజం. లోపలికి ఎంటర్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు దాన్ని బయట పుష్ చేస్తున్నమాట, రైట్? అండ్ రైట్ బ్రాంకస్ ఇస్ వైడర్, షార్టర్ అండ్ స్ట్రైటర్ దెన్ లెఫ్ట్. ఎడమ కంటే రైట్ బ్రాంకస్ అనేది వైడర్ గాను, షార్టర్ గాను, స్ట్రైటర్గా ఉంటుంది. బ్రాంకై సబ్డివైడ్ ఇంటూ స్మాలర్ అండ్ స్మాలర్ బ్రాంచెస్ కాల్డ్ బ్రాంక్యూల్స్, రైట్? The top of the lung is the apex, the bottom is the base. It is called as apex and it is called as base. The left lung has 2 lobes, whereas the right lung has 3 lobes, because the heart is on the left side, right? Observe the bronchioles and alveoli. Bronchioles, the smallest branches of the bronchi, and alveoli, the site of gas section. These are called alveoli. Actually, this is alveoli, this is the cross section of alveoli, right? Where actually the gas exchange, oxygen transport exchange takes place here. Respiratory membrane, air blood barrier. This is called as air blood barrier. Upsa tvachamu, right? There is a surfactant secreting cell. Surfactant, it is like a soap like secretion, right? And the squamous epithelial cell of alveolar wall. There is an endothelial cell, right? The macrophages, respiratory membrane, alveolar pores, red blood cells, alveoli, gas field. Here the oxygen enters into this red blood cells and carbon dioxide comes out from the RBC into the alveolus, right? What is the respiratory cycle? Swasa volume. Respiratory rate is the number of breaths per minute. Human respiration rate is controlled by a part of the brain called the medulla. Sends signals to adjust levels of oxygen present in your body by changing your breathing rate, right? Breathing rate. Sometimes, for example, మీరు ఫిజికల్గా ఏదైనా బస్ క్యాచ్ చేయాలనుకోండి, రన్నింగ్ చేస్తారు. రన్నింగ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈవెన్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ రేట్ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది, రైట్? Inspiration and expiration, mechanical process that depend on volume changes in thoracic cavity. The volume changes include the pressure changes. The pressure changes gives rise to gases flow to equalize pressure, right? Inspiration, ఉచ్ఛ్వాసం. Active process, inspiration is the active process. Inspiratory muscles, diaphragm and external intercostal muscles, they will contract during the inspiration. The thoracic volume increases, intrapulmonary pressure drops, right, to 1 mm mercury. A lung stretched and interpulmonary volume increases. అదైనప్పుడు ఇంటర్కోస్టల్ మజిల్స్ అనేది కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, లంగ్ కెపాసిటీ పెరుగుతుంది, ఇంటర్పల్మనరీ వాల్యూమ్ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్, రైట్? అండ్ ఎయిర్ ఫ్లోస్ ఇంటూ లంగ్స్ డౌన్ ఇట్స్ ప్రెజర్ గ్రేడియంట్ అంటిల్ it is P is equal to P atmosphere's pressure, right? Inspiration, ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకున్నది ఏ విధంగా, దిస్ ఇస్ external intercostal contract, right? వాల్యూమ్ పెరుగుతుంది. The ribs are elevated and sternum flares as external intercostals contract. External intercostal muscles ఇక్కడ ఉంటాయి, అవి కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇట్ ఎలివేట్ అవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, లోపల వాల్యూమ్ కూడా పెరగడం వల్ల బయట ఉన్న ఎయిర్ లోపలికి వెళ్తుంది అన్నమాట, రైట్? ఇక్కడ చూడండి సీక్వెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంట్స్. ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్, డయాఫ్రమ్ డిసెండ్స్ అండ్ రిబ్ కేజ్ రైజెస్. డయాఫ్రమ్ డిసెండ్ అవుతుంది, ఇక్కడ రిబ్ కేజ్ అనేది రైజ్ అవుతుంది, రైట్? థొరాసిక్ క్యావిటీ వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, ఈ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. సో దట్ లంగ్స్ ఆర్ స్ట్రెచ్డ్, ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ వాల్యూమ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, రైట్? అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ ప్రెజర్ డ్రాప్స్. ఇంట్రా పల్మరీ ప్రెజర్ లోపల ఏమవుతుంది, డ్రాప్స్ టు 1 mm mercury. సో ఎయిర్ flow into lungs down its pressure gradient until pulmonary pressure is 0, equal to atmospheric pressure, right? That is about inspiration. But expiration లో ఏమవుతుంది చూద్దాం, లేదా నిశ్వాసంలో. క్వైట్ ఎక్స్పిరేషన్ నార్మల్లీ పాసివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇందాక మనం చెప్పి యాక్టివ్ ప్రాసెస్ అని చెప్పినప్పుడు ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ పాసివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ రిలాక్స్ అవుతాయి. ఇప్పుడు థొరాసిక్ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది డిక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది, ఇలా నేరో అవుతుంది అన్నమాట. సో అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎలాస్టిక్ లంగ్స్ రీకాయిల్ అండ్ ఇంట్రాపల్మనరీ వాల్యూమ్ డిక్రీజెస్. ఇంట్రాపల్మనరీ వాల్యూమ్ అనేది డిక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది, తగ్గుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ప్రెషర్ ఇంక్రీజెస్. అక్కడ ప్రెషర్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయినప్పుడు పల్మనరీ రైజెస్ టు +1 mm/Hg, రైట్. ఆ విధంగా అయినప్పుడు ఎయిర్ ఫ్లోస్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ లంగ్స్ డౌన్ ఇట్స్ ప్రెషర్ గ్రేడియంట్ అంటిల్ ద పల్మనరీ రెస్పిరేషన్ విల్ బికమ్ ద పల్మనరీ వాల్యూమ్ విల్ బికమ్ 0. A forced expression, that is active process, uses abdominal, oblique and transverse and internal intercostal muscles, right. సో ఇక్కడ స్టెప్స్ చూసినట్టయితే ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ రిలాక్స్. ఇందాక ఏమైంది, ఇన్స్పిరేషన్లోనేమో కాంట్రాక్ట్ అయింది, ఇక్కడేమో రిలాక్స్ అవుతున్నాయి. ఓకే. రిబ్స్ అండ్ స్టెర్నమ్ ఆర్ డిప్రెస్డ్ యాజ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్స్ రిలాక్స్. ఇవి రెండు ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఇంటర్కోస్టల్ రిలాక్స్ అవ్వడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, ఈ స్టెర్నమ్ డిప్రెస్ అవుతుంది. డయాఫ్రమ్ మూవ్స్ సుపీరియర్లీ యాజ్ ఇట్ రిలాక్సెస్. డయాఫ్రమ్ అనేది రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఇట్ విల్ ఓపెన్. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, ఇన్స్పిరేటరీ మజిల్స్ రిలాక్స్, డయాఫ్రమ్ రైజెస్, రిబ్ కేజ్ డిసెండ్స్ డ్యూ టు రీకాయిల్ ఆఫ్ ద కోస్టల్ cartilages. Thoracic cavity volume decreases. Elastic lungs recoil passively. Intrapulmonary volume decreases. Intrapulmonary pressure rises to +1 mm/Hg. Air or gas flows out of lungs down its pressure gradient until pulmonary pressure will become 0, right. The physical factors influencing the pulmonary ventilation. 3 physical factors influence the ease of air passage and the amount of energy required for ventilation. One is airway resistance, second one is alveolar surface tension, third one is lung compliance. ఇది ఒకసారి మీరు చూసినట్టయితే స్కెమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్, రిఫ్లెక్స్ కంట్రోల్ ఆఫ్ వెంటిలేషన్. అంటే ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఈ కలర్ కోడ్ని ఇక్కడ కీలో ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ ఎల్లో కలర్ ఉంటే కీ, ద స్టిమ్యులై, సెన్సరీ రిసెప్టార్స్, ఈ విధంగా సెన్సరీ రిసెప్టార్స్, afferent న్యూరాన్స్, ఈ సింబల్ ఉండి ఈ కలర్లో ఉంటుంది ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ సెంటర్స్, అండ్ efferent న్యూరాన్స్, afferent న్యూరాన్స్, రైట్. ఆల్ దీస్ విల్ ఆటోమేటికల్లీ కంట్రోల్ అండ్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్స్ ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ వెంటిలేషన్, రైట్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ emotions, even emotions and they will trigger the higher brain centers and limbic system. Carbon dioxide and pH also will have control, right. కాబట్టి both somatic and న్యూరోనల్ afferent and efferent nerves కూడా దీన్ని కంట్రోల్ చేస్తాయి అన్నమాట. There we have a video. You can just, I want to play this video. Please observe this. రావట్లేదు, వాల్యూమ్ వస్తుంది. You can observe the air from mouth, from nostrils enters into bronchus. Now you can observe that enters the bronchioles, and from bronchioles it will air enters into alveoli, right. Here you can observe the delivery of oxygen from the lungs into the RBC. The capillaries lie within walls of alveoli, right. The fed blood cells travel in capillaries. The alveolar wall and capillary wall, right. The oxygen carbon dioxide diffuse between alveolus and capillary. You can observe the oxygen molecules and carbon dioxide diffuse. The purple color is oxygen, there is white is carbon dioxide. This is the RBC cell, right. The carbon dioxide is eliminated during the expiration. This is the process of oxygen and carbon dioxide transport, or the physical respiration, right. This is about the ventilation process. Thank you very much. వెల్కమ్ బ్యాక్. ఇప్పటివరకు మనం ద ఫిజికల్ ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పిరేషన్ చూస్తాం. కమింగ్ టు ద యాక్చువల్ ఆక్సిజన్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, రైట్. దిస్ ఇస్ అ స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎయిర్వేస్ నుంచి అప్ టు టిష్యూస్ ఆర్బీసీ వరకు ఏ విధంగా జరుగుతుందో మనం ఈ స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ మొత్తం చూడొచ్చు, రైట్. సో ఆక్సిజన్ ఏ విధంగా ఎంటర్ అయ్యి అల్వియోల్ నుంచి పల్మనరీ సర్క్యులేషన్లోకి ఎంటర్ అవుతుంది, సిస్టమిక్ సర్క్యులేషన్ అండ్ సెల్యులర్ రెస్పిరేషన్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆక్సిజన్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ స్టెప్ బై స్టెప్, ఆక్సిజన్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, అగైన్ ఆక్సిజన్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ అట్ సెల్స్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ సెల్యులర్ రెస్పిరేషన్లో ఇట్ విల్ బికమ్ the nutrients will be converted into cellular energy, right. Like this, carbon dioxide from tissues, carbon dioxide transport and carbon dioxide exchange at alveolar capillary ఆ విధంగా బయటికి వెళ్ళటం చూస్తున్నాం. ఇది యాక్చువల్ ఓవరాల్ పిక్చర్. Oxygen transport, molecular oxygen carried in blood, that is 1.5% dissolved in plasma, 98.5% loosely bound to each iron molecule of hemoglobin. కాబట్టి ఒక హిమోగ్లోబిన్ మాలిక్యూల్లో ఒక ఐరన్ మాలిక్యూల్లో 3 మనకి ఆక్సిజన్స్ బైండ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. దిస్ ఇస్ ద పార్షియల్ ప్రెజర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆక్సిజన్, పార్షియల్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ అండ్ pH ఇన్ ఆర్టీరియల్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ వెనస్. సో ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆర్టీరియల్ బ్లడ్లో 95 mm/Hg ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడ వెనస్లో 40 mm/Hg. ఇక్కడ పార్షియల్ ప్రెజర్ ఆఫ్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఆర్టీరియల్లో 40 mm/Hg ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడేమో 46 mm/Hg. whereas pH is 7.4, ఇక్కడ pH is 7.3, right. Coming to the next slide, the gas exchange. The gases move from areas of high partial pressures to areas of low partial pressure. It is a basic principle, right. So ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఆక్సిజన్ డిఫ్యూజన్ అండ్ కార్బన్ డిఫ్యూజన్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ హై పార్షియల్ ప్రెజర్ ఆక్సిజన్కి ఎక్కడ ఉంది, దిస్ డిఫ్యూజెస్ ఇంటు ద ఫ్రమ్ alveoli టు ద సిస్టమ్, రైట్. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ డిఫ్యూజన్ అండ్ ఆక్సిజన్ డిఫ్యూజన్. ఆక్సిజన్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్, 98% of oxygen is bound to hemoglobin and the other 2% is dissolved in plasma, right. ఆక్సిజన్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ మనం చూసినట్టయితే oxygen is not easily dissolved in water. So hemoglobin is a protein that binds oxygen and dramatically increases the amount of blood in the plasma. Oxygen can travel bound to hemoglobin or to be dissolved in plasma. Oxygen and hemoglobin, oxyhemoglobin, in combination with hemoglobin it will become oxyhemoglobin. The reduced hemoglobin is called as deoxyhemoglobin. This is the equation, reduced hemoglobin plus oxygen will become oxyhemoglobin. The loading and unloading of oxygen facilitated by change in shape of hemoglobin. As oxygen binds, hemoglobin affinity for oxygen increases. As oxygen is released, hemoglobin affinity for oxygen also decreases. The fully saturated, that is 100% if all 4 heme groups carry oxygen. Partially saturated when 1 or 3 hemes carry oxygen, right. This is the structure of a hemoglobin molecule. The amount of oxygen bound to hemoglobin depends on the partial pressure of oxygen of plasma. Each hemoglobin can carry 4 oxygen molecules. The percent saturation tells how much is carried, right. Please observe this diagram. The factors influencing hemoglobin saturation: increase in temperature, increase with temperature, with hydrogen carbons, hydrogen ions, partial pressure of carbon dioxide and 2,3 diphosphoglycerate, right. The modified structure of hemoglobin and decrease its affinity for oxygen. Occur in systematic capillaries, enhance oxygen unloading from blood, shift oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve to right. So decrease in this factor shift the curve to left. Decrease oxygen unloading from blood. This is actually the oxygen dissociation curve. If you చూసినట్టయితే the partial pressure of oxygen will be maximum at 80% of saturation of hemoglobin and against the x-axis the partial pressure of oxygen. ఇక్కడ ఈ కర్వ్ చూడండి, ఇది నార్మల్ ఆర్టీరియల్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ at partial pressure of carbon dioxide 40 mm. ఇక్కడ increased carbon dioxide partial pressure of 80 mm. It will lead to the shifting of the curve towards right. So dissociation of curve hemoglobin. in vitro testing reveals a varying amount of oxygen saturation depending on partial pressure of oxygen pressure. It doesn't reach 100% within the physiological conditions, right? So ikkada man chustunna resting cell can be seen as a 40 mm, whereas in alveoli it is a 100 mm, right? The maximum will be at 80 mm. The oxygen binding, ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే changes can alter the hemoglobin conformation, which influence deliver at tissues more than obtaining oxygen in the lungs. Release more oxygen at pH 7.2 during exercise than 7.4. So ఇక్కడ 7.2 దగ్గర ఉన్న pH ఉన్నట్లయితే it will release or dissociate the oxygen curve and it releases more oxygen, right? So higher temperature also decreases saturation shifting curve to the right? Higher temperature, for example 43 degrees centigrade దగ్గర it decreases saturation curve, right? అట్లాగే increased carbon dioxide and decreased oxygen saturation, increased carbon dioxide ద కూడా it will affect. ఇక్కడ చూడండి 80 mm దగ్గర it will affect and shift the curve. These are the different factors affecting the oxygen dissociation, right? And 2,3-diphosphoglycerate alters the hemoglobin's affinity, the released as a response to low oxygen levels, as can happen in the anemia or high altitudes also. మీరు high altitudes like Himalayas వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కూడా you will experience like this, right? And this is very interesting fact, that is a difference in oxygen binding properties of maternal as well as the fetal hemoglobin. The fetal hemoglobin has a greater affinity than the maternal hemoglobin. ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే it has the greater affinity. So this is a schematic chart describing the oxygen binding. Factors contributing to the total oxygen content of aerial blood, you can observe this, right? The factors that increase release of oxygen by hemoglobin, these are different factors, that is all cells mobilize glucose and use oxygen, partial pressure of carbon dioxide and hydrogen ion increase in capillary blood, declining blood pH and increasing partial pressure of carbon dioxide, the Bohr effect, oxyhemoglobin bond weakens, oxygen onloading where needed is more, where the requirement is most, right? These are different factors. Bohr effect, coming to the Bohr effect. At tissues as more carbon dioxide enters blood, more oxygen dissociate from hemoglobin, that is Bohr effect. As oxyhemoglobin releases oxygen, it more readily forms bonds with carbon dioxide to form hemoglobin, right? Please observe this video once. Oxygen transport. Here you can observe how oxygen is transported from outside to inside, right? So these are RBC cells, and here you can observe oxygen enters into the capillaries, from where it enters in the alveoli. This is hemoglobin molecule, and with each iron molecule 4 oxygens will be binding and improves the affinity of oxygen dissociation, right? Here it is a iron molecule. Okay, there is some problem with audio. So you can observe that from a molecule it enters into the actual RBC. Okay. Just skip this video and coming to the next part, that is carbon dioxide transport. carbon dioxide transport, it is dissolved in 7%, although carbon dioxide is more soluble in plasma than oxygen, only a small amount is dissolved in it. Converted to bicarbonate ion, at about 70% of an enzyme converts the carbon dioxide in RBC into bicarbonate. It is bound to hemoglobin 23%. Hemoglobin also binds hydrogen ion. Hemoglobin acts as a buffer binding hydrogen to resist the pH changes. So, hemoglobin as well as carbon dioxide will be carbaminohemoglobin formed with carbon dioxide. Hemoglobin bind, it decreases the affinity for carbon dioxide, right. You can observe this diagram or the schematic chart. So, only 7% of dissolved carbon dioxide will be through in plasma, right. And in venous blood, most of the carbon dioxide will be in the form of bicarbonate, right. You can observe this. So, in pulmonary capillaries, bicarbonate moves into RBC while chloride moves out and binds with hydrogen to form bicarbonate, and the bicarbonate split carbonic anhydrase into carbon dioxide and water. Carbon dioxide diffuses into alveoli, right. So, carbon dioxide combines with water to form carbonic acid, which quickly dissociates, right. This carbon dioxide plus water will become carbonic acid, and hydrogen again bicarbonate, right. It splits into hydrogen ion as well as bicarbonate. It occurs primarily in RBCs where carbonic anhydrase reversibly and rapidly catalyzes reaction. The carbon dioxide transport in blood, the reverse chloride shift, hydrogen ion dissociation and hydrogen combine to form carbonic acid, right. We can observe from here. The carbon dioxide transport in the blood, the carbon dioxide plus hemoglobin, carbon dioxide and water, it will become carbonic acid, and in systemic capillaries, bicarbonate quickly diffuses from RBC into plasma, then chloride shift occurs. The outers of bicarbonate from RBC balanced as chloride moves into the RBC from plasma. ఇది మనం చూసినట్టే స్కీమాటిక్ డయాగ్రామ్ కణజాలలో వాయు మార్పిడి ఎలా జరుగుతుందని చూస్తున్నాం, రైట్. అలాగే ఊపిరితిత్తులో వాయు మార్పిడి ఎలా జరుగుతుందో చూస్తున్నాం. నౌ this is again entire summary of gas transport. So, gases move down their pressure gradients at the lungs and tissue capillaries, right. Ikkada from outside into the alveoli, and from the pulmonary circulation it enters into systemic circulation. So, the oxygen enters here, the carbon dioxide releases. This is the total picture of the gas transport, the summary of the gas transport, right. And again here there is a video on carbon dioxide transport, right. So, respiratory system, the carbon dioxide from our lungs exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide, right. You can observe the oxygen molecules. Our cells take in oxygen, right. So, the oxygen is entered into our cell, and cells produce carbon dioxide. You all know that. The carbon dioxide will be released from cells and they will be sent out. Carbon dioxide moves into blood. Some carbon dioxide is carried in the blood plasma, that is 7%. And carbon dioxide diffuses into red blood cells. So, you can observe this. Carbaminohemoglobin, right. It is carried by hemoglobin. Most of the carbon dioxide in blood is carried in the bicarbonate as bicarbonate ion, right. That is bicarbonate. Now, carbon dioxide under the influence of carbonic anhydrase will become carbonic acid. You can observe clearly the removal of hydrogen ion. The bicarbonate the chloride ion will be coming down. It is also called as chloride shift. Too much carbon dioxide building up in blood produces hydrogen ions. You can observe here there is influence of pH also. Hydroxyl ion and hydrogen ion. Blood can become acidic and respiratory, it is called as respiratory acidosis. If too much of carbon dioxide is lost from blood, the blood become alkaline respiratory alkalosis. So you can observe on the pH scale, right? Thank you. This is the end of video. So today we have discussed the oxygen transport as well as the carbon dioxide transport. We can sum up this schematic diagram. That is, gas when enters oxygen, both oxygen as well as carbon dioxide, the main factor is the partial pressures, right? The partial pressure of oxygen as well as the partial pressure of oxygen with the influence of different temperatures, pH, etc. It all influences the internal diffusion of gases in the RBC, right? Thank you very much.
Hello students, welcome to C language training program. Today I want to discuss with the union data type. Union is a user defined data type. The last sessions I discussed structure data types and how to create a nested structure and structure with function, structure using arrays. What is mean by structure? It is called as user defined data type. It is a collection of different type of data members. Array is a collection of similar type of data members, but structure is a collection of different type of data members. Every structure variable you can store different type of elements. Every array variable you can store same type of elements. Array is a collection of homogeneous elements. Structure is a collection of heterogeneous elements. Now every structure declared with the struct keyword, name of the structure. Within the block you can mention some different type of elements. Structure ends with semicolon. Once a declaration of structure, how to call the structure inside main, struct name of the structure, after that tag name. Struct name of the structure, tag name to be used. How to access the structure elements, dot operator to be used. What is mean by nested structure? A structure inside another structure is called as nested structure. The nested structure elements are accessed with two dot operators. How to make a structure using arrays? Generally, if I make a structure variable, you can store only one record. But if I want to store multiple records with one structure variable, it is called as structure using arrays. The last session I discussed structure functions. What is meant by structure function? if I want to access the structure elements with the help of function. Every structure function to create 2 steps. One is for structure function calling, another one is structure function definition. Definition also define. Calling function inside main, definition after the main. Now today I want to discuss with union data type. What is meant by union? Union is similar to structure. Union also similar to structure. Union is also collection of different type of elements. Structure is collection of different type of elements. Union also collection of different type of elements. But what is the difference? Structure, each element stored at a separate memory address. The compiler allocated each element a separate memory address. But when you go for union, all union elements stored at a single address. What is a major difference? Structure elements, each element separate memory can store. If I have 3 elements, first element separate address, second element is another address, third element is another address. Compiler allocated addresses are different. But in the case of union, all union elements stored at one common address. In mathematics also union is there. What is meant by union? Combination. Like A union B. A is one set, B is one set. A union B called as A set all elements plus B set all elements, combinedly displayed. Coming to the union, all union elements stored at a common address, single address. How to create the structure? Struct keyword, name of the structure, different type of elements. Similarly, how to create union? Union keyword, name of the union, different type of elements. Structure declaration ended with semicolon. Union declaration also ended with a semicolon. Structure statement calling inside main. Union statement also calling inside main. How to call the union tag? Union, name of the union and tag name. Tag name to be used, it is called as variable. Finally, what is the difference majorly? Structure, each element separately stored memory wastages. But union, all elements stored at a single address, memory bytes saved. If I want to save the memory bytes, union is better, union is recommended. If I want to store the structure, all elements are different type of locations, then you recommended structures. Structure also user defined data type, union also user defined data type. Structure elements how to access? Dot operator. Union elements also how to access? Dot operator. Structure elements access to dot, union elements also access to dot. You see that what is the syntax of union? How to make union? What is the syntax? How to make a union? What is the syntax of that union? Union is a keyword, name of union. Inside of the block data type elements 1, data type element 2, different type of elements. Every union declaration ended with semicolon. Inside of main to call the union variable, union, name of the union, tag name, union, name of the union, tag name. How to access the union elements? Union elements how to access? With the dot operator only to access. Union elements accessed with the dot operator. Structure member elements also accessed with the dot. Union elements also accessed with the dot operator. With the dot only to access, dot operator. How to access that? Tag name dot element 1 equal to value. Similarly, tag name dot element 2 equal to value. tag name dot element 1, tag name dot element 2 equal to value, similarly to close. Now this is the syntax of union creation syntax. You see that union is a keyword, name of union. When you go for structure, struct is a keyword, name. Instead of struct keyword union, data type elements, different type of elements. When you go for structure also, different type of elements. Structure declaration ended with semicolon, union declaration also ends with semicolon. Inside of main to call the union, name of the union, tag name called as short name, the variable. How to access union elements? Using dot operator, even structure also dot operator use. Tag name dot element equal to value, tag name dot element equal to value. Now you see how it is make a difference of structure and union. I want to explain one diagram method, check it. What is the difference of structure and union? How to make of that? See that. Suppose I want to create with one structure. I want to define one structure now. I want to create one structure here. You see that what is my structure? Student. My structure is student structure. Inside of student structure, what is my elements? Student ID. What is one more element? Student name. One more element, marks. Totally 3 elements I have. Student ID, student name, marks. Now I want to create with the student ID, actually which type of data type? Integer type. Student ID, it is referred to integer type, and student name is character type. Now this is referred integer type. Student ID referred as integer, and student name, it is referred as character. Now I want to go for integer type. After that I want to refer with the student name as a character type. Now I want to refer, this is character type. Now I want to define with another type, marks. Now I want to define the marks. Now the marks are which type of data type I define? Float, or the marks can be used as integer also. Now for this student ID integer type, student name is character type, marks are integer type. Now I want to store the elements here. Suppose student ID and student name and marks. Now if I enter the student ID 1, my input is 1. If I enter student name XYZ name, if I enter the marks 400, if I enter the marks are 400. Now for the student ID 1, internally compiler created memory. Suppose what is the memory compiler created? 65,530 suppose. This memory created by compiler. When I make a student name next address 65,000, next address it will be prints 65,000. Here I want to use 65,528, 2 bytes difference. Integer to character, 2 bytes difference. Suppose my first element started at 530 address, next element is stored at 528 address, 2 bytes difference, integer to character. Suppose my character student name 10 size I have. Suppose 10 size. What is my next address? 10 bytes difference. 10 bytes because of student name occupied 10 bytes. 65,518. Finally, what is my conclusion? Student ID integer 2 bytes. Student name character string 10 bytes. Marks are integer 2 bytes. Now you see here 65,530, 65,528, 65,518. Integer to character 2 bytes. Character to integer 10 bytes. Why? Because here not only single character, it's a string. I defined as string. Like you see that how to create a structure, struct keyword student. struct keyword student, int student id, next character student name, but this size is 10 size, 10 bytes. Next integer marks, this is 2 bytes. Totally for this structure, how much memory allocates? How much memory allocates for this student structure? 2 bytes, integer student id 2 bytes, student name each character 1 byte, that is the reason 10 bytes because of 10 size. Now for the marks 2 bytes, the marks are 2 bytes. Totally how much memory it's created for one student? 2 plus 10 plus 2. Totally how much memory? 14 bytes. Total occupied memory 14 bytes. For student total bytes required 14 bytes memory required, 14 bytes. Finally, every student structure one student for 14 bytes. Suppose if I create S1 is a tag name. Suppose my tag name is S1. S1 occupied 14 bytes. If I declare another variable of student S2, again 14 bytes. If I declare S3, again 14 bytes, like this. Each student of 14 bytes memory creates. Is it each element is separate memory address or same memory address? Each element is separate memory address. You check here, student ID 65,530 address, student name 65,528 address, marks are 65,518 address. Each element separate address it will be allocated. That is the main point to be understand for student structure. Now the same process coming to the unions, same process I want to create the union. How it is allocated? Union. Union also similar to structure, but which only difference? Memory difference, physically difference. Instead of structure, union. What is my union name? Student. Instead of structure, union. Union student. Int student ID. What is my next element? Character student name. What is my next element? Integer marks. These are my elements. Structure also same elements. When I declare the student structure, student ID, student name, marks. Similarly, union student also student ID, student name, marks. But what is the difference here? These three elements stored at one unique address. When you go for structure, student ID 65,530, student name 65,528, marks are 65,518, different memory address. Coming to the union, all group elements stored at one address. But which address it will be decided? Which address does all elements are storing? How it is decided? These three elements, which address will be stored the elements? Which is the highest memory occupation? In that element address only all values are stored. How to recognize that? These three elements, which is the highest memory occupation, in that address only all elements are storing. Student ID 2 bytes, student name 10 bytes, marks are 2 bytes. In that three elements, which is the highest memory capacity? 10 bytes. Student ID 2 bytes, student name 10 bytes, because each character 1 byte. Marks are 2 bytes. In these three elements, which is the highest memory occupation? 10 bytes. In the 10 bytes only all elements will be sharing. All elements are stored at 10 bytes, that address. You see the diagram, how it is working of union diagram, check it. If I go for union, how it is processing that union, check it. Structure means you see line by line the elements are storing, student ID, student name, marks. But when you go for these unions, how it is storing, check it. Student ID, first student ID, the first element is student ID. After that second element, same time second element, student name, What is one more element I have? Marks. 3 elements. Now for the student ID something element to enter, and the student name something element, and marks for something value. Now I want to create these 3 elements stored at union. What is my union variable? U1. Union variable U1. Any variable, our wish. Union variable U1. Now 3 elements I have: student ID, student name, marks. But here these 3 elements stored at a same address, stored at a same address, not for different address, common address. These 3 elements common address allocates. Which address will be creates for these elements? 65,528. Actually this address is belongs to the student name address. This address is belongs to the student name address. Because of student name 10 bytes occupied, highest memory. In that address only the elements are storing. Now how it is storing here, listen. First 65,528 address, first storing student ID 1. First storing student ID 1. Whenever student ID 1 is stored in this address, same time another element cannot be stored. What is the problem of union? At a time one element only you can store in that address. 65,528 address, first inputting of student ID 1. While inputting of ID 1 you can't enter the name. Suppose when I type the XYZ, now I want to enter the name XYZ, I want to enter. When I enter the XYZ, the old one is cancelled. What is the mean that this 65,528 which is my latest value, this is cancelled. In this address only XYZ will be storing. First student ID 1 is storing. After that this value cancel, in the same address name will be storing. While inputting of name, marks cannot be stored. While inputting of name, marks cannot be stored. Whenever I type the mark, when I enter the marks, at that time this address cancel. That means XYZ name is cancelled. At that time this XYZ value cancel. Which is my last value stored in this address, 65,528 address, which is my last value stored, 300. 300 value it will be stored. Definitely or guarantee last element value can be refer, printing. Remaining values can be stored, but it is overriding the values. You observe here 65,528 address, first value 1. When I enter the XYZ, this value cancel, same address XYZ. When I inputted the 300 marker, XYZ cancel 300, which is my last storage value, 300 will be stored. But when you go for structure student, 65,530 address separate creates, value is 1. 65,528 another address creates, value is XYZ. 65,518 address created, value 400. But listen, in the student structure, integer 2 bytes, S name is 10 bytes, again marks 2 bytes, 14 bytes. But coming to the union, totally how much memory created? Totally 10 bytes. Total memory occupation 10 bytes. 10 bytes only created. Why 10 bytes only created? Because the student name 10 bytes address only all elements are sharing. ID sharing, mark sharing, name sharing. Finally, how much memory difference? Student structure 14 bytes occupied, but union data type 10 bytes only occupied. 10 bytes only occupied. How much memory saved? 4 bytes. 4 bytes memory saved. Compare to structure, 4 bytes memory saved. Memory saving, because all elements stored at a single address. But what is the problem of union? At a time, one element only you can enter. Individually you can enter the elements. All elements at a time you can't store. But when you go for structure, all elements can be stored. At a time you can store all elements. All elements you can store at a time. But in the union, at a time one element only you can store. That is a major difference of structure and union. You see that now? What is the major difference of structure and union here? Structure, all elements are different addresses, not for single address. But when you go for union, all elements at a single address. Student union. My union name is student. Here also student union. Here also student structure. Now you see that finally what is my conclusion here? What is the major difference between the structures and the unions? Structure also user defined type, union also user defined type. Structure, each element a separate memory allocated by compiler, but union all elements allocated by single address. One address only all elements will be storing. But under structure, each element separately you can enter. First you can enter the ID, next you can enter the S name, next you can enter marks, or all elements at a time also you can enter. But coming to the union, one by one only you have to store the elements. All elements you can't store at a time. First we store the ID. While inputting of ID, S name cannot be input. While inputting of S name, marks cannot be input. While inputting of marks, the remaining elements cannot be stored. All elements stored at a single address. And one more problem, union at a time one element only accepted. But in the structure, independently run the elements. All elements at a time accepted, separately you can enter the elements. But why you have to go for unions? Sometimes in the business logics, you want to create many elements. Many elements you want to create your union. But all elements I want to keep with some memory addresses. I want to save with some memory addresses. At that time, which is better? Union better. Union is memory saving. Structure is memory wastage. But compared to structure, union, how much memory saved? 4 bytes. In the previous example, 4 bytes memory saved. Student structure 14 bytes occupied, union student 10 bytes only occupied, 4 bytes memory saved. Structure union logically same but physically difference. Values are same but physical difference, addresses are different. But anyway, both are for user defined types, both are have the same syntax. Instead of struct keyword, union to be recommended. You see that some example program, how to create union, one example program. How to create a union, one example program, how it is working of that. Write a program to demonstrate union data type. How to create union type. Hash include stdio.h. Hash include conio.h. Now here I want to create union. What is my union name? Student. Inside of this I used int student ID, character student name, integer marks, 3 elements. Now I want to create void main. Inside of main, call to the union variable. Union, what is my union name? Student S. Now here S1. S1 is a tag name of student union. But what is the important point? While declaration of S1, you can't enter all elements like 1, Manoj and 300. You can't enter. 1, Manoj, 300. I mean 3 elements at a time you can't enter. It is illegal. It is shown error. Why? Because every union tag elements at a time one element only to enter. You can't enter multiple. Structure means possible. Suppose instead of union, if I put it as struct keyword, at that time these all elements can be entered. At a time you can enter 10 Manoj 300, because structure separate memory address storing. But when you go for union, all elements stored at a single address. That is the reason just a single element only to enter. How to make of that? Check it now. First I want to enter the number s1 dot sid equal to 10. I want to enter the name strcpy, string copy function, name strcpy. Which name I want to copy? Manoj. Under which element? S1 dot sname. S1 is a union variable, sname is a element. But when I use the strcpy, one more header file to be open, string.h, because that is available on string.h header file, string.h. Now I want to create with s1.sid strcpy Manoj, s1.marks equal to 300. Independently I enter the elements. Now I want to print the elements. Printf. I want to print s1 id, student id equal to %d, student name equal to %s because string, marks equal to %d. How to print off that? s1.sid, s1.sname, s1.marks. But in this case I want to print what is the meaning of this printf statement? id will be prints, 10, name will be prints Manoj, and marks will be prints 300, 10 prints, Manoj prints, marks prints. But I want to print with addresses. How to print off address? I want to print a student id address. Student id value in the compiler, which location is there? Student id value stored at which address? How to see the address value? %d, because of every compiler memory addresses integers, %d integers, \n. I want to print a sname also address, not element, address. Any element address is %d because of integer address, compiler address. Next marks address, I want to print the marks address, %d. Finally, what is my conclusion? I want to print a student id address where it is stored your id value 10 where it is stored, and sname Manoj where it is stored address, and marks where it is stored address. How to print the address? Ampersand symbol. What is meant by ampersand symbol? Address of the variable. Generally ampersand symbol scanf I used. Before this element I used the ampersand symbol in printf, because I want to show the addresses. The element is on which address? Ampersand s1 dot sid, ampersand s1 dot sname, ampersand s1 dot marks. I want to show the addresses. Get ch to end off the main. Finally, in this program I want to print the union elements plus I want to print the address of each elements. Student id address, student name address, marks address. Ampersand indicates address. Now I want to save this program. File, save. Union1.c. Union1.c. Now I want to compile this program now. Union1.c. Union1.c. If I compile this program, check it, compile it. Union. Here I want to answer with \, no space, save. Now I want to compile it, no errors. Now I want to run it. What is the answer coming now here? Student ID value actually 300, but actually I inputted student ID 1. You observe here, my student ID how much value I entered? 10 I entered. My student ID value 10. I used 10. 10 I entered. student name Manoj, marks are 300. But when I run this program, what is the answer coming? Internally first student ID 10 will be stored. But when I enter the student name, now 10 replaced by name. When I enter the marks, now the marks replaced by name. Finally, what is my conclusion? Finally, the last element answer is 300, correctly printing. Remaining 2 element values are 300 because it is overriding. Student ID 10 override with Manoj. Again Manoj override with 300, which is my last element stored. 300 is perfectly prints. 300 is perfectly prints. But you want to show the addresses. Address value you want to see that addresses values. How to see that address value? Check it. Actually I giving percentage %d. But instead of percentage %d, how to see the answer? Percentage %u. U called as unsigned address. Percentage %u. U indicates unsigned address. You see that? Once I taken that, I want to see the address format specifier. Which is the format specifier? Percentage %u. U indicates unsigned address because addresses are negative chance. Percentage %u for unsigned address. Percentage %u to be used. You see that when I save and compile it now. When I save that and when I compile it again, now I compile it, now I want to run it. Yes, I want to change. Now I want to run one branch. Here I want to save again. Now I want to save again. These values to be saved again to use. What is my values here? I closed this, check it how it is working. File, save as. What is my program name? I changed union.c. Union.c I used. Now I want to open this. Percentage %u is applied. U for unsigned address. Percentage %u for unsigned address. That I want to open now. Open. Union.c. Union.c. Percentage %u. Instead of percentage %d is percentage %u to be enter. Percentage %u. Percentage %u to be enter everywhere. Now here I used with percentage %d instead of that percentage %u. And again also here instead of percentage %d, what to be used? Percentage %u. But the first one is values only to print. First one is values only to print here. Marks percentage %d. First one is only the values. The next one only percentage %u. U for address. Again S name address. Again marks address. Percentage %u. That I want to print. Percentage %d. After that percentage %s. Percentage %d. This I want to print. You see that answer now here when I compile it. When I run it, you see the address. Now for the student ID 300 is there. Student name is something, it's ASCII value and marks are 300 because the last value is 300, that is definitely printed, guarantee. The remaining old elements are overriding. What is the ID address? 65516. What is the S name address? 65516. What is the marks address? 65516. But same program, just a slight change. Same program instead of union. Same program instead of union. You observe here, struct keyword. Same program instead of union, struct keyword I changed. Struct keyword. Instead of union, struct keyword I changed. When I change the struct keyword, what is the answer coming? Student name is 10. And the student name should be print. Marks are 300. What is the student ID address? 65512. What is the student name address? 65514. And what is the marks address? 65524. Addresses are different. Student ID address 512. Student name address 65514. 2 bytes difference. Marks address 65524. 10 bytes difference. Integer to character 2 bytes. sname to character string to marks 2 bytes, sorry 10 bytes. Now when I change my structure means addresses makes difference. When I change the union means addresses are same address, it will be prints for same address only, it will be prints. Now here strcpy string copy s1 dot sname, under s1 dot sname you want to copy the Manoj na, under s1 dot sname, I giving wrong syntax here, s1 dot sname comma what to be store Manoj. You see that now I saved and compile it now. What is the answer? SID 10, sname Manoj, marks are 300, everything perfect. Student ID 10, student name Manoj, perfectly prints, marks are 300, perfectly prints. All addresses are different address. Suppose if I go for union, same program, instead of structure union I changed. Instead of structure union I changed. At that time what is the problem here? All elements stored at a single address, 516, 516, 516, and value also last value storing. Now listen, in this program if I try to enter all elements at a time, is it accepted or not accepted? You observe. Under union variable all elements at a time you can't accept. Under union all elements at a time you can't accept, because all elements individually to enter, all elements at a time you can't accept here. You see that if I open the main, you see that 4 error coming. I mean here all elements not accepted, single element only accepted because of union. But instead of union, if I change my struct keyword, everything is okay. If my change for struct keyword, everything is okay. All elements at a time accepted, all elements are at a time accepted. That makes a difference. What is the difference of that structure and union? You see that how it is working of that structure and union. What is the difference of structure and union? Now in the previous program execution time, when I execute the previous program here, which I executed here, check it. When I execute that, structure, student ID, student name and marks, addresses are different. But if I execute with union, all elements are looking as same address. How to print the address value? What is the format specifier? %u. What is meant by %u? Unsigned address. Unsigned address will be prints %u. Any element address if I want to print, %u. Under printf only ampersand symbol to be used, address. In the previous example, each element separate address, separate value, guarantee printed structures. But when you go for union, all elements which is the last storage value, that only printed guarantee, last storage value, and all addresses are same address. That makes a difference of structure and union. Now you see that what are the differences you can write off that structures and union. I want to make differences between structures and unions. What is the difference between structures and unions? What makes difference of that? First point of structure, it is a user defined data type. It is a user defined data type. User defined data type. Under union, it is also user defined data type. It is also user defined data type. Coming to the structure, it is a collection of different elements. It is a collection of different elements stored in different address. Stored in different address. But coming to the union, second point, union, it is also collection of elements. It is also collection of elements, but stored in single address. Stored in single address, one address. And it is created, structure created, it is created with which keyword? Struct keyword. It is created it is created with union keyword. It is created with union keyword, and structure elements accessed with structure element access with the dot operator to be used. Similarly, union elements also accessed with the dot operator. Union elements also accessed with the dot operator, dot to be used, union elements. And now here memory bytes. Now in this memory bytes are wastage. Memory bytes are wastage. Coming to the union, memory bytes are saved. Save the memory bytes. And for the structure, all elements at a time you can enter. All elements at a time you can store. All elements at a time can store. But union, at a time single element only store. At a time single element only store. Individual element, single element only you can enter. Single element can store. These are the major difference between the structures and unions. These are only major difference, structures and unions. Now see, finally what is my conclusion here? Why you have to go for union? Union also user defined data type. Union similar to structures. Union also collection of different type of elements, and union also created similar to structure. But when you go for union, all elements stored at a single address or common address. But in the structure, all elements are stored at a different address, each element separate memory. If I want to save the memory bytes, you want to store many elements, then go for union. If I want to store with limited elements, then go for structures. But what is the problem of union? At a time, one element only you can enter. If I enter the last element, that value guarantee printed before elements are replaced by new elements. Structure means all elements can be stored at a time, because of all elements are stored at different address. Anyway, both are similarities you have. Structure also similar way, union also similar way. Structure created before main, union also created before main. Structure calling inside main, union also inside main. And both are for user defined data types. Both are to make for user defined data types. It's very helpful to store different type of elements. Both are have the same syntaxes. If I want to print the union address, what is the format specifier? %u. What is meant by u? Indicates unsigned address. %u for unsigned address. Now the today topic is over. The structures and unions I completed. One more user defined data types are there. Those data types are type def and enumerated data types. Type definition and enumerated data types. Those are also user defined data types. In the next session, further sessions I can continue for type def and enumerated data types. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with user defined data types, type definition, and one more is enumerated data type. Type definition and one more user defined data type you have, enumerated data type. It is also called as enum. Now the last sessions I discussed the union data type and one more is structure data type. Structure is also one data type, union also one data type. These are called as user defined data types. What is meant by structure? Structure called as user defined data type, it is a collection of different type of elements. Union is also called as user defined data type, it is also collection of different type of elements. But what is the major difference between the structure and union? Structure, all elements different memory locations it will be stored, but union all elements stored at a unique address or single address. What is the major difference of structures and union? Structure, each element stored at a different address, but in the union all elements stored at a single address or unique address. How to make a structure? Struct keyword, type of the structure name, within the data types and elements. How to make a union? Union is a keyword, name of the union, different type of elements. Every structure declaration ended with a semicolon, union declaration also ended with a semicolon. How to call the structure variables? Struct keyword, name of the structure, tag name to be used. Tag name is also called as structure variable. How to access the structure elements? Dot operator to be represents. Dot indicates to accessing of structure elements. How to call the union? Union, name of the union, tag name. How to access the union elements? Tag name dot elements, dot operator to use. But why you have to go for union compared to structures? What is the advantage of union compared to structures? Memory bytes saved. Because of all elements stored at a single memory address, at that time some memory bytes can be saved. But what is the problem of union? At a time one element only you can store. You can store at a time single element, but in the case of union all elements can be stored at a one variable. At a time you can store all elements. But when you go for structures, while working of structures now, memory bytes are wastage, union memory bytes are saved. Now, the last sessions I discussed some example programs. How to refer the address of elements, ampersand symbol to be used. What is the indication of ampersand symbol? Address of elements. Now, if I want to print the address value, compiler memory address value, which is the format specifier %u. What is meant by %u indicates unsigned address. You want to display the elements where it is stored in the compiler memory, you want to display the address of that %u. %u called as address, unsigned address. Now, one more user defined data type to be discussed, that is called as type definition. It is also called as type def. What is meant by type def? It is also UD data type, user defined data type. What is the reason of type def? To make a short name for original data types. You have very large data types, you have very large data type names, or you have very large data type variables. If I want to make a short name of that, then you can go for type def. What is the work of the type def? Original data type, instead of that you want to call the short name. And what is one more advantage of type def? Alias name. Type def is working as alias name or nickname. For original data type position, you want to make a nickname or alias name with the help of type def. And every type definition defined before main function. If I want to work with the type def, before main to define the type def. Type def is used to hide original names. Originally you have some data types, originally you have some user defined data types or built in data types. Instead of that you want to make some short name. When I refer the short name, internally brings to the original name. That is the advantage of the type def hiding. Original data types are hiding. Instead of that, you can show only for short names. Type def can be applied for built-in data types. Type def can be applied for user defined data types. Type def can be used for built-in data types like int, char, float. Type def can be applied for user defined like structures, unions, or any other user defined data types. Every type def, how to create two steps you have. One is for declaration of type def, another one is for calling of the type def. Where to be declare the type def? Before main function. Where to be call the type def? Inside the main to be call the type def. Now the type def can be defined inside of structures also. Inside of structures also you can define the type def. Finally, what is my conclusion? Why you have to go for type def, sir? It is called as user defined data type. Suppose in your programming, many areas you want to call the structure variable. Many areas to call the structure variable, then you make a short name type def. In your program, you want to call the many areas integer variables or character variables or any other data type variables. Instead of that, you can go for type def. It is a short name and easy to access. But the type def is a statement. It is not occupied any memory. It is just making the short name. It is a statement. Type def is a keyword. How to access of the type def now? You see the syntax. How to use of type def. How to working of the type def now? You see the syntax here. How to create of type def? Syntax type def. Type def. It's a short name type def. After that, you have to mention the original name to be used. After that, to be used. After that, to be used with the short name also you have to mention. Short name to be defined. Now here I want to use with some example, type def example, check it. Type def keyword to be applied before main. Within the structure also I can use type def int for integer, int for original name, I for short name, type def. Type def char c, actual type char, but instead of char c is a short name. Type def float f. What is the mean that? Originally float is a data type, but instead of that f is a short name. Suppose if I want to work with the type def inside of structures, what is the name of structure? Student. Name of the structure student. Now I want to define the integer variable I for integer, student number. Now I want to declare character variable C for character, student name, it's a string. Now I want to define with the f is a float, define with average mark. Every declaration ends with semicolon. Now I want to create with a short name. Type def struct, what is my original name? Student, SS, short name. Now you see the syntax of type def, how to define the type def here, see the syntax. Type def is a keyword. After that, original data type, original name, either built-in data types or user defined data types. After that, short name or nickname or alias name. Type def working as a short name or nickname or alias name. You see some example, type def, it's a keyword. int is a data type, integer type, original name, but instead of that I to be called. Type def char is a keyword, character type, instead of that C to be called. Type def float is a data type, instead of that f to be called, short names. Typedef working as a alias, typedef working as a short name, typedef working as a synonym. What is meant by synonym? The working process equal to original, but the short name. Synonym is called as equality, meaning it is working as a original data type only, but you want to refer the short name. Suppose if I want to work with the typedef under structures, struct student, student is a structure name, I for integer calling, serial number, I for integer, typedef, C for character student name, F for float, average. How to make a short name for the structure student? Typedef, it is a keyword. What is the original name? Struct student, it is a original structure calling. What is the short name? SS. SS will be referred to the short name of struct student. Now, this is the syntax and the example of typedef. Now, I want to define with some simple example program how to working of typedef, one simple example program. Write a program to demonstrate typedef, to demonstrate typedef with a structure. Now, I want to define the typedef with a structure. How to create a typedef with structure? Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Now, every typedef should be defined before structure. If I have structure, before structure. If I do not have the structure, before main. Typedef, it is a keyword, int I for integer. Typedef, I want to define char. What is my keyword? C, typedef. Typedef float, F. Now, I want to create original structure. Struct employee, employee is a structure. EMP is a employee structure. What is my original? Int I for short name, employee ID. C for character, it is a typedef, employee name string. After that F for float, basic salary or salary. Every structure declaration ends with semicolon. Here C for character calling, F for float. Now, I want to make a short name for the typedef here. Typedef struct. What is my original name? Struct employee. What is the short name? SE. SE called as struct employee. Originally struct employee, but I want to hide with SE. Originally I do not want to show, I want to make SE. Now, I want to call with the main function. Under main, how to call the structure inside main? Actually, how to call the structure? Struct employee and variable. But here, instead of struct employee, SE can be called short name. SE called as struct employee. What is my tag name? E. E is a tag name. Employee variable tag name. Now, I want to enter the details. Employee number 10, employee name Manoj, employee salary 15,000. Now, this is the first element of employee ID 10. Employee name is Manoj, employee salary 15,000. After that, I want to use for clear screen and I want to print the details. Printf, I want to print employee ID is %D. How to print off that employee ID? E.EID. E called as variable of employee. After that, I want to print employee name. Employee name is %s, string to be print. E.ename, employee name. After that, I want to print with the salary value, %f, float value. Now, I want to print with the E.salary, the salary to be print. Get ch to get the output screen. Finally, this is the program. In this program, I explained with the typedef, user defined type, as well as structure, typedef also there and structure also there. Both are user defined types, but answers are no difference, results are no difference, but instead of original names you are calling the short names. Output values are no difference. Now I want to save this. I want to save the program typedef1.c, typedef1.c. Here I used with the typedef1.c. Under Turbo C editor I want to open this program now, typedef1.c, type definition. Now I want to compile and run this program. What is the answers coming now? Employee ID 10, employee name Manoj, employee salary 15,000. The outputs are no difference. What I am inputted here, employee ID 10, employee name Manoj, employee salary 15,000, but these all elements accessed with the E. Now for the E is a tag name, the E calling for which short name? SE. SE called as struct employee. Finally, in this program, while working off this program now, you see that in this program I am creating with a typedef with a struct keyword. Originally, how to access my struct employee, short name to be accessed. What is my short name? E is a variable or employee structure variable. But instead of that, I don't want to show the original structure details. Instead of that, struct emp, short name to be used. That short name called as typedef. What is my typedef I created here? SE. SE means struct employee. Instead of that original struct employee, short name is SE. But remaining details are no difference. Even without typedef also, same results will be displayed. With the typedef also, same results will be displayed. But what is a major usage of typedef? In my program, I have many structures, many structure details I want to access, and in my program I am declaring many type of variables like integer type, character type, float type. Instead of that original types, you want to make some short names. Those are easy to access. And one more advantage, hiding purpose. Original names are not visible. Original names you don't want to see that, hiding of these original names, short names only to visible. That is the reason to go for typedef. One more important point, type definition can applied only for user defined data types and built-in data types. Typedef used only for data types. Typedef cannot applied for other expressions or functions or formulas or constants. Typedef strictly applicable for data types. Typedef cannot applied for formulas or functions or constants or expressions. Now already I discussed in the C programming language, if I want to make a short name for expressions or short name for constants, short name for functions or short name for messages, that is possible with the help of macro preprocess command. Already I discussed macro preprocess command, already I discussed. What is the definition of macro? Macro is called as preprocess command, user defined preprocess command. Every macro recorded with either built-in expressions or functions or formulas or constants. The original expressions, the original functions, the original constants, you make a short name, that is for macros. But the typedef is completely different. Typedef also short name, but the typedef applicable only for data types. Only for data types to apply typedef. Other than that, all expressions or functions or constants or variables, then go for macros or preprocess commands. But anyway, both are used for short name purpose. Short name purpose only to use. And some difference you have. Typedef where to be defined? Before main. Macro also where to be defined? Before main. Type def and macro, some similarities we have. Type def declaration before main, macro also before main. How to create the macro? What is the syntax? Hash define. Hash define. First short name, then original name. But what is the difference of type def here? Type def syntax, type def first original name, then you indicate the short name. First you have to put it as original name, then you have to indicate the short name. And macro separate memory allocated by compiler. Every macro process, compiler allocated a specific amount of memory. But the type def no memory allocation. Originally whatever memory created, same memory to access for type def. There is no any separate memory. Now for the macro, you can run with the functions, formulas, constants, expressions. Type def can execute with only data types. Every macro is a command that is not ended with semicolon, but every type def is a statement ended with a semicolon. Type def is a user defined statement ended with semicolon, but the macro there is no semicolon. Type def you have to mention the semicolon. And for the type def also, macro also, before main only to access. Both usage is easy to work with structures or easy to work with expressions or constants. You see that one example. Single program you can create with the type def and macro also. Now I want to demonstrate with the type def and macro in single program. One program also to run the type def and macro. You see that single program how to use the type def and macro. Now I want to explain with one simple program, type def and macro. Write a program to demonstrate type def, type definition, user defined data type, and macro, pre-process command. Both I want to define. In single program both should be defined. Now I want to create with macro here. How to create of that? Hash, generally hash include, it's a header file creation first. After that I want to create with hash include conio.h. After that I want to create with macros. Suppose in my program I have macros and type def, first priority macros, then next proceeding of type def. First priority macro. Hash define pf, pf for short name, printf for original. After that hash define sf, sf for scanf, it's a short name, scanf purpose. After that hash define mn for main function. Hash define clr, scr, clear screen. Hash define, here I used double gc for get ch, but macro don't mention the semicolons. Hash define, here I used msg, what is my message? Enter book details, enter the book details. Now these all are for macros. Hash define pf for printf, hash define sf for scanf, hash define mn for main, hash define clr for clear screen, hash define gc for get ch, hash define message enter book details. Those are for macros. First short then actual. Now I want to define type def, int for I. Now I want to define type def, char for C, type def. Now I want to work with the structure. What is my structure? Book is my structure. Here. Under that book I for integer, type def name, short name. Now I want to use book ID, C for character, book name. Now I want to define with again I for integer again. I want to go for pages, number of pages, book number of pages. Now I want to make a short name for this struct type def. My original type def, original is struct book. What is my short name? SB. SB called as struct book. It's a short name. Now I want to access with the main function. How to access of main function now? Void. I used mn. Mn already I defined. Mn is a macro. Mn for macro for main. Mn is a macro for main. Main function purpose mn I used. After that I want to call the struct book instead of the tag name SB. SB for struct book. What is my variable? B1. B1 is the book variable. I want to enter the details. What is my details? Book 1. What is my book name? Data structures or DS. Here I used DS. Book name is DS or C with DS. After that I defined with pages, number of pages 250 pages. Now I want to define with CL. What is meant by CL? CL for whatever name I used, CLR. CLR for clear screen. But actually here directly I am entering with the equal to symbol, assignment operator. This method also you can input. Otherwise scanf method at runtime also you can enter. Scanf method runtime. How to enter the runtime? PF. PF indicates printf. MSG. MSG called as enter book details. Already I have the expression macro. PF for printf. MSG for enter book details. Book the details. I want to enter the book details. SF for scanf. I want to read for %D book ID, %S for book name, %D for number of pages. How to read that? Yeah, B1 dot book ID, B1 dot book ID to enter. After that ampersand B1 dot book name to be entered. After that I want to enter with the ampersand B1 dot pages to enter. Now here the first one is book ID should enter, next one is address of book name, then next one is pages, book details. Once I enter that I want to show the answer. Book ID equal to %D, book name equal to %s. After that pages, number of pages equal to %D. These are the details which I want to print here. B1 dot book ID should print, B1 dot book name to be print, B1 dot pages to be print. What are the elements I inputted? That to be print. GC, GC for get ch. Finally in this program I have macros and a type def. Now in this program which is my macros expressions, CLR for clear screen, PF for printf, MSG for enter books, SF for scanf, GC for get ch. These are macros predefined. Now in this I have SB. SB means struct book. Struct book is the original. Short name is SB. It's a type def. Both you have user defined and macro preprocess. Now I want to save these. Type def 2.c. Type def 2.c. Type definition only. One more example, macro and type def. Type def 2.c. I have the macros and type def both. I want to enter the book details. Book ID 1. Book name is C with DS. One more is pages 250. Just answers are reading and printing. I inputted the book details from the keyboard and I print the details. There is no difference. This is easy to maintain because of macro I have, type def is that. Now see what are the differences between the macros and the type def. Now I want to define with some differences. Differences between type def and macro. What are the differences between type def and macro? Both are for user defined purpose, short name purpose. What is the first point of type def? It is a user defined data type. It is a user defined data type. What is the first point of macro? It is a user defined pre-process command. Typedef is a data type, but it is a pre-process command. Under typedef, it is used to make short name, to make the short name for original data types. What is the reason of typedef? To make a short name for original data types like integer types or character types or structure types, any types. Whatever types are there, for this reason you want to go for any short names. What is the reason of macro? It is used to make a short name for original expression, either original expression short name, original expression like you can go for formulas also make, or constants also you make, or functions also to make. This is for short name purpose. And one more point, it is defined before main. It is defined before main. Typedef defined before main. It is also defined before main. Macro also defined before main. Before main function only defined. And one more point, it is used very large expressions to make short name, easy to access. Very large expressions to make short name. And here it is used very large data types. I mean many times same data types you want to access, very large data types to make alias name purpose. And while working of typedef, there is no any memory occupation. There is no any memory occupations here. Now you see here, first one is typedef, it is used to user defined data type. Macro is, it's a user defined pre-process command. Typedef applied for original type shorts, int, char, struct. This is applied for formulas, constants and functions. Typedef are defined before main. Macro also defined before main. And the typedef, it is used very large expressions. This is a typedef process. It is used very large data type to make a alias name, and this is used, macro is used very large expressions to make a short name. And one more is typedef not occupied any memory. It is not allocated separate memory. Compiler not allocated any memory. Separate memory allocation not available. But when you go for macro, it is allocated separate memory. It is allocated separate memory allocated here. Separatedly you want to make a memory, special amount of memory creates. Every typedef ends with semicolon. It is ends with this statement. This declaration statement ends with semicolon. This declaration statement ends with semicolon. But when you go for this expression or macro, this declaration not ended with semicolon, because it is not a statement, it is working as a expression. It is not a statement, it is a command. Now this declaration not ended with semicolon, These are the differences between the typedef and macros. But anyway, both are used for short purpose, easy to access and easy to process purpose. But both are, without macro also you can run the program, without typedef also you can run the program. Answers are no difference. Wherever you have heavy coding, heavy formulas, then you have to go for this. You see that now what is the major differences of that typedef and macros? Typedef wherever mostly number of user defined data types are there, that you can make with the short names with the help of user defined data types, typedef. And wherever integer, character, float many times you are declaring, then go for typedef to be used. And one more is macro, wherever same formula repeatedly, I mean same expression repeatedly number of times, like a printf many times, scanf many times, or same formula many areas, or same constants many areas, then go for macros. And typedef also user defined process purpose, macro also user defined process. Now for the typedef before main to be declared, macro also before main to be declared. Typedef not allocated special amount of memory, but the macro allocated special amount of memory allocated. And typedef, what is the syntax? First you have to put it as typedef original type, after that short names. But when you go for macro, what is the syntax you have? Hash define. First you have to mention the short name, then you have to mention the original name or original expression. Every typedef ended with a semicolon, it is working as a statement. But for the macro never ended with semicolon, because it is a user defined command, it is not a statement, it is a pre-process. Now for the typedef only applicable for data types, but the macro for applicable except of data types remaining things like functions, formulas, constants or other expressions. Now for typedef also used for very easy to access your programs, like if I have many area structures, many areas unions, many areas same declaration, then go for to use for typedef. But with the typedef also, without the typedef also, the result not affected anywhere. The result won't be affected, result is same, without also, with also same answer getting, but it is easy to access. It is not recommended, it is not compulsory, but it is recommended sometimes wherever heavy coding. Macro also every program is not recommended. In my program many areas printf. Suppose I want to use the printf function 100 times. Every time to use printf, 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 every time to use. But instead of that printf, I want to make some short names. It is better to easy to make a coding. Easy to make a coding and easy to make a expressions or formulas. That is the reason you can go for macro process. But with macro also, without macro also, the result won't be affected, the result is same. This is completely today discussed user defined data types. Typedef I discussed and one more is macro, that is already discussed, but typedef and macro both are similarities. How it is working of typedef and macros, that I discussed today's session. In the next session I discussed with one more user defined data type is there, that is called as enumerated data type. It is called as enum data type. Now the complete discussions user defined data types are structures, that's already completed, unions, it's already completed, structures, unions, typedef, today's session I completed this, and one more user defined data type, enumeration. In the next session, tomorrow session, I will continue enumerated data types. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with the enumerated data type, how to create the enumerated data type in C programming language. Now, the last sessions I discussed with some user defined data types, that is type def, structures, unions. What is meant by type def? It is called as user defined data type. It is a collection of either built-in data types or user defined data types to make the short names. Type def is used to make the short name or alias name for original data types. Type def applied either built-in data types or user defined data types. Which are the built-in data types? Integers, characters, floats. And which are the user defined data types? Structures, unions. What is meant by union data type? Union also user defined data type. It is a collection of different type of elements calling with a single name. The name is called as union. Union, all elements are stored at a single memory address. The structure also collection of different type of elements, but structure each element occupied a separate memory address. When you go for union, all elements stored at a single memory address. What is the major advantage of union? Memory can be saved, memory bytes can be saved. What is meant by type def? It is a short name or alias name for original data types. If you are created struct students, you can make short name. If you create integer, I as a short name. If you create character data type, C as a short name. Type def, two steps you have. One is for declaration of type def, another one is calling for type def. Where to be declare the type def? Before main, declare the type def. Inside main to call the type def. What is one more user defined data type? You have enumerated data type. What is meant by enumerated data type? It is also called as user defined data type. It is used to allow fixed constant values. What is the reason of enumerated data type? You can store any type of elements, but that is fixed constant values. Fixed values can be stored. What is the reason of enumerations? Original values you don't want to display. Whatever original elements you define, those original elements you don't want to show. Instead of that, some short name to be created. That names are called as enumerated data types. Every enumerated data type, instead of original value, some default value can be stored. Every enumerated data type, what are the default values? Starting element 0 starts, the next value incremented by 1, the next value incremented by 1. Every value increments by 1, initially starts with a 0 value. Every enumerated data type, declaration and calling. Two statements you have, declaration and calling. Enumerated data type, you can access for normal data type variables or you can access for structure data type variables. What is the reason of enumerations? Some fixed values to be stored. Enum called as any type of elements stored, but you want to call the default values. What is the reason of that? Hiding of original values to show the encrypted values, decode values. How to create the enumerated data type? You see some syntax of enumerated data type. Actually, what is meant by enumerated data type? It is called as user defined data type. It is defined as user defined data type. It's a user defined. It is used to store list of values, for specified elements. By default, enum value starts with 0. By default, enum value starts with 0. Increment by 1. Every enum increment by 1. Now, how to make of that enum data type? Enum and original name, enum and original name to be create. Inside of that some list of elements, any type of elements, enumeration any type of elements, element 1, element 2, element 3, some list of elements. Every enum declaration ended with semicolon. How to make of enum? Enum is a keyword. After that original name, any type of name, within that some list of elements. Every enum declaration ended with a semicolon. How to call the enum values? Enum, original name, after that short name or tag name. Enum original name, after that short name or tag name. When I mention the first element, this element by default 0 starts, internally 0 starts. What about for second value? Automatically 1 increments. What about for third value? Automatically 2 increments. Otherwise, you can enter the values like 1, 2, explicitly you can define. If I define with 10, what is the next element? 11. What is the next element? 12. If I am not defined any element values, by default started 0, incremented by 1, automatically increment by 1. How to access of that elements? Short name, enum short name, dot, element. Enum dot short name equal to element 1, something element to be entered, like short name equal to element 1. But instead of this element 1, by default which value prints? 0 value prints. It's printed as 0. Instead of original element, it will be shown as 0 value. You see some example program, how to create enum. One simple example program, check it. Enumerated data type. How to create enumerated data type? Write a program to demonstrate structure with enumerated data type, enum data type. Now I want to create structure also with enum, enumerated data type. Every C program started with header files, hash include stdio.h. Every C program one more header file conio.h, console input output. Now I want to create with enum, enumerated data type. Enum called as user defined enumeration. What is my enum name? Enum name I created courses. Enum name I defined courses. It's our defined. Under courses, which are the types of courses I define? Some list of courses. C language, C++, Java, Oracle, some list of courses. These are called as enum elements. What is my enum name? Courses, that is our defined enum. These are the list of elements, courses elements. Finally, enum declaration ended by semicolon. Every enum declaration ends with semicolon. Now I want to create the structure, struct student. Now I want to create student structure. Inside of structure int student id. After that I want to declare with character student name, name of the student. Inside of student I want to call the courses, student courses. But the courses is not predefined, courses is our defined, that is which type? Enumerated type. Courses is enumeration data type. How to call enum? What is the original name of enum? Courses. What is the short name of enum? CR, short name of enum. Every structure declaration also ended with a semicolon. Enum declaration ended with semicolon, structure declaration ended with semicolon. Now inside main I want to call the structure variable. Inside of main to call the structure variable. Structure student. What is my variable of structure or tag name? S1. S1 is the variable of student or structure student variable, tag name. Now clear screen, I want to enter the student ID. How to enter of that? S1 dot S1 is the tag name of student structure, S1 dot SID equal to 10 integer type. Because of my S1 is referred to student structure, the first element is student ID referred to integer 10. Next I want to enter with the strcpy string copy. Now I want to define with strcpy string copy. Under string copy S1 dot sname. In that sname I want to copy the some name string. After that, what is my third element? Student third member CR. What is mean by CR? Refer courses. Now for the courses, what are the list of courses? C language, C++, Java, Oracle. 4 course elements you have. In that 4 course elements, any one course can be selected, which are already defined for enum. Those list only to allow. S1 dot S1 for students. What is my courses variable? CR. CR is the enum type, short name, courses enum short name. S1 dot CR equal to which course I defined? I want to refer CPP course. Is it CPP course available in the enumerated list? Yes. Which is the courses list? C language, C++, Java, Oracle. I am assigning course value CPP I assign. Now that CPP available in the enum list, what is the value of CPP? 1 will be prints. Value of enum value 1 will be prints. Why? Because by default C language started with 0. Automatically C++ increments 1. The Java increments for 2, like this. Original element I enter CPP, but printing time 1 will be prints. How to print off the details? Printf student ID equal to %d because of integer. Student name equal to string %s because of string. Student course. Student course. Actually student course I enter CPP. It's a string, but a string is not displayed here. Instead of CPP, which value prints? Code value prints, enumerated value. That enumerated value which data type? %d, integer type. Enumerated value integer type %d. How to print off that? S1 dot SID, S1 dot sname string, S1 dot CR. What is the indication of CR? Course. Already I assigned CR for CPP course. Now for the CPP course, which is the default value taken by enum 1, by default 1 takes. Suppose if I enter instead of CPP Oracle I refer. I am entering Oracle, but what is the enum list value Oracle? 0 starts C language, 1 CPP, 2 Java, 3 Oracle. Which are enum list available? Those only to enter. After that get ch to end of the main, to end the main. Now I want to save this program, file save. Now I want to save this program enum1.c, enumerated 1.c. Under turbo C editor I want to run this program, turbo C editor, to run the program enumerated data type program. enum1.c, enum1.c. When I compile it, no errors, no warnings. What is the answer coming? Student ID equal to 10, student name equal to Nani, CR equal to 1. In my program design time, my course name enter C++. In this program design time, I enter C++. But when I run the program, C++ not prints. Instead of C++, 1 will be prints because of enumerated value, encrypted value will be prints. Original value not displayed, the decode value only prints. Security reason you can use. Finally, in this program you observe, when I work off this program, in the previous program, when I use for the previous program now, if I created with the actual enum is courses, which are the courses list I created now, C language, C++, Oracle and Java, but it is not printed with the original values. Instead of original values which will be printed now, decode value will be prints. Now the decode value by default started with 0, it is incremented by 1, and the next value it is incremented by 2, like that next value incremented by 4. In this program originally I created courses. What are the courses I enter? C language, C++, Java, Oracle, but original values not printed here. Instead of that, enumeration values will be prints. What is the reason of enumeration? Decoding values. Security reason, you can print off that values. But every enum integer code values only prints. Default starts with 0, increment by 1. Enum values can be accessed structure variables also or built-in data type also. Enum values can use with the structures and unions, otherwise built-in integers, character, floats. Every enum declaration before main can be used or inside main also use. How to declare the enum? Enum, name of the enum, some list of elements. That elements are any type of elements, maybe strings, maybe numbers, maybe characters. Enumeration means any type of elements, maybe strings, maybe characters, maybe numbers. But printing time, instead of original, enum code value will be prints. That is the reason to go for enumerated data type. Now in the previous example program, I created structure and I created enum. Now I want to create with a structure data type as well as type def, type definition, short name to be defined, plus enumerated data type. All user defined data types, single program also you can perform. Structure data type, type def data type, enumerated data type. 3 data types on single program. You see some example of these, all types how to use. How to create with structures, enum and type def. Write a C language program to demonstration of structure, enum, comma type def, type definition. These are also allowed. How to create of that? You see that hash include, structure also to define, enum also define, type def also define. Conio.h. Now I want to create with here I want to create with enum. I want to define the enum. What is my enum? Jobs. Enum is jobs. Enum name is job. User defined. What are the jobs? List I used. Clerk job and salesman job and analyst job and one more type of job, manager job, the list of jobs list. Now in this program I created enum jobs, the list of jobs I enter, list of jobs, clerk, salesman, analyst, manager. By default clerk taken by 0, remaining increment by 1. But I want to enter explicit code, I want to enter explicit code 10. If the clerk I started 10 explicitly, next value 11, next value 12, next value 30. Now I want to create with type def. Type def also creates. Where I want to create now? After header file I want to define type def. Before enum. Type def int for I. What is the reason of type def? Original data types to make a short names. Int for I. Now I want to create with type def character C. Now I want to define with one more type def float f. Original name int, short name is I, character for C, float for f. Now here enum original name is jobs. Originally used jobs. Now I want to define structure. Struct. What is my structure name? Employee structure. EMP, employee. Inside of employee, I want to call integer I. I for integer, short name. Employee ID. type def I define. C for character, employee name, string to be defined. After that I want to define with F for float, salary of the employee. Inside of struct employee I want to call the enum, employee jobs. Under employee structure variable I want to call the jobs also enum, our defined data type, jobs variable. How to call that? Enum. The original type is jobs, enumeration type, list of jobs. What is my short variable? J for short name. Finally, in this program type def I used and enumerated data type I used, structure also used. What is the definition of type def? Short name for the original data types, either built-in data types or user defined data types. Why you have to go for enum? This is our user defined data type. List of elements can be entered, but original values not printed. Instead of that, short code values will be prints. If I want to print the clerk, 10 will be prints. If I want to print the manager, 13 will be prints, because 10 will be started clerk, 12 for salesman, analyst for 13, manager for 14. 10, 11, 12, 13, manager for 13 will be prints. Original value not prints. And structure, the next one is structure. Structure is nothing but collection of different type of data members. It is a collection of different type. Employee ID integer type, employee name is string type, employee salary float type. J is a short name for which type? Job type, enumerated job type. J is a short name for jobs. Now I want to call the structure variable inside main. How to call of that? Struct, what is the original name? emp e1. Now the e1 refer to the structure variable emp. Now I want to call that e1 elements. How to call of that? e1 dot employee id something value, e1 dot employee id 1. Now I want to give the name strcpy, string copy. e1 dot e name, employee name Suman, any name. e1 dot employee name copy from Suman. Now I want to define e1 dot salary value. e1 dot salary value 15,000 salary. Next I want to call to that j. Actually j refer to the enum jobs. The originally jobs will be there. Now I want to assign the value e1 dot j, j for jobs. Jobs for enumerated data type here, e1 dot j. In that jobs list, what are the types of jobs already defined? Clerk job, salesman job, analyst job, manager job. In that list of jobs, any one to be considered, any one job to be assigned. Suppose I want to assign the job salesman. First it is verified. Is it salesman job available in the enum list? Yes. First it is verified, salesman job available in the enum list. Yes, it is available. Whenever it is available, what is the default value for salesman? 10 is actually started. Next value 11. If I print off salesman, 11 will be prints. That will be considered. Suppose if I enter the e1 dot j value, I used the HR. First it is verified. This job is available in the enum list? No. HR job not available. Clerk available, salesman available, analyst available, manager available. This HR job not available in the jobs list. At that time it is shown the error. Whenever the given job is not available in the list, it is shown the error. If the given job is available in the list, it is not shown the error. It is print the enumerated value. The short value will be prints. Originally salesman, but it is not printed salesman. Coding value prints. Now I want to print off the original values. Employee ID equal to %d. Employee name equal to %s because of string. Employee salary equal to %f because of float. Employee job, originally jobs are strings, but I want to print the enum value %d integer code, which I want to print here. E1 dot employee id, E1 dot employee name, E1 dot salary value to be print, E1 dot job to be print. These are the original elements will be prints. E1 dot employee id, E1 dot employee name, E1 dot salary, E1 dot job. But actually instead of job I used a short name J. Originally jobs, but this is short name J. Actual enter job is salesman, but instead of salesman which answer will be prints? 11 will be prints because of enum coding value 11, original value not prints. Get ch to end of the main. Now I want to save this program now. Enum 2.c, enum 2.c, enumeration 2. Now I want to compile this program now. Enum 2.c. Now I want to open this program enum 2.c. Compilation of this, no error, no warning. What is the answer coming? Employee ID 1, this is our entered value. Employee name Suman, this is our entered string. Employee salary 15,000, this is our entered salary. Employee job is 11 prints. What is meant by 11 indicates here? Actually I entered job is salesman, but enum code is 11. Actually the job, what is my job? I enter salesman job. First clerk job 10 starts, that is the reason salesman for which answer will be prints? 11 will be prints. Suppose if I try to enter which is not available in the enum list, if I try to enter which is not available in the enum list, HR. If I enter the HR job, it is not available in the enum list. It is shown the error. Which is available, that only it will be considered. If I enter manager job, yes it is available. Manager job it is available in the enum, last position. At that time what is the answer will be prints? 13 will be prints. 10, 11, 12, 13. That is for original values will be prints. Now this is for, in this program I discussed with the type definition also available, enumerated data type also available, structure also used. All are data types user defined. Now I want to create one more example, enumerated data type only, one more example. Enumerated data type only, one more example, enumeration data. Write a C program to demonstrate enumerated variable or enumerated data type variable, enumerated type variable. Enumeration is called as any type of elements. It's integer or character or string, but original value not prints. Hash include std io.h. I want to make with header file. Hash include conio.h. I want to make another header file conio.h. Now I want to create with the main function. I am not defining enum, direct main. Inside of main I want to declare the enum inside of main. Generally every main function I declare the variables int x. When I declared int x, x is a variable, that is integer type variable. At that time the x allowed only numbers. Suppose instead of int if I defined as char, at that time this x variable allowed characters. Suppose instead of char x variable I defined as floats, at that time which type of value allow? Decimals. Finally, if I declared as integer, number only allowed. If I declared as character, alphabet is allowed. If I declared as float, number with decimal. Whatever type you define, that type of values only allowed. But instead of that, I want to create enum. Instead of integer, instead of character, instead of float, I want to define enum. Enumeration, our define. Enum, what is mean? What is my enum list? List of enum I used. weekday. Enum name is weekdays. Enum weekdays is the enum name, our defined name. How to enter that list of weekdays? I want to enter some list of elements, weekday elements. Sunday, I used Monday, weekday elements. Tuesday, like this I enter the elements. Then Wednesday, like this I enter the elements. List of weekdays, 7 weekdays I entered. These are the list of weekdays I used. After that, I am not defined any elements. I am not defined any values, but it is automatically taken which values default value 0 starts. What is my enum name? Weekdays. 7 weekdays I enter, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 7 weekdays. If I try to print the Wednesday value, at that time what is the answer will be prints? Sunday starts with 1, Sunday starts with 0, Monday taken 1, Tuesday 2, Wednesday. If I try to print Wednesday, instead of Wednesday 3 value prints. Original weekday Wednesday, but instead of that coding will be prints. If I try to print a Sunday, 0 will be prints, 0 answer will be prints. If I try to print a Saturday, what is the answer prints? 7, like this weekday values. Semicolon, weekday sense. Enum, what is my original name? Weekdays, original name weekdays. What is my short name? WK, short name is WK. Original name is weekdays, short name is WK. In that list of weekdays, I want to enter some weekday. Whatever list of elements we have, any one element to be called. What is my element I want to call? Tuesday. Now I want to use for Tuesday. Now I want to print off that value. How to print off that value now? Printf. Here I used a weekday value. I want to print a weekday value is %d. Weekday value is %d. Actually weekday I enter Tuesday, but instead of Tuesday integer value prints. How to verify that? How to print off that? WK. WK is a variable. WK is a short variable, but it is not prints Tuesday. It is printed as 012 get ch to end of the main. Now see, now I want to save off this program now. enum3.c, enumerated 3.c, enumeration of 3. Now I want to compile and run this program now. Check it. Enumeration enum3.c, enumeration 3.c. When I compile that, there is no any errors. When I run this, what is the answer will be prints? Weekday value 2. Actually I enter Tuesday, but instead of Tuesday 2 will be prints. But if I run the program, previous output screen will be displayed. I want to switch off the previous output screen. I don't want to show the previous output screen. After declaration, what to be mentioned? CLR SCR, clear screen. Then I want to clear the screen. The previous answer should be clear. What is a weekday value? 2 will be prints, because I selected Tuesday. Suppose instead of the Tuesday, if I started with Sunday, it will be taken to the 0 code, 0 value prints. Other than weekdays, if I try to some any other than weekdays, 7 weekdays other, I try to some invalid day, any other than that, invalid day, it is shown the error. What is the error coming? Undefined symbol, invalid day. If I compile this, undefined symbol, invalid day, the day is not available. In your enum list, it is not available. Enumeration list, that is which are already available, that only to enter. That is for enum values to be considered. Now I want to display as Tuesday. At that time, it is displayed as, what is the answer will be prints? 2 will be prints. Now for the enumeration data type only, here just I created enum weekdays. This is our define, some list of elements to be stored. Instead of that original elements, I want to print for integer code, %d will be prints. Sunday starts with 0, remaining incremented by 1. Now in this program I am not defined the structures, I am not defined type def. Is it independently enum can be run? Yes, independently enum also can be run, just only enum also use. There is no structures, there is no type def. Every enum structure and type def optional, may be create, may not be create. Now I want to create with a enumerated data type only. One more example. Now here I used a write a C program to demonstrate enumerated data type only. One more enumerated data type, enum type, only enum type. I don't want to create for structures and unions. Type def hash include std io.h, hash include conio.h, the list of elements. What is my elements I created here? First under main function, there is no structures. Enum, what is my enum name I used? Colors, enum name is colors, list of colors. What is my list of colors I used? Yellow, some list of colors, red, after that I used green, after that blue. These are our entered elements, these are our entered elements, and pink, like this I used 5 colors. After that now I want to call the elements enum colors. Original is colors, but I want to define as CL, CL for colors, CL for colors I used. After that clear screen, I want to print for the color value, printf, but I want to define the value. Actual name is colors, my short name is CL. I want to define CL equal to, which is my color I want to define, CL equal to blue, that is available in the enum list. Printf color is %d, I want to print for CL, color value to print, which is already available in the list. Now I want to save this enum4.c, enumeration 4, enumeration value will be prints, color value will be prints. Now I want to open with enum4.c, color to be print. What is the value will be prints? Color is 3, because I entered the color is blue. Yellow 0 starts, red, green, blue. It is 0, 1, 2, 3. That is the reason blue will be prints as 3. Suppose I want to check is it enum allowed with single characters or not. Observe here, is it enum allowed with single characters or not, that to be verified. Suppose I enter y, it is a character, single quotation I enter. Suppose I enter with R, R for red I used. Suppose I enter with G, G for green I used. Suppose I enter with P, P for pink I used. You see that every enum, when I mention the enum, you can't mention specified type of elements. Whenever I mention the enum, these elements I treated as characters, but every enum you can't mention specified type of elements. You have to take it as any elements. It is not treated as character, any type of elements to enter. Suppose I used Y, I used R, I used G, I used P. Now that is allowed. Now that is allowed. Single letter is allowed, but without quotation. It treated as without quotation, it is allowed. Suppose here B is not available. Now I used for G. Yes, it is available. Single letter also allowed. Group of letters also allowed. Instead of this list, I want to enter the some integers list. 10, 20, 30, 40, some integer list. I entered some integer list. If I enter 30, now you see here enum not allowed with some list of elements. Here already the list of elements I entered numbers, integers. It is not defined as enum list. If I enter any element, by default it will be started 0, increment by 1. Otherwise you can enter these numbers. Directly integers not allowed, specified type not allowed. Suppose if I enter with the yellow, yellow for 10, you can enter. Red for 20, you can enter. Green for 30, you can enter. Our defined values. If I enter pink, 40, like this. Now here our entered elements are yellow, red, green, pink, but these are assigning values are 10, 20, 30, 40. Now here CL calling with the pink I used. CL calling with the pink. At that time what is the pink value? 40. 40 will be prints. Now you see that finally what is the reason of enumeration? Enumeration data type, what is the reason of enumeration to use? It is not specified type of elements. Enum not considered as characters, enum not considered as floats, enum not considered as strings. Any type of elements can enter. But those elements, whatever elements originally you are enter, those elements are not printed. Actual values are not printed. Instead of actual values, which values will be prints? Default values will be prints. Which are some list of assignment values? Those values only prints. What is a by default integer enum values? 0 will be starts, increment by 1. Remaining numbers also incremented by 1. If I am not enter any value, 0 will be starts. If I enter 10 means 10 starts, 11, 12, 13. But what is the main important point? Enum used instead of original elements, you want to print as some coding values. Some coding values to be print. Security reason. You don't want to show the original elements. Behind of that, some secret code value should be maintained. That is possible with the help of enumeration data type to be processed. What is the definition of enum? It is called as user defined data type. Enum is a user defined data type. It is a collection of elements, any type of elements, that all elements you can list whatever elements are there that you can consider. By default it is started with 0, incremented by 1. Every element increment by 1. Enum variable values you can access under structures also, you can access under normal variables also, you can access under unions also. Finally, what are the user defined data types? In C programming language, data types are two categories are there. One is for built-in data types you have, another one is for user defined data types. Which are the built-in data types are there? Integer types, character types, float types. And which are the user defined data types you have? Which are the user defined data types? Structure types. Structure is nothing but it's a user defined data type. It's a collection of different type of elements stored at a different memory addresses. What is one more type of user defined data type? Union. What is meant by union? It is also a collection of different type of elements. It is also user defined data type. All elements stored at a single memory address. Type def, it is called as user defined data type. It is used short name for original data type purpose, short name to be accessed. Originally something name, but you want to call it as short name, either nickname or alias name. What is one more user defined data type you have? Type def will be there. Sorry, one more user defined data type, enumerated data type. Enumeration data type also user defined data type. It is a collection of different type of elements. Any type of elements can be grouped. Original values are not printed. Instead of that, short values will be considered to hide the originals. Security reason, you have to go for enumerations. Totally, these all discussions I discussed the user defined data types. That's all for today. Complete user defined data types are completed. These structures, unions, type def and enumerations. In the next session, I can started one more chapter, pointers. How to work with pointer variables in C programming language. It's most important how to create the pointers in C language. That is on discussed on in the next session. Thank you for this video session. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with the pointer concept now. The last sessions I discussed user defined data types. Which are the user defined data types? You have structures, unions, type def and enumerated data types. Now today I want to discuss with the pointer concept. In the C programming language, pointers are very important now. Now before working of pointers, you have to know about arrays, structures, unions, functions and control statements. Now see, generally C programming language, you have to discuss with the pointers, very important, because of pointers are need require memory addresses. What is the definition of pointer? Generally what is mean by pointer? Pointer called as point out the address of the variables. Generally every programming language to declare the variables. If I want to create integer, to declare integer variable, how much memory occupied? 2 bytes. If you declare character variable, how much memory occupied? 1 byte. If you declare the float variable, how much memory occupied? 4 bytes. Generally every variable allocated some memory within the compiler. If I declare integer variable, how much memory allocated by compiler? 2 bytes. If you declare character variable, the compiler allocates memory 1 byte. If you declare it as float variable, the compiler memory allocates 4 bytes. Now what is the meaning of pointers? Whatever variables you created, the variable allocated which memory address, the address will be described by pointers. What is the definition of pointers? Pointer is nothing but point out the address of the variable. What is meant by variable? Where you can store the value in the memory, which is the identifier to storing of the value. The name is called as variable. Pointer becomes wherever the value stored, the memory address will be described by pointers. Now see, while working of C programming language, you have to discuss one important concept of pointers. Before working of pointers, compulsory you have to understand about. If you want to learn for pointers, compulsory to understand about arrays, variables and structures, which are previously I discussed, that to be understood. Now see, what is the definition of pointer? Pointer called as point out the address. Pointer is nothing but point out the address. I mean to say, wherever you created variable, the variable value stored under which memory address, the memory address recognized by pointers. Generally variables are created by user. If you make every program, the variables to be created. The variable names are user defined. The variables also called as identifiers, where you store the value, the name is called as variables. But whenever you create the variable, the compiler allocate the memory, some specific amount of memory, that memory allocated by compiler, that address to be find out, that is described with the pointers. What is the need of pointers? Why you have to use the pointers? With using pointers, you can identify in your programming memory how much memory bytes completed, how much memory bytes are free. While working of pointers, you can easily recognize how much memory you completed your and how much memory bytes are free. And what is one more advantage of pointers? Using pointers, dynamic memory can be allocated. Dynamic memory. Generally every programming two types of memories you can work. One is for static memory, another one is dynamic memory. What is meant by static memory? If the variable created, the variable allocated memory at a design time, that memory called as static memory. You are declaring variable, declaration time only some special amount of memory creates, it's called as static memory. If I want to create the memory at execution of the program or run the program, while execution of program or while run the program, a specific amount of memory to be created, that memory called as dynamic memory. What is the problem of static memory? Once you allocate the static memory, that is fixed size. You can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. But when you go for a dynamic memory, you can increase the memory bytes as well as you can decrease the memory bytes. If I want to grow up the size or if I want to decrease the size, that is possible with the help of dynamic memory. Generally, static memory problem is fixed size. Once you allocate the size, you can't increase, you can't decrease. And one more problem is memory wastages. If you are used also, unused also, memory will be wastage. Coming to the dynamic memory, whatever memory you require, you can allocate at runtime. After usage of that memory, after usage of that value, you can deallocate that memory, you can destroy that memory. At that time, what is the advantage? Memory bytes can be saved. How much memory used, that memory can be saved, or that memory can be deallocated. At that time, memory bytes can be saved. Finally, what is the difference of static memory and dynamic memory? Static memory, while design time you allocate the memory, it's fixed. What is meant by dynamic memory? At execution time, you can extend the memory, you can increase the size, you can decrease the size. If you want to create the dynamic memory in the C programming language, compulsory which variable to be created? Pointers. Pointers, majorly two advantages you have. What is the requirement of pointers? First advantage, the memory allocation to be identified. In your compiler memory, how much memory completed, how much memory free, where your memory allocated, how many bytes will be allocated, how many bytes used, how many bytes will be free, you can recognize. And what is one more advantage of pointers? Dynamic memory. Once you allocate the memory, after usage of that memory, you can deallocate that memory. That is possible with the help of pointers. Now, in the C programming language, pointers are very important, compulsory to understand of pointers. Pointer variable creations, very easy. Pointers declarations and usaging is very easy, but understanding is very difficult. Pointer variables creations are very easy, declarations are very easy, but the compiler memory addresses understanding is very difficult. Why you have to go for pointers? Now the completely compiler memory bytes, you want to recognize the memory addresses. That is the reason to go for pointers. Generally, every programming variables are user defined. The variables are where it is stored, the value where it is stored, the memory name to be recognized. That is called as pointers. You see that how it is working of pointers actually. Suppose generally if I create any variable, how to create that? Int, I want to create some variable x. If I want to create any variable, what is the syntax of that? First, this statement called as data type. It's called as data type to be declared. This statement is called as identifier, or this is called as variable. Generally, every C language program, if I want to make a variable, what is the syntax? Data type space variable. Suppose when I declared x is a variable, that is integer type. When I mentioned x as a integer, the compiler reserved a special amount of memory. Whenever x as a integer, the compiler reserved a special amount of memory. Now what is my memory name? X. My memory name is x. X is a variable. Now for the x allocated some address. Suppose compiler memory address, suppose 2048. Now this memory number I am not decided. That is decided by compiler. This memory addresses will be allocated by compiler. Now in the 2048 memory address, suppose I want to store some value, x is 10. Now in this example, see, in this storage, x is called as what? Variable. X is nothing but variable. Now here 2048, it is called as what? Address. Address of the variable. Now in this example, 10 is called as what? Value. Finally, in this example you observe here x is a variable, the variable is our defined, it is an identifier. When I declare x as an integer, the compiler allocate memory address. This address will be decided by compiler. Suppose 2048, it is a memory address. Within the address which value stored? 10. The 10 value is our entered, this is the value. But whenever x as integer I created, 2 bytes memory it will be allocated, 2 bytes. 2 bytes memory it is allocated. 2 bytes means how many bits allocated now? 16 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits, 2 bytes equal to 16 bits. Now till all programs I discussed, till whatever C language programs are there, all programs I discussed like how to create the data type, how to create the variables and how to store the values. But in this program, the variables where it is stored in the memory, that will be discussed. That is a discussion about pointers. Till all C language program, the variables are created, the values are created. But internally how it is store the values, how it is store the variables, that to be understand with the help of pointers. Like our understanding purpose, x is called as variable. What is the value of x? 10. This is our understand. But when you go for address, %x, I mean if I want to refer this address of x to be referred, that is called as pointers. Now you see in this example, check it. If I want to work with x value, what is the x value here? 10. X is a variable storing the value 10. Now I want to define with %x. %x. What is meant by ampersand symbol indicates address. Address of x. Address will be allocated. What is the address of x? 2048. 2048. It's a variable address. Wherever it is stored your variable, that memory address. Now here 2 ways you can represent the values. Now in this statement 2 ways you can represent the value. What is the first way? X value is 10. This is our understanding method. X value is 10. This is our understanding method. What is one more way? 2048 address value is 10. It is called as pointer method. Now you observe here. What is a clear observation here? Whenever you can say x is 10, it is called as our understandable method. What is one more method you have? 2048 address value is 10. In the both cases 10 only value. In the both cases 10 only value. But our understanding x is 10. Compiler understanding method 2048 address is 10. Daily I am using with our understandable method, but the pointer means through address to refer the values. Every programming memory is important. Without memory you can't store the value. Without memory you can't save the value. The memory discussions is very important, that is on pointers. What is a direct method? X value is 10. What is a pointer method? Address of 2048 address value is 10. Now in this method also the value 10 only, in this method also the value 10 only, but which is our understandable? X is 10 is our understand, but this 2048 address value is 10, it is a compiler storage address. This is called as pointer technique. It is an indirect manner. Now you see how to declare the pointers. Generally normal variable declaration in text, but how to declare the pointers? How to declare the pointers now? You see the syntax of pointers, how to declare. What is the declaration of pointers? Data type. Generally every variable also data type to be represent. After data type variable. After data type variable, this is normal variable syntax. If I want to work with pointers, variable before star symbol denotes. Variable before star symbol denotes. Now this star indicates pointer. This star indicates pointer. What is the syntax of pointer variable? Data type, variable before proceed with the star symbol. Whenever I putting a star symbol, this variable treated as pointers. If I am not given the star symbol, the variable denote as normal variable, store the value. Whenever the variable treated as pointer, you can store the value with help of address. Now this variable value storing with the help of address. You see, suppose if I make with example, check it. Int, if I use with int star x, if I used with star x, generally here star x is a pointer variable I defined, and one more variable also I defined, a is a normal variable. Now in this statement two variables I declare, one is for star x, another one a is a integer normal variable, star x is a pointer. Whenever I mentioned as a is a integer variable, now the compiler allocated some memory. A is a variable name, compiler allocated some memory, suppose 2048, this is the memory address, 2048 allocated by compiler. Suppose my value a is 10, under a variable I entered 10. What is my value of a? 10. Under a variable I entered the value 10. What is the address of a? 2048. What is my one more variable? X. But x is a which type of variable? Pointer variable. Whenever I defined as pointer variable, pointer itself create the address. Pointer also create the address. Every pointer create the address 2046. Now x is a normal variable or pointer? Pointer variable, its created address. Every pointer variable calling of the another variable address. If I want to refer to the pointer variable, every pointer variable calling the address of another variable. Now I want to call with a variable address. What is a variable address? 2048. Now this address I want to call to the x. Now here x is not a normal variable, pointer variable. That is the reason x calling to the a address. Ampersand a called as pointer, address of a. Address of a, what is the value? 2048. Finally you see here I declare two variables. A is a normal variable, a is a integer variable. Now for the a variable 10 value giving, a is 10. Now for the a variable allocated some memory address 2048. Now this memory address I want to send to x. What is the x value? 2048, but that is address of a. Every pointer calling to the address of another variable. After that, what is the x address? 2046, it's a pointer address. Now see here what are the values, how to refer. A is 10, it's a direct method, a is 10, it's a value method. Now I want to give an ampersand a. What is meant by ampersand a? Indicates address, address of a. What is the address of a? 2048. This is address 2048. Now I want to print with x value x. Now here x is a normal variable or pointer variable? Pointer variable. Every pointer variable address of another variable calling, a address calling. A address is the value of x. What is the value of x? 2048. Now listen, here x is not a normal value, address. Now in that address which value is there? 10 is there. X equal to 2048. Now this 2048 ampersand a. 2048 equal to ampersand a, address of a. Now I want to refer this 10 value with x. I want to refer the x, a 10 value with x. How to refer that? You have to use one symbol, star x. What is the indication of star x? Value at address of. What is the meaning of star? Value at address of. Based on the address I want to call the value. That means what? Under x which address is there? 2048 is there. In that address what is the value? 10. That value will be prints. Star x is 10. What is the meaning of star x here? Star x called as x is already have the a address value calling is 10. If I want to print the x address, ampersand x. What is meant by ampersand x? 2046, address of x. It's a pointer variable. Now you see, generally normal variables are referred based on the values. Whenever you go for pointer variables are referred based on the addresses. Why you have to go for pointers? What is the reason of pointers? Dynamic memory allocation. I mean, memory can be dynamically created. And one more advantage of pointers, using pointers, how much memory completed, how much memory free, that can be identified. And one more advantage, using pointers, directly you can enter the values. Based on the memory, directly you can enter the values. While working of pointers, you have to understand 3 important symbols. Now in the C programming language, if I want to understand with pointers, most important 3 symbols to be understood. You see that what are the 3 symbols while working of pointers? Ampersand. What is the meaning of ampersand symbol? Address of variable. Ampersand called as address of variable. If I want to call the variable address, ampersand. Generally every variable, if I want to call the address, ampersand symbol. Mostly in C language, every scanf function I used ampersand. Before variable, ampersand symbol indicates address or reference. What is one more symbol to be denotes? Star. What is the indication of star? Star called as value at address of. It's a pointer variable. Value at address of. What is the meaning of star symbol? Star indicates pointer variable. What is the meaning of star? Value to be referred based on the address. What is the meaning of ampersand? Only address, not refer to the value. If I refer to the ampersand symbol, only for address will be displayed. If I want to refer to the value at address of, based on the address I want to refer to the value, it's called as star. What is a star indicates? Pointer, single pointer. Now I want to define with one more type of symbol, double star. While working of pointers, only 3 symbols to be understood. First symbol, ampersand symbol, address of variables. What is the second symbol? Star, value at address of. You want to call the value based on the address. What is one more symbol to be denotes? Double star. What is meant by double star? Indicates it's a double pointer. Double pointer, pointer inside pointer called as double pointer. What is the meaning of double star? Value. It is also pointer. Value at address of, again address of. Value at address of, again address of. How many address of here represent? 2 address of. Value at address of, address of. It's called as double pointer. If you want to understand the pointer programs in C language, which is most important symbols, ampersand symbol, star symbol, double star. These are very important for understanding of pointer programs. What is meant by ampersand symbol? You can call only for address. Wherever you store the value, just you call the address. What is meant by star? Indicates if I want to refer the value based on the address. In which address you are storing the value, I want to refer the value based on the address. It is called as star indicates. It's a pointer. What is meant by double star symbol? One more symbol, double star symbol to use. Double star symbol called as double pointer. Pointer inside pointer. If I want to call the value inside of pointers, pointer inside pointers, address of, address of. These symbols to be understood. Whenever you understand these 3 symbols, it's very easy to make the pointer programs. And what is one more important pointer? C language program pointer concept very important. Every programming pointer variables very important. Why? Because addresses. Without address you can't store any data. Without address you can't keep any data. Without address you can't manipulate the data. Pointers are very important. But pointers creations are very easy. I mean declaration of pointers, assignment of pointers, usage of pointers, but understandability very difficult. Why? Because whenever you can refer with pointers, everything you have to remember the addresses. If there is no pointers, everything you have to refer the values. But whenever you refer to the pointers, everything to be referred to the addresses. That is the reason to important of pointers. Now I want to discuss about these 3 symbols. One simple example. You see that one simple example how it is working of pointers. One simple example to be demonstrated with the help of pointers. You check that 3 important symbols. First I want to create with variables. I want to create an integer variable. My first variable is first variable A. I declared with A. It's a normal variable. after that comma star b. What is the meaning of that? This b before I used a star. What is the indication of star indicates? It's a pointer variable. But this pointer is which type of pointer? Integer pointer. And what is one more important pointer? If I declare it as integer pointer, it is referred only integer values. If I declare it as character pointer, it is referred to the character variable address. If I create as float pointer, it is referred to the float value address. Integer pointer refer to the integer values, character pointer refer to the character values, float pointer refer to the float values. These type of pointers called as type pointers. What is meant by typed pointers? Those pointers indication of data types. Based on the types only they are refer. One more type of pointers you have, untyped pointers or unnamed pointers. What is meant by untyped pointers? That pointers can be referred as any data type. What is the difference of typed pointers and untyped pointers? Typed pointers refer to specific data type. Untyped pointer refers any type of data. It's like as a void. What is meant by void indicates void means no returns, void means no data type. If I want to refer to the specified type of pointers, you can use integer, character and float. Any type of pointer address to be referred void pointers. What is the meaning of int star b here? B is a integer pointer. Every integer pointer refer only integer value. Every integer pointer refer to the integer variable address. Integer variable address refer. One more pointer variable I want to declare, double star c. Now you see, you observe here. Here I am declaring with the three variables. A. Now that A is called as normal variable. If I declared as star b called as which variable? Pointer variable. Now this pointer variable refer to which pointer? Integer pointer. One more type of variable I declare, it is called as 2 stars. 2 star indicates double pointer. It's called as double pointer. Totally 3 types of variables I declare. A is a normal, star b is a single pointer, star c double pointer. Now I want to discuss about when I declare these 3 variables, the compiler allocated 3 memory holes. The compiler internally allocated 3 memory holes. Whenever I declare the variables, maybe normal variables or pointer variables, it is allocated the memory bytes. Now here A is a normal variable. After that B is a pointer variable. After that C, double pointer variable. Now every integer, suppose 2 bytes occupied, every integer 2 bytes. Now here this is 2 bytes, this is 2 bytes memory allocated, this is 2 bytes. Now here also 2 bytes, this is integer pointer 2 bytes, every pointer 2 bytes only allocated. These are integer pointers 2 bytes. Now for the when I make a variable allocated some memory, suppose 2048. This memory address not our decide, it's decided by compiler. 2048, compiler decided this value. Now here suppose I am entering with a value 10. I am entering with a variable assigned with 10. At that time this address storing the 10. A is a variable, value is storing 10. Now the 10 is stored at 2048 address. Now I want to go for star b. Star b called as not a normal variable. Now the star b called as which type of variable? Pointer variable. When I declare the pointer variable, every pointer variable address of normal variable calling b equal to ampersand a. Like this you have to call. What is meant by ampersand symbol indicates address. Every pointer variable to call the normal variable address, ampersand a. Now you see that ampersand a, what is the a address? 2048. A address is 2048. Now that is sending to the b value. Actually b is a pointer. Now what is the b value here? 2048. 2048. Now what is the B value? Address of A. After that, C variable also there. C variable. Actually, C is a double pointer. What is the difference of normal pointer and double pointer? Normal pointer keep the normal variable address. Double pointer can be keep the pointer variable address. Now this B pointer address of A, normal variable address. But C pointer call the address of B. It's a pointer address. Now C equal to ampersand B, address of B. Now you see here, what is the B address? 2046. Suppose B address is 2046. Now this B address, stored into C. Now what is the C value now? 2046, C value. Now the C is a pointer, C value is 2046. Now the C variable also allocated memory 2044. It's a memory address 2044. Now you see that how it is refer the values. Now whenever you understand of this program clearly, easy to you can maintain the pointer programs. Whenever you understand of this example clearly, easy to maintain the pointer programs. Now you see that how to refer the values, you check. What is the A value? 10. It's a simple statement. A is 10. A value equal to 10. Now I want to call ampersand A. What is the indication of ampersand A? A address to be called, address of A. What is the A address will be called? 2048. 2048 is not our defined, it's a compiler decided value, 2048 address. After that, now I want to call with the B value. Now I want to print the B value. Now what is the B value? Actually B is keeping to the which address? A address. B equal to 2048. Now this 2048 is which value address? A variable address. Now you see here A is 10. It's a direct value. Ampersand A called as A variable address, where it is stored in the memory, that compiler memory address. Now here B equal to 2048, it's a address of A. Now already what is the A address? 2048, that is the value of B, because B is a pointer. After that I want to refer with the star B. I want to refer with the star B. What is meant by star? Indicates value at address of. Star represents value at address of. That means what? Already under B 2048 is there. In this address what is the value? 10. How to refer with B? You want to call the A 10 star B. What is the star B? 10. What is the meaning of star B here? Star is nothing but value at address. Star ampersand A, the value is 10. Star indicates value. Ampersand A called as address of A. In that value is 10. Now I want to print with ampersand B. What is the ampersand B? Address of B. Ampersand B, address of B. What is the address of B? 2046, address of B. Now I want to print with the C value. C value to be print. What is the C value here? Actually C is also double pointer. Under C you are calling with the B address, ampersand B, B address calling. Now what is the C value here? C value is 2046. C value is 2046 and this is calling of address of B. C equal to 2046 ampersand B, address of B. Now here I used with now I want to call with C equal to 2046, address of B. After that I want to go for now star C. What is the indication of star C here? What is meant by star C here? Actually under C you are calling with the address of B. What is the address of B here? 2046. Under 2046 which value I want to call? 2048. In this address I want to call the value 2048. Now what is the value here? 2048. Now this 2048 is the value of B. Actually 2048 is the value of B, and 2048 is address of A. What is the mean that star C is indicates 204H. What is the meaning of 204H? Here it will be given B value, that is called as under B, what is the value it will be stored, and this value will be referred to the ampersand A. It's a address of A. If I want to refer with star C, you see that what is meant by star C here? Actually under C 2046, it's a address of B. Under B 204H, it address of A. Under A which value? 10, that will be referred. Now I want to refer the 10 will be referred. What is the meaning of star C? Star indicates value at address of. Now here how many symbols I used? 2 star symbols. Value at address of. Under this you want to call the 10. What is the mean that under C 2046 is the address of B. Under B 2048, it's a address of A. Under A address 10 value prints. Finally, if I want to print with now star C called as star B. What is meant by star B? Value at address of, and this is also called as A, value of A. And finally, I want to print a C address, ampersand C. What is the ampersand C value? 2044. That is called as C address. Now that is called as C address. What is the C address? We have 2044. Finally, you see here in this program, in this discussion, I discussed with the 3 variables I discussed. What are the variables I discussed? A is a normal variable, integer variable. Star B. What is meant by star B? Indicates it's a pointer variable, single pointer variable. And one more is star C. It's called as double pointer variable. Generally, normal variable you can call the values, but whenever you go for pointer variables, you can call the address of variables. Every pointer variable to call the another variable address. What is meant by star C? Indicates it is calling address of another pointer variables. Single pointer refer to the normal variable address. Double pointer refer to the pointer variable address. Now you see here A is 10, A value is 10 I assign. After that B equal to ampersand A. What is meant by B equal to ampersand A? B is a pointer. Under B pointer, address of A calling, A address calling. One more variable C variable I have. For the C variable which is calling address of B, that means B variable address will be calling. Now see, when I declare integer, totally 3 variables I declare. That is the reason how much memory creates. A variable 2 bytes memory creates, B variable 2 bytes memory creates, C variable 2 bytes memory, because each integer 2 bytes, totally 6 bytes memory creates. If I enter the A value 10, now the A is allocated some memory 2048. Now this memory address will be referred into pointers. What is the A value here? 10. A is 10. Now I want to call with the address of A 2048. It's the address of A. Now I want to refer with the B. Actually here B calling with the A address, ampersand A 2048. What is the value of B? 2048. Now for the B is equal to what? Address of A. Now what is the B address? 2046. It's called as B address. Now if I want to refer to the C, what is the C value here? 2046. But the C refer to the which address? Address of B. Address of B refers. Now for the C, what is the address? 2044. It's a C address. Again 2 bytes creates. Totally here 2 bytes, here 2 bytes, here 2 bytes. Totally 6 bytes. Now for the how to refer these values, check it now. A is 10. It's a direct value. If I want to use with the ampersand A, address of A 2048. Address of A, it's a 2048. After that B equal to 2048. What is the value here? Ampersand A, address of A. Now here whenever I use the B equal to 2048 ampersand A, it's the address of A. After that I want to refer the 10 value with the help of B. Generally how to refer the value? A is 10, but with help of pointer I want to refer. How to refer? Star B. What is meant by star? Indicates value at address of. Star represents value at address of. Star B equal to 10. Suppose I want to refer with the B address. What is the B address? Ampersand B 2046. It's a B address. Now I want to refer with the B address into C variable. Actually here C is a double pointer. Under C B address will be calling 2046. Now here calling C equal to 2046 ampersand B. It's the address of B. After that I want to call with star C. What is meant by star C? Indicates here value at address of. Already under C 2046 will be there. This is the address of B. In that address what is the value? 2048, that will be prints. Value at address of. Now this star C equal to B. Now this star C equal to ampersand A. After that star C. What is meant by star C? Indicates double pointer. Under C 2046, under 2046 2048, it's a address. Under A address what is the value? 10. How to refer the two reference? Star C. It is equal to star B, the value of A, and A is also referred. Now what is meant by ampersand C? Ampersand C 2044, address of C. This is the address of values. Finally, what is my conclusion now? Every pointer variable discussions. Whenever you are using with the pointers, majorly three symbols to be understand. Which is the symbol to be understand? Ampersand symbol, star symbol, and a double star. Ampersand is nothing but address of the variables. Star indicates single pointer variable. Double star variables, it's called as double pointers. Now see, generally what is the definition of pointer? Pointer called as point out the address of the variables. Pointer is nothing but point out the address of the variables. In the C programming language, pointers are very important. Why? Because every pointers you have to call the values based on the address. Generally every C program you are creating only variables, but with the help of pointers, the variables where it is stored, you want to call the values. What is the advantage of pointers? Why you have to use the pointers? Dynamic memory allocations. What is meant by dynamic memory allocations? Now you want to save the memory bytes. While execution time you want to allocate the memory, after usage of memory you want to deallocate the memory bytes can be saved with the help of pointers. What is one more advantage of pointers now? How much memory completed in your compiler, how much memory free, that can be identified with the help of pointers. While working of pointers, generally the pointers main usage, you have to deallocate the memory. Whatever memory already created, that memory you don't want to waste of the memory. With the help of pointers you can create the memories. And what is one more advantage of pointers now? Using pointers easily you can call the value with the help of address. Now with the help of pointers only the memory bytes can be saved. Every C programming two types of variables you have: static variables and dynamic variables. Static memory, fixed size allocation.
ఇక్కడ టైం డిస్ప్లే లేదమ్మా.
అది
dear students, how was it today? Are you happy? Now you look so frustrated. You look so happy. And do you know English today? We think, boy, I'm not that woman. I'm not that woman. What do you want to say? I'm not that woman. Wait, woman. This I'm not woman is by my head outside. A woman writer. And what did she to style? I'm not that woman. That is a little different. So, somewhat changed. Is anyone guess why did she do that? I'm not that woman. She does not want it. Who is that woman? You know the woman? To have women around us. Have you seen that woman? And we just put it there. Opinion. Put that perspective point of view of using that I'm not that woman. It sounds a little bit strange. Will be inquisitive, curious, anxious. I do find this doing very, very anxious, very curious to know about the poem. So shall start the poem. Right first time. Let us see here. Look at the picture. What do you find? It is yes, it is independence. 15 August 1947 freedom India with the independence of Spanish. Now let me speak of the trace destiny of our youth. Destiny was speech delivered by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, on the eve of India's independence, with 29 1987. So about his own words. Long years ago, we made this with destiny. Our time comes when shall be honored, not only of pleasure, with standing. And spoke of midnight hour when the world sleeps in your awake life of freedom. This was the happiest station. We all very happy and we felt liberty, equality, freedom. But the independence also was diamond. Happened to this one here and it shine. This is a picture of partition. The petition India stated Pakistan. We all belong to one country and suddenly calamity of a sudden India was barred from Pakistan. Some of the kith and kin members of the family who were present on the side and who were present in this side got separated to partition. It's a sad picture, sad photo. Sad. People want to go away from India. People do not get away from India. They want to be united and they want to be in India. This partition, it touches our hearts. Seeing Krishna also got to this partition because he's also a victim who born in India and was Pakistan. To passion, she was into that place called Pakistan. And now she's so real politics, thinking is in my series. Working friends with the writer, women in South Asia and ideas of socialism, Western Empire and masses worldwide. So she is very dynamic and also a woman with thinking out. So she wanted to convey to the world what she has in heart. She has to tell people so very putting ideas. She wanted to have the woman have such an ideas to uplift herself and be free in free India. Look at this. Who's she? She's said than our trace writer, Kishwar Nahid. She's Kishwar Nahid. Now for Kishwar Nahid, let me give the piece only and tell our own Urdu poetry. Basically, it's the Urdu poetry. Then she also wrote in English. So as she happy, basically, and Urdu poet, let us speak about her poetry. She outs her own views. हम निगाह औरतें विश्वान ये हम गुनेगार करते हैं जो है बात करना से ना रोक जब नजर ना हाथ जे जान दें नजर हाथ दें ये निगाह औरतें हैं किस में इसलिए जो सरफराज है या आपके नियत तो दावा खलिया ये हमारे रहते हैं कि सच का परचम उठेंगे तो झूठ के साथ ले एक दहलीज पे सजाओ की दाफान की मिले हर एक दहलीज पे सजाओ की दाफान की मिले जो बोल रही वो जमाने की मिले जो स्थिति थी वो जमाने की मिले ये हम गुनेगार और रहे अब तक में रात आए तो आंखें नहीं दे कि अब में रात आए तो आंखें नहीं देंगे कि अब जो बात चुकी है उसे उठाने की जिद करना कि अब बात गिरी है उसे उठाने की जिद करना ये हम गाते आते हैं जो हर बात करना रोक खाएं न जंबे न सचाएं न जंबे न हाथ जोड़ें. Let us know more about Kishwar Nahid. The feminist woman who supports women, a woman who stands for the rights of women, of women, to enjoy the privilege and her freedom. She was born in Andhra Pradesh in 1940. She had listened in Madrid, Pakistan, in 1990. She migrated, members of the family also migrated to partition. Then she also had oil including and in party. She has dedicated herself. So when she has sickness, violence, and harassment or what are atrocities that during that time, and it has could birth her. And to her, it turns into the poet, and she's saying only about women. To fight it herself, in what is dear students, because she was not free for education. And she do her economics from Punjab University as a free writer. A continuous writer which has and she has an LL bonus of Pakistan. So and in Natan, she two children also. Patient contribute daily books for my students are famous. They are art and also for investigations. So she has many organizations. Even is working women said that she is one of the BB and member. This is various institutions which contribute her lecture. So also the director of the party and the past. Doing part, Sidare Ims, Lara of Excellence. She awarded in the year 2000. The award she got her is Malayan Award, a Lion Award in 2015. And on Monday 97, now she was awarded the award in 1998. Again, got her onto the scene. Make you see Asan has she has given seat out for cheated and best translation out in Column University and her girls are and we both have to her girls. Coming to it, poetry is bold and black. She so straightforward and she doesn't say to say whatever age or age. She is a quality of reading. Her poetry is very short and incisive. She truths for exorcism, the other was terrorism. Her was older, both some more intimate. As reading this poem, now is so into us and she is speaking to us that is thing for us. Now all the this the lies okay. Ishani was born in year of you good. Well in the shop courage. Family migrated to Lahore it night it kind of it. I didn't think itself. Well, feminist poet. Good. Oh, how many fun is her? Is that what a word? But you know about her after cheese. Good. It's like she made literature. Looking back to her fifth, my question is here through how books for children. Volumes time for as midways right good is 8 for children. The next one she was greatly admired by partition that like poet. Her poetry speaks for peace and knowledge of students. Right. I did just and read. She begins her reflections to things. She's a journalist and explain to another. Sorry. Then she published some old long beginning and got confused with the book and the volumes. He played how many volumes? Is 12 volumes of poetry. Her poetry is bold and direct. I said very straightforward. Very straightforward for she. So was bold and direct. She which speaks to us and convinces us and also something tries to correct us. Now let's learn about the critical appreciation of I am not that woman. Some time was given to you to think over, to connect yourself. So let's go into the poem. I am not that woman selling you socks and shoes. Kishwar Nahid doesn't like to be that woman. Now we start understanding what. She doesn't want to be that woman. So it's that woman selling you socks and shoes, which appears to be in advertisements and as well as in markets in a different position, in different ways, not in a sympathetic manner. Going to her stanza, remember me, I am the one you hid in your walls of stone, while you roamed free as a breeze, not knowing that my voice cannot be smothered by stones. So here Kishwar Nahid says here, you man, you remember me. I am the one you wanted to hide me behind the walls made of stones, thinking that my voice will not reach others and I may not have any voice inside me to make me know that who I am and to make me free. But what about you? What were you doing when I was behind the walls of stone? You were just roaming, free as a breeze. Now here we have a figure of speech, simile, as, free as a breeze. Just as a breeze goes very smoothly and freely, enjoying the freedom. So man is compared to a breeze, and now Kishwar Nahid gives an assurance to a woman saying that, but my voice, a woman's voice, cannot be smothered by stones. No stone can be in a position to calm down, to silence, to make her voiceless. Now look here the picture, we can understand. A woman is standing behind the wall made of stones. I am the one you crushed with the weight of custom and tradition. So usually we keep on knowing right from our childhood, people saying that, so custom doesn't allow us, custom doesn't allow the girl child to go out, or tradition doesn't speak like this here, we have to follow our own age-old traditions. So in the name of tradition, in the name of custom, what this man has done, he has crushed in the name of custom, tradition, and made her to be a toy in his hands and made her to be set only behind the walls. Again here Kishwar Nahid in the line says, not knowing that light cannot be hidden. Here woman is compared to a light. So whenever light comes, what happens? Darkness is supposed to go away. So now here she is a metaphor. A metaphor is used, that is light. Remember me, I am the one in whose lap you picked flowers and planted thorns and embers, not knowing that chains cannot smother my fragrance. Remember me. So every time she is giving a caution, she is just making him alert, making him know that I am not the same. I am the one in whose lap you picked flowers. So you took flowers from my lap and planted thorns. In return, what have you given to your woman? You have given thorns and embers. So embers are nothing but the fire that is left out, a stone that is the fire. It's just like neither ashes or the fire, but it appears to have a fire again. So you have made the position of a woman by handing over only the thorns and embers, not knowing that chains cannot smother my fragrance. Even if woman is chained, but it can be in a position only to chain the body, but not the soul inside. Her soul is very, very powerful, and her fragrance can spread to any corner of the world. Now look here. Here the flowers, rose flowers. Rose flowers are known for fragrance. And we find a thorn here. And now look here. This is what the picture I wanted to drive home. That is the ember. So isn't it? This is the ember is after fire you find this. And when we want to have fire again also, we can make use of this. I am the woman whom you bought and sold in the name of my own chastity, not knowing that I can walk on water when I am drowning. So a woman has become a thing of commodity, so she can be bought, purchased, and she can be sold in the name of my own chastity, because thinking that woman cannot do anything, not knowing that I can. Now whenever she uses Kishwar Nahid in almost all the stanzas, she starts using one particular phrase, not knowing. That is, the man is unaware of this, that I can walk on water. So the power of woman is she can walk on water even when she sees that she is drowning, when she is dying also, she has that willpower which she can withhold herself. So this should be known to a man. I am the one you married off to get rid of a burden. So usually parents, they get rid of girls by getting her married off. So it was a tradition thinking that women are considered, or girl childs are considered, or burden. So if you consider a girl child as a burden and you want to get rid of her by getting her married off, then you are wrong. She says, not knowing that a nation of captive minds cannot be free. So when people who have this negative minds and who think that marriage is only thing to get rid of her here, then when their minds are not free, then that nation cannot be free. So that a nation of captive minds, minds which have negative things, cannot be free. They cannot be free. All the time they will be thinking how to get rid of them. I am the commodity you traded in. So here woman is compared to a commodity, and with whom they are going to trade? My chastity, because thinking that she can never say anything, she is voiceless. My motherhood, my loyalty. So now it's time for me to flower free. Here she says here, all these years, these people are thinking that a woman can never be free. Now finally she comes out with a word, now it's time for me to flower free. The woman on that poster, half naked, selling socks and shoes. In the beginning also, the stanza starts with, I am not that woman. And the poem also ends with, I am not that woman. And in the beginning also we find these words like selling socks and shoes. Now the selling socks and shoes is not a old woman or a woman who is poor here. Kishwar Nahid hates that particular poster where it consists of half naked woman. So woman is portrayed half naked with a view that she should be a thing of commodity and a thing of attraction for the people, and for that she is asked to sell socks and shoes. So she is being exploited here. So lots of discrimination, exploitation in the name of custom and tradition, and also women are shown or given opportunity to have in the advertisements with half naked. So this shows very awkward on the part of the men to make women a commodity. Now let us sort out what all the imagery we have. So in the beginning we have the walls of stone, free as a breeze, light cannot be hidden in darkness, chains cannot smother my fragrance, walking on water, nation of captive minds, to flower free. So many we have taken out. She is a very good poet who can portray imagery and symbolism. Now I said, shall we have the questions? Answer the following question. Who is I in the poem? It's not Kishwar Nahid, please. It is the woman selling the shoes. Who is the poet addressing? Patriarchal society, man-made society, male chauvinism. Your walls of stone referred to confinement. Who roamed freely as a breeze? The man. How is the woman crushed? By the customs and traditions. What did the man give in return for flowers in her lap? Yes, very good. You have listened to me very nicely. Thorns and embers. Now I am getting chorus answers. That's why I am going a little bit fast, because you are giving the answers. Her voice cannot be smothered by. Smothered by? Smothered by? Yes. Stones. Chains. Which one? Smothered by chains. How do the parents get rid of the burden? So, by marrying off. The half naked woman